Play it cautious. Abundance. Abundance. So, anybody in the live, I would like to ask you the question that's on the screen. Are we all one species? And I'm pertaining to everybody who is so-called human. Are all so-called humans the same species? Abundance. Who is that? Oh, that's Sliz. What up, brother? Abundance. At this point, yes. All right, can you, Wanda, can you request up and articulate that? How we are all one species? I'm working now. So you're working right now. You can type in my live, but you can't come up. Okay, type shit. I'm gonna just go ahead and come out clean. You know, genetics and biology says that we're not all one species. Bet. What do you mean all the same species? I'm pertaining to all, yes, humans. Correct. Are all humans the same species? Somebody said, yes, we are. We are a copy of the Anunnaki. I think you meant to put. Who is the Anunnaki? Because Anunnaki means those who came from above. And for one, everybody else pertaining to so-called humans, everybody outside of so-called black people did not come from the stars. They were actually manufactured on this planet. This is why they don't biologically identify with anything outside of the cosmos, because if they actually was a copy of the people that created them, they wouldn't have a problem with terrestrial radiation or solar radiation. So that's false. Let me make my brother a mod real quick. There we go.
Hi.
Yep, how you doing? I can hear you.
Good.
All right, so are we all one species?
Yeah, I truly believe we're all related about 15 generations back. And I believe that everybody that was separate were quite different than modern man now. And that
Absolutely.
would be going back to like pre-human, which would be like Neanderthals, stuff like that.
Can you join on your other account, brother? You might. I don't know. I'm gonna invite your other. I don't know if you got access to the Sun Talk account, but invite that one. But as modern day humans, or what they call Homo sapiens today, the thing is, so-called black people, we're not humans. That's the thing. Because when you look up humans, they're often associated with animals, and so-called black people have no animal DNA.
Well, I thought you guys had O negative. I have O negative. Cockroaches and squids share the same, and crabs share the same type of blood. So
Right,
how could you?
and hold on, let me ask you before we get, further into the blood types, do you know what determines blood type?
The what was that part called? The RH would be, ah, man, I used to.
I mean, if you don't know, I can tell you. I was just gonna,
Yeah, I
go over that.
forgot. I didn't.
So what determines blood types are antigens. So the presence of either, the A antigen or the B antigens. So that we're not the producers, because what produces antigens are proteins. We are not the producers of animal proteins, yet we have antigens from outside sources, whether it be from grape or, voluntary mixed breeding, or even the foods that we eat. Because when you look at the A, B, and O, those blood types are associated with animals that a lot of people eat. So when you get into the not the chicken, fish, fish have those blood types. Pigs are actually O negative,
Oh,
have the
wow.
O negative and stuff, as well as dogs. Dogs
Yeah, they
have
give
those
me
blood
pig
types.
medicine.
Huh?
They get the hormones. They get the hormones that I take for my Graves' disease from pigs.
Absolutely. And this is because when you get outside of so-called black people, everybody else outside of us shares animal DNA with multiple different types of animals to actually construct their organism. So this is why you can see some people, they can take parts from a cow or a pig and they'll be completely fine. That's because they share DNA with those animals. But when you get to so-called black people, we're not the producers of animal proteins, nor do we share animal DNA.
Well, then wouldn't that mean you guys are from outer space?
You said uh nah, I mean, our origin isn't here on
Anunnaki.
this
I mean,
planet, but
wouldn't that
we was
mean
the
that
first
you're
on the
the
planet.
giants? Well, people used to be taller, like up to 15 feet. So we don't know what color they were. Maybe that's you guys.
Nah, it's not about color, it's about genetics. And even a lot of white people used to be taller back in the day as well. Like, I mean, they weren't. I mean, when you get into, the Neanderthals, or even when you get into Bigfoot, y'all used to be Bigfoot.
But we I don't know how old
So
you
it's
are,
it's
but
not
we
about
also
that.
used to have Goliath on the list. We used to have Goliath on the list. It was an offshoot, and they took it off the list and said it's no longer humanoid. But it did used to be considered human, and it was quite tall, a lot bigger than Neanderthal, even Goliath.
Right. So again, my question would be, hold on, let me invite my brother up here. There we go. So my question would be, how is so you said that we are all the same species. So can you explain biologically and genetically how we are all the same species?
Because we've been mixed since the time of the giants. The first human king that was recorded on the king's list, it shows the first human king, and that before that they list kings that they say were not human. So they found basic, that's like Anunnaki, or no, those are the Akkadians. Those are the Akkadians. So I don't know. I
Now
mean,
I'm just asking for a biological and genetical explanation. That's
I
all.
believe that we're all left over from the times where people were much different sizes, and that it was not that civilization is a lot older than they say it is. They say that we've only been modernly civilized for a short period of time. There's no way that could be true. We have so much evolution within our own bodies that it would have had to take a lot longer for us to reach this form. So I don't know. I believe in the Bible a little bit.
Ma'am.
Right. So again, that's not explaining it biologically nor genetically, but it sounds like you're explaining, for one, the past. As far as the past you was talking about, that just pertains to so-called black people. Y'all haven't been on the planet for a long time. I mean, your counterparts were here around, 30,000 something years ago, which would be, the Neanderthals, and then we can even get into the Denisovans and the Homo erectus, things like that. They were created before you, but as far as the modern day so-called human or the Homo sapien, that we see today, that would be, the white, Asian, or Arab men. Y'all came like 6 to 8 thousand years ago. Y'all don't go back further than that.
Um, well, I mean, I have heard a little bit about that. I've studied the Woodwose and stuff because I tripped out that I literally had that decoration and it was everywhere. Like it's very cultural. And then come to find out, you guys knew all about it. And I was like, what? And that it's almost in every single YT, what do you call it? Group of people or whatever. They have a story kind of like the Wild Man or whatever. So I really like that. I mean, I like Merlin a lot, and they say these people had shape shifting powers and all of that. So I mean, I like the folklore and stuff, but we're getting into like non proven territory, So it is kind of funny. It's kind of cool. Um, I don't know. I mean, it could be true.
Can I ask
I'm
a
finding a
question?
little bit of evidence that it
Yeah,
was true,
Jason,
like
I'm
people
finna
living
get to
in
you right
trees,
after.
stumps, and stuff like that. Um, like literal hobbits. I was like, what the? Because the building codes, people didn't always used to live in buildings. When before building codes were made, they were even living in trees here. So I was like that. Those were like peasants and serfs and stuff. So I mean, but then they say inbreeding is what causes hair all over the body. So
So
I
you're
don't
saying
know.
inbreeding causes hypertrichosis?
Yeah.
That's not true. That's caused from having animal DNA because y'all share 98% of your DNA with a chimpanzee, and then
Well, if
84%
I
with
did, my
a
blood would be
dog. So
iron, though.
that's not necessarily true. But
I mean,
I
my blood would
mean,
literally be iron if I shared a lot of blood with mammals. Hey, get off your sister.
so
Get.
iron phosphate don't exist no more. Okay, that's fine. I do want to move to Jason because he said he's a black geneticist, and I would
Yeah.
like to hear his thoughts. But abundance and gratitude,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll just keep listening
no problem. Go ahead,
down there.
Jason.
I guess I was just curious about the frameworks that you're working in. So, like, what is your species concept? Like, what's your criteria for delineating one species from another?
So I'm sure you've been in here since I was talking to that lady. Again, so-called black people, we possess no animal DNA. We only possess antigens on the outside of our blood, but we're not the producers of animal proteins. But when you start to get outside of everybody who is so-called black, they actually have animal DNA and they actually do produce animal proteins, cytochrome C, for example. And this is why they undergo, hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype, and it's another one, aqua something. So they get these syndromes because they share animal DNA from different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce with, each other.
Then, so, okay, I'm lost a little bit. Can you help me? So, from my understanding, DNA helps to pattern the body plan and maintain the body as it continues. So, in your framework, how is this occurring for people who don't have DNA? How is their body being built?
I never said they didn't have DNA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm saying they share DNA or genes with multiple different types of animals to construct their organism, which isn't a natural process. So what I'm saying is the reason why they undergo a lot of these different syndromes that have to do with, again, the SLOS phenotype, hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, and it's another one called aqua, and then it's a P. I'm not sure how to pronounce that last word that starts with a P, but they undergo these things because they share genes or, DNA with all these different types of animals that can't naturally reproduce amongst each other.
Oh,
And
I'm sorry.
because these animals can't naturally reproduce amongst each other, the thing is you're going to start to see complications happen because, again, that's within their genome.
Sorry, my question was about, you said that, can you repeat what you said about antigens?
Oh,
I thought
so
you said that black
with
people don't have
antigens,
DNA.
so-called black people, we're not the producers of animal proteins, but we do have antigens on the outside of our blood cells, which is which comes from us either voluntary mixed breeding. It came from, them graping us back then. And it also comes from the foods that we eat today, mainly proteins, what they want to call protein or meat. You feel what I'm saying? So that's where we get those antigens from.
Okay. Okay. So I think I see what you're saying. But okay, so then this is where my question was. So I was asking about the term that you're using, so-called black people, not developing animal proteins. Am I correct in
Now, we're
representing
not the producers of animal
not
protein.
producers of animal
Right.
proteins?
Yeah.
Okay, but then my question becomes, how is it that the black of them, and then in that case, what would be the difference between?
So we don't produce animal proteins, but again, we still have antigens on the outside of our blood.
But I'm saying that, like, your skin is made of protein. Your eyes has collagen. That's a protein. All of these things are animal proteins.
Right, but I'm saying when it comes down to us having animal DNA, we don't have animal DNA because, again, we only have antigens. And these antigens are associated with animals. Now, as far as, the structure, the stuff that you're talking about is like for it's not necessarily just from animals, if that makes any sense.
Okay. So
I'm not
in
sure if
your
you understand what
framework,
I mean by that, but for example, like collagen, that's not just native to animals.
so which are the proteins that are animal proteins?
So I gave an example earlier, a cytochrome C protein sequence that they share with chimpanzees. But with so-called black people, again, we're not the producers of animal proteins. And we can't hear you if you're off the app as well.
Someone was texting me. Okay, so isn't cytochrome C oxidase? Okay, so this is something that occurs throughout the animal kingdom, but you're saying that that black people don't have cytochrome C oxidase. Is that what you're saying?
The cytochrome C protein sequence that they share with chimpanzees.
So, okay, and then just to get some understanding, for you, what's the relationship between DNA and protein?
Well, the protein is the structure. That's the thing. Like, it's still created, but it's the it's the structure. So think of proteins as something that it's just the structure of the cell. Let's say that.
I'm sorry, but you're dead wrong, because I'm sorry.
Hold
We're
on,
still
I'm
on the
gonna
same.
get to you. No, I got you. I'm gonna get to you after Jason. Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, but for you, what's the connection between? So the protein is the structure of the
What's the
cell.
connection between them having that sequence?
No. What's the connection between protein and DNA?
What's the connection between proteins and DNA?
Yes, just generally in your framework.
Again, DNA is expressed through the different what is it? A, C, T, and G. So your DNA lines up in those different sequences, and then with that and then with proteins are just the outside, the structure of the cell, from my understanding.
Okay.
And this is why when, for example, when you get damage from UV damage or whatever, it damages the protein first and then it damages the DNA, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Do you mind if I
Right,
share?
again, Nate, please stay on mute until I get to you. I'm gonna get straight to you. Go
Do you
ahead,
mind if I
Tracy.
share my species concept and then the relationship that I've seen between DNA and protein?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
So, I think so. Historically, there are a few different species concepts. Originally, there's like the biological species concept, and you kind of alluded to this when you're talking about being able to reproduce, right? So we have some species that can reproduce with one another, but their offspring is infertile.
Right, so
So
like
we
the
know
lion
that
and the tiger, for an example. Yeah, I get you.
exactly, yeah.
Right.
And so there are other ways that we can try to determine different species morphology, just the shape, right? So you might look at this flower, you might look at this other flower, and you might decide, okay, these are of one species. I
Right.
look inside, they have similar petals, the seeds look the same. These are part of the same species. And then once we got sequencing technology, we have the genetic species concept. And so people would just compare the similarity of, like you're talking about, the sequence ATCG for however many base pairs and say, oh, you have this much similarity with this. Like you're talking about the sequence similarity between some people and chimpanzee.
Nah, they share genes. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but so what I would say is that a lot of these genes are conserved. And what that means is if they're working in one system, they're not going to change from one system to the next system. That's why they share the genes. And so my question would be like, you would have to develop an entirely separate network of genes for just one specific, like we would be the only living things on this planet with a completely separate network of genes. And then the link here between proteins is that your genes, your DNA is going to determine what proteins are made, right? The amino acid sequence of the proteins, and then how much of them are made. And that's depending on your stage of development and then also interactions with your environment, right? And so I'm not sure exactly what we mean by the term animal protein, but DNA is transcribed into RNA and it's translated into protein. And if there's someone who has DNA, they are making protein because the protein is what builds the body, does boring stuff like phosphodiesterase breaking down some other protein so that your eye can receive a light signal. Like none of this stuff would work without proteins, you know? So I just wanted to offer that. I love coming into these lives just to see what people are thinking about stuff. Cause I can tell you right now, I have access to National Institutes of Health databases where I can see people's DNA. Or I've also extracted and sequenced my own DNA. I've just been privileged to be in those positions. So I know from an experiential standpoint that what I'm telling you is at least what I've experienced at the very least. But also at the same time, it's just interesting to hear what's happening in the public discourse around this stuff. And thank you for listening. Genes are, and just to address this comment here, DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. A gene is a loose term that we use to describe a certain sequence that performs a certain task.
Right. All right. So to clarify, you're saying that we're the same species as everybody else outside of us because we can create further offspring?
No, what I'm saying is that there are different species concepts and speciation.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is that what you was going with? Or
Well, do I think that all humans alive today are the same species? And so can I give you the longer answer?
go ahead.
the longer answer is that some of us have admixture from a different species, which is Neanderthals. So would I say that all of us are 100% modern Homo sapien? Yes, because the majority of all of our DNA is similar, and it's a 99.99% identical match. And between humans and chimpanzees, it's 99.87. And that's all humans. And so while there are some groups of people who, like you mentioned earlier, left Africa, groups of Arab people, a person in Asia, East Asia, and England are more closely genetically related than two Yoruba people in Nigeria. That's how much diversity there is in Africa and how much it was bottlenecked as people left Africa. So there is going to be a distinct difference. And then also there were Neanderthals in Siberia that those people mated with when they left. So there is going to be a distinct difference in lineage because of that. And some of these traits that you talked about, like more body hair, those things come about as a result of that. That is just scientifically true.
Right.
But
That comes from sharing animal genes, though. That's what I'm saying. You're never gonna see a so-called black person, no matter if they're in Antarctica or if they're in Africa, actually exhibit hypertrichosis. There's never been one case. You're never gonna see a so-called black person with vestigial tails or anything like that. That's the thing.
there are.
No,
I
there's
just don't
not,
know how to
because
tell, like
I even tried to look at all the articles. Now, also it would kind of like determine on who you would consider as black, because yes, there hasn't been a case amongst somebody who's Somali, but if you look at them, they're not so-called black. They're actually a hybrid. So yes, it happens to Somali people like that, and I know a lot of people want to consider them so-called black, but they're not. Now I'm talking about a full so-called black person that shares my base phenotype. They're never going to exhibit, again, hypertrichosis or vestigial tails.
so you're referring to like Bantu, sub-Saharan, not Nilotic peoples.
Right. I mean, you know what a so-called black person looks like, and you know niggas that look mixed. Like, I mean, let's just keep it real. Like, we know this shit. So
Yeah.
can you like, because I mean, you worked in this field, so, or you still do something like that. So,
I am currently a geneticist, yes.
all right. So have you ever seen a fully so-called black person ever exhibit hypertrichosis or vestigial tails?
So, and I'm sorry for always elongating these answers.
Nah, you good.
But it's that black is a sociological term. So
Right. It's not. Yeah, I just say that because that's what a lot of people associate with. Now, I'm talking about people who produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain. That's what type of people I'm talking about.
So all people produce melanin. It's just that there are two
Right. They
different
produce
types of
melanin, but there's 5 different types of melanin, and 3 pertaining to so-called humans. So you got melanin and fucking neuromelanin. So only so-called black people produce neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain.
I think I get where I think I'm gonna answer based on what I think I think I know what you mean. Like people that we would refer to if we saw them on the road, you're black. Is that what
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. So I'm going to reference one other study, then come back to my point. So in Brazil, they did this study where they looked at people's genetic origins. Cause as you know, Brazil, they have a lot of African ancestry there, indigenous American ancestry, and then also European ancestry from Portugal and Spain. And then they had that program to eliminate is genocidal program to eliminate the African ancestry from the population. So there was a lot of race mixing in Brazil. If you go to Brazil today, because of the high amount of race mixing, you might meet someone who you and I would look at and they look phenotypically black to us, but they actually technically have more Portuguese DNA because there are only a few genes that control the phenotypes that we consider to be black, right? You just need a handful of mutations to appear black. A ton of the other stuff could be European in origin.
Right. Even somebody who, let's say, phenotypically presents as black is not so-called black. Again, the Somali people, as an example, they're not so-called black people. They're actually hybrids. So I'm gonna just give you an example of somebody who is so-called black. Let's look. Everybody knows LeBron James.
Yeah.
So a nigga like LeBron James would never again undergo hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype, nothing like that. And that's because again we don't have animal DNA.
But the vestigial tails, like even if a person is not growing out a vestigial tail, the coccyx, anything under the sacrum really is a testament to that vestige. Like, and every single human being has that bone. So it's, to me, it's just, and like you can look up, it does not matter the ancestry of the person. Everyone has a bone at the end of their tailbone that they don't actually need. So how would we explain that, the presence of that?
Again, that's kind of not what I'm at. I asked you a question. Have you ever, like personally, have you? Because I mean, you're in the field, right? Have you ever seen a so-called black person? Again, listen to everything I'm saying. Have you ever seen a LeBron James, right, undergo hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, meaning that you can physically see the tail, or the SLOS phenotype? Have you ever seen that ever?
So I will have to say no. And the reason is because I can't recall it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I did see it.
I mean, I've been looking. I'm gonna keep it real, brother. I've been looking, and I ain't found one yet. So,
Hey, y'all can hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, brother.
Where is that?
But even when we try to have smecks with these people, red blood cell hemolysis or hemolytic disease begins to take place amongst our red blood cells. So it's like, it's actually a detriment for us to be amongst these people and mixing with these people, because again, we're not the same, and so-called black people have no animal DNA. And I ain't met one person that can prove that we have animal DNA. Because again, if we was all 99.9% the same like they say, and our genes were expressing in similar manners, then we would undergo the same shit that these people undergo, and these niggas wouldn't have wiped out two continents full of so-called, or not two continents, but two places full of so-called black people, Brazil and Australia. That was full of nothing but so-called black people. These niggas came over there, they started raping us, and we started unaliving. So that's what I'm saying. We're not the same at all.
Yeah, but there's also something to take into account is like, when you have an isolated group of people, they're going to develop traits that are unique to them, right? So we can't, like, if you have, let's say, we can use dogs as an example, right? We know that dogs are the same species. They could look drastically different. And that's just because of differential breeding over time. And you can actually still mix those dogs for the most part and have a viable outcome. You will have problems with inbreeding, but I don't think that just because you have geographic isolation over extended periods of times and unique phenotypes that arise within a geographically isolated population.
Right. So can I say this though, brother? The dog's base phenotype never changed though. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean?
So like, even though the dog may look different, have maybe a different phenotype, the base phenotype is always the same with dogs, and they're created, they're not natural to the planet.
But so I'll offer one example, and then I'm gonna let you get on to the other guys. I appreciate you for letting me talk with you a little bit. So
No
I'll offer
problem.
one example that's very close actually to the vestigial tail example that you offered. During domestication of dogs, we've seen a shortening of what's called the neural crest, which is important for the development of both the snout length and the tail length. So as dogs continue to be domesticated, we're seeing dogs with curly Q tails. That's how you know they're more domesticated. Their snouts get shorter over time. The relative length of their legs to their body size gets smaller. And that's just because of they're still the same species, right? But their ears get floppier. That's also a neural crest thing. And so I think there are just changes that are going to happen over time as genes change. They just mutate over time, you know?
And I completely agree with you, but we don't see that shit happening amongst so-called black people and everybody else outside of us today because our base phenotype hasn't changed. We're still producing neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain, the same as yesterday, and we still have that hair that grows up towards the sun. It hasn't even started to change yet. And even when you get into any of the animals over there near the equator, because they like to pull that out of Africa theory that never happened. But let's just say it did. How come the same can't be said with these animals over here? Because they say we share 98 or like you said, 99.80 something percent DNA with, chimpanzees or the babonos monkey or some shit like that. How come those monkeys over there in Africa don't have our type of hair? These niggas are close to the equator. So how did our hair follicles begin to change when we went to the cold? Even though I don't even think that happened because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But let's
I
just say
love
it
this
did though.
question.
How did the hair follicles begin to change, and how do we stop producing neuromelanin in the third ventricle of the brain?
So the follicle thing, so the amount of DNA that you have 6 billion base pairs. You could have 2 or 3 of those base pairs change, and that could change the texture of your hair. So
But
when
it's
we
not
say,
changing. That's what That's what I'm saying. It's not changing for so-called black people. Like, again, we have brothers and sisters that's over there in Antarctica. They families have been over there for some time. Their follicles have not begun to change. They have not been adapting to their environment the way that they said that. The out of Africa theory, as far as that has not been taking place nowhere else.
yeah, but the reason why you don't see the persistence of that change is because it's not necessary. If you're living near the equator and it's warmer and you have the hair texture that we have, it allows your body to cool down more easily. That's why it persists among us.
Okay, I got you. How come the white people over there in South Africa are not beginning to undergo any type of change?
Because these processes are tens of thousands, actually hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years in the making. Like, it's not just going to be like a couple decades or even like a couple millennia. It takes
Okay,
a
not
very
a
long
problem,
time.
brother. How come the chimpanzees aren't changing today?
How come they're not changing?
Yeah, why aren't they undergoing evolution?
They are. They're
not though,
evolution is just
because
a chain.
chimpanzees came. So they've been on the planet for around 6 to 8 million years, right? So why did they just stop changing all of a sudden?
They didn't stop changing. So it's just that here. So there are a few genes and small changes that will make a phenotypically visible change, right? So let's say, for example, I have 10 mutations in my DNA, but it just so turns out that those 10 mutations give me straighter hair and lighter skin and green eyes for some other white person or something. That is like 0.00000% of their DNA that changed. But it looks, if we were to just look at 2 different people, it would look like a massive change. But in reality, if we're looking at the DNA similarity, it's not that big of a change. The same is
Right.
true
So
for
I'm talking
chimpanzees.
as far as adaptation because again, there's chimpanzees in Africa near the equator. That's a fact. And again, chimpanzees have been on the planet for 6 to 8 million years. You said it takes around 100,000 years for some shit like that to happen. How come these niggas ain't changed to look like so-called or have so-called black people's hair or start to develop, neuromelanated skin?
So there are two reasons. The first reason is that there is no adaptive advantage. So for a chimpanzee compared to a human, early humans hunt for their food, running, like we are the species bipedal that runs and hunts and walks. We're putting off a lot more heat energy, which is why you see in the sub-Saharan Africa, these people don't have hair on their bodies.
Hold on, but that's not true though, brother. Because if you look at so-called black people, when you look at their, if you get into their blood sugar is naturally higher, like naturally high, and that's because our ancestors used to eat an abundance of fruits and vegetables. So we wasn't doing that shit. So let's not go there. We wasn't hunting
So
for, and I mean, we have adapted to start doing that after we came into contact with these other people. But before we were in contact with these other people, we wasn't hunting for our food, doing none of that. We was actually eating fruits and vegetables. So
but I do think that both of those can exist. Like you can also have, you can eat fruits, vegetables, and also hunt. But
right, but
what I was
what
saying
I'm
was
saying
that,
is, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. So what I was saying is just that in that process, you are expending more energy, which is why you need to develop adaptations to cool your body down, like coily hair. A chimpanzee is not doing that, so they don't need that adaptation. And so that's why it's not going to come
But
about.
look though, brother, there's monkeys over there in Africa that eat similar to, let's say these niggas eat fruits and they eat meat over there, right? So again, they're not undergoing that change as well. They hunt for their food as well. That's a fact.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, but
So
okay, so we have these things that we measure called mutation rates. The symbol is mu. So I gave you the example of like I might have just 10 changes to a genome, and they might look like large phenotypic changes, right? You also might imagine you have 10 changes in the genome and you don't see any phenotypic change. It's not visible, okay? But maybe something is happening with the way that body works internally that is different. And so I think that even though it's not always visible, like, oh, this chimpanzee has adapted to the cold or something, they might have an enzyme, a particular enzyme that works differently, or they might have some adaptation to hearing, or when it's not always going to be something that's so readily visible. But that doesn't mean that they're not changing or evolving, right? And also this is actually something that I think is really cool. The human mutation rate is faster than most other species. That's because
okay.
the
Right.
human, and this is because of the chromosomal position. So there are certain genes. So, like you said, the sun can come in. It's going to hit a protein first, like you said, and they can hit your DNA once it gets into the nucleus of the cell. The genes that are more likely to be mutated by anything that is a mutagen, including the sun, are going to be the ones that are on the outside, right? In human chromosomes, and we also see this in Homo erectus and other species that proceed in the Homo lineage, regulatory sequences are on the outside. That enables for us to regulate, even though we have similar genes, we're regulating them differently than other animals.
Right. So okay, let me say this, brother. Evolution never happened. I'm gonna just keep it. I'm gonna keep it 100. Evolution never happened, and these people were seated on the planet. And how do we know this? Because you're a geneticist. Have you heard anybody that you conversate with explain how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic?
Yeah, I don't think that's fully understood, but it's a beautiful process. We
Right.
we
So
actually saw another
hold
example.
on. Let's just
Okay, my bad,
let's
my
just keep
bad.
it short. These niggas don't know how the fuck they went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, but they saying it happened, right? So again, do we know how we went from haploids to diploids?
Duplication.
Duplication.
Yeah, duplication, whole genome duplication. That's also how plants
So
went to
that's how we
octoploid.
went from haploid organisms to diploid organisms.
Full genome duplication. That's not only happened once; it's happened many times. And then there are examples of organisms that have more than 2 copies, and that's
Right.
just
So are you
duplication.
referring to the egg zygote and all that?
No. I'm talking about like
Are you
plants.
talking
There's a
about
plant called Arabidopsis. They're octoploid. Strawberries are octoploid. They just had duplications of their genes to use as a
which
backup.
strawberry though? Because not all strawberries are natural to the planet. So which one are you referring to?
I was just referring to the basic strawberry plant as I know it. So you may know something more than me about strawberry origins. So
Now I'm just saying because there's a lot of unnatural fruits and plants that are on the planet that are eukaryotic organisms, and they was actually seeded here. They didn't come through Earth's natural evolution. So I
yes,
would
but
definitely look more into that because again, you can say that goes for a strawberry, but is that strawberry naturally conducive to the planet? Would be the question though.
I'll share with you about my background of thinking is that like if I don't see direct proof of it, then I can't really speak on it. So I've never seen any direct proof that a strawberry or any other species was seeded from another planet. So I can't really speak on that.
No, I'm not saying it came from another planet. I'm just saying it was created. But I get you though. I did enjoy this conversation, brother.
No,
If
I
you want to
appreciate
stay
you.
up here,
I
I can
love talking
circle
about
back
it.
to you. But out of respect, I want to get to the other people because they
No,
have
please
their
do.
way.
Yeah.
You feel me? But
I'm gonna take off. Take care, y'all.
abundance, brother, abundance. All right, go ahead, V Games.
There's no, when it comes to, melanated people, like, just like you said, like, like us, like, like the LeBron Jameses that look like really like us. There's no evolution when it comes to us. Same way, the same way we were originally is the same way we are now. The only way we would be, have any kind of percentages other than that would be through some kind of colonization and forced mixing in. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely agree with you saying. And I don't believe that everything could be read through a scientific lab monitor, technology, because that's like saying, because a man builds, man builds a computer. So, then you look at all the different details, it's just, no, it can't happen. We can't look at a computer and break down everything, and everything wasn't even coded by the original people of the planet to even verify that this information even makes sense. It's just coded by some people who think they can, come up with nicknames for everything and come up with everything's role, in nature.
No, definitely. So, just to clarify for the room, do you think that we're all one species?
That was for me, or that was just general
Nah,
to
that
everybody?
was for you.
No, I don't believe that we're all the same. No, all of us walking on 2 feet and can drive cars. No, we're not all of the same ancestry or even the same species. Like I believe that people who aren't like us, like the LeBron James, us, you know what I'm saying?
Most
That
definitely.
aren't us is definitely of at some point in time they was genetically engineered, and that's the reason why they have all of that human DNA. That's why they say that apes are one of the most intelligent primates in the wild. Give me 1 second. Fuck is calling me?
Well, I'm gonna swing back to you, brother. Go ahead, UV. Go ahead. Hey, Nick, you can go ahead and go. Hold on, I don't think he on here. Go ahead, Nine Ether, Divine Goddess.
Yeah, I agree with you. We are not the same species. We're not. Even though, like the other brother said, we have been mixed with other races through colonization and forced mixing by choice of us, you know what I'm saying, marrying to other races. But we're not the same species. We're actually from a whole new family. We're the Anunnaki race. And like you said, there are like a lot of fruit and vegetables that's on the planet that's not real. It's like
Hold on,
just
you
like
sound a little muffled, sister.
I'm sorry.
No, you good.
It's like give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm at work. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, my bad about that.
I'm a swing back to you, sister. Go ahead, V. You want to
Yeah,
finish?
so, my bad about that. So what I was trying to say was, so pretty much, because I was doing some research. I know everybody got their own opinion or whatever, but I was doing some research, and according to the research, where it led me to was basically, the ancient ancestors was doing genetic engineering. So they had basically, I don't know if you ever heard about the ancient, y'all probably have anyway, because y'all are some intelligent people here. But there's like ancient, there's like signs of like ancient alchemy or like, just different things. There's a lot of different signs and stuff, ancient technologies and stuff. And so basically they had a gene splicing program, and they was able to splice an ape with human genes or human DNA, and then that ape was able to have human ape hybrid babies, and then they just kept on splicing.
So, who's the humans? What human DNA did they use, brother?
I mean, I would say they would use their own. They would use a male's human DNA, and then splice it with a female's, into the female's genome, and then when she'll give birth, it would be like a human ape hybrid. And
Okay,
then
so were these people so-called black?
what that was doing the program, yeah, they had to been.
All right, so the thing that don't make sense with that, brother, is because there was actually for one, you can't splice into the cells of so-called black people because each of our cells are coded in neuromelanin.
No.
Or
No, the other way around.
I'm gonna get to what you said about them putting it into the woman as well. But just to clarify, you can't mess with our cells, you can't mess with our genes or anything like that because again, we have neuromelanin. But as far as you saying that they were using male DNA in the woman to actually birth that hybrid, it could never happen because. Go ahead.
No, that's not. I meant it the other way around. That's what I was telling you. What I was saying is that the male human splice his genes or DNA into the female ape, and when the female ape gives birth, she'll give birth to human ape hybrid, and then they'll have to keep splicing it, splicing.
So do we know what splicing means? Like, I'm not trying to.
No, yeah. I know what you can.
Right, so the only way to splice is to use UV light. That's the only known way that we know to splice. But again, because our cells are coated in neuromelanin, you can't take out genetic information from our cells because our cells end up just absorbing or eating that UV light every single time. So you can't alter us.
Ether, is he saying that black people were genetically stronger?
How come you're not asking me what I'm saying?
I mean, hey, if you want to go ahead, brother.
Because I
You can
couldn't
have
hear
a conversation with him real quick. Go ahead.
All right, so look, what I was
you were
saying,
saying that.
I'll repeat it again if you want me to. What I was saying was that
Go ahead.
a melanated black human sliced his genes into a female ape, so that way the female ape could give birth to a human ape hybrid. Now, the female ape is the hybrid is you know is giving the birth. I'm not saying the human is. I'm saying the human is giving the DNA. I'm not even saying that mix is happening. I'm just saying but if I'm not gonna say like that light work wasn't done because I did hear about light work. I was doing research and I could find I don't know. There's a lot of things that point to light working too with the ancestors.
So, brother,
I wouldn't discredit them.
are you familiar with the gestation period?
With the what?
Gestation period.
You said what? What period?
The gestation period of a
I mean,
woman.
you can go ahead and explain. I don't want to waste some time.
All right. So the flaws with what you just said, from my basic understanding of the giving birth, you're saying that a so-called black man spliced his DNA, meaning that somehow they cut into the cell of a so-called black person, got
No.
genetic information,
No.
and somehow inserted it into a ape. Or I'm not sure if you're saying that they use the male sperm to insert it into an ape. I'm not sure. Which one are you going with?
If I'm being honest, I'm going to say I can't really say I'm 100% sure on exactly how they was able to put the DNA or male human genes inside the female ape, but that's like the only way to explain for why they have why they have so much human genes and DNA. Because you can't turn it around and say that the apes created the humans, because that wouldn't make sense.
So, Gaines, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
I'm still a little confused. So, are you saying black people's genes were mixed with the apes in order to consume? Or are you saying or everyone outside the black race is mixed with the ape? What are you saying?
I'll repeat it again. So what I'm saying is that the melanated, male human spliced his genes or DNA to the female ape.
Okay, where did you get that information from? Where did you hear that?
Why does it matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter?
Are you going to believe me based on where I got it from?
Hold up. You cannot come on a panel in front of dozens of people worldwide and make a claim like that without any substantial evidence. And then when I ask you why, where did you get the information? You ask me why.
Well, not everything is documented.
If you're gonna come on here and
you can't just say, oh, just because something's not documented is not true, or because it's documented is true.
Then what? I'm just supposed to trust you because what you're saying?
You don't have to trust me. I don't even know you.
Dog, what you're saying does not make any sense. You have to genetically and biologically explain what you're talking about.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
You can't
not genetically, because if you genetically explained it, you would be talking about it on a molecular level. So no, you did not genetically explain it. And
I'm sorry, I don't sound like Google AI when I'm talking about.
Hold on. Your biological makeup is what determines your phenotype. Is in your hair, nose, and your lips. So also, you did not biologically prove it either. So where are you getting this source of information from?
All right. Well, nowadays scientists do these science work on animals and stuff like that. They're not even using apes anymore. And if they do, it's not going to be to genetically engineer, a human ape hybrid. So this information is going to come from, it's not going to come from Google. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you're thinking. If you're going to go search Google and hope for this information to pop up, that's not going to happen.
Where's it gonna come from?
Hold up, Gaines. I'm gonna keep it clean. My brother right here. I know this brother personally. We have the same books. We don't use Google wearing books.
That's what I'm saying. So where did you get this information from?
No, I'm not using the book either. But I'm just saying, if an ancient ancestor did this kind of work, Where would it? Where is it supposed to be documented? On the
That's
.gov
the thing. We
website?
put a lot of things in stone, so it doesn't make sense that we made hieroglyphs, but we didn't document the creation of something that's unnatural to the planet. That don't make any sense.
Exactly. And
I
our
mean,
cells,
how do you know what's in the
existence,
hieroglyphics?
our cells of because our cells, meaning the so-called black race existence, dates back to over trillions of years ago. So whatever you're talking about, and you're saying why would it be documented? There would be some type of document of it because it shows the significance between us during when we were carving.
Nice try, but this system didn't deal with that kind of
Look,
that
bro,
kind of
I'm
thing.
not gonna talk over you. We're gonna like men, and we're going to
Nah,
talk.
my bad. I thought you was finished. No. I thought you was finished. My fault. I thought because I heard a little gap or space, so I thought you was done.
All right, go ahead and say what you were saying.
So basically, what I'm saying is that you're not gonna see this. You're not gonna just see this on Google. This is something that accordingly to alchemy, this can definitely happen because first off, you can actually, if they're saying that a ape has 99% of the DNA, where do you think that 99% came from?
What do you mean by that, brother?
I mean, can you explain another way, another reason why an ape has 99% DNA
No. Humans share over
Wait.
99% of their DNA with the chimpanzee. And what I'm saying is that doesn't pertain to so-called black people because we have no animal DNA.
Yeah, but the thing is that we are of the planet, right? And the planet is of us. We are basically the same thing. So if the animals came with the planet, then I can definitely see animals and everything of the planet having our DNA as well.
Nah,
Okay, so
that's not.
have animal DNA.
Everything from the universe came from the same source.
Hold up, Zay. So you're saying everything? You're saying black people have animal DNA? Then technically, that's what
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we manifested everything on this planet is what I'm manifesting. There got to be a reason why we compatible to everything.
What are we compatible to?
So you can't find fruits that you can eat and benefit from, get nutrients, vitamins, and minerals from. Why do you think that's a coincidence that we just came to this planet on a spacecraft and then we just hope that life will be good here? How do we just pinpoint like just landed on Earth because we just knew it was going to be perfect? Where did we come from? Can you explain that?
We came from, bro.
All right, when we was born, we came from our mother, right? We came from our mother. We was born on the planet.
We're talking about the animal subject right now. Okay, like whatever else you're trying to talk about.
What I'm saying is that the reason I'm saying that to say the reason why a female ape can accept the genes or DNA of a human male or whatever is because we are the beginning anyway. That's the reason why that makes it compatible anyway. So once you resplice with an ape, you can mix into anything. Like I believe that they mix human DNA into like birds and stuff, and that's how they got dinosaurs. That's what I believe.
But you believe that though. A belief is something that you can provide without evidence.
Like I said, not everything is documented.
Okay, look, the Google part, what you're saying about the Google part, I understand that. I understand what the intent behind you saying that. However, whatever you're talking about, if you can give a hypothesis to me right now, how far would you say that date back to whatever creation that you're talking about we did?
I don't have a date for you, brother, but we know it exists.
That's why I said a hypothesis, an educated guess. What do you?
Well, because I mean, obviously, it's either that or a rock. Or you're gonna go with the whole narrative that a giant rock came and hit the earth in one spot and got rid of dinosaurs all over the planet. Come on.
No, that's not what he's asking you.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's like these people have the same they're coming from the same type of background. You have nature and you got science and you got religion. Why do you think they all clash?
Nature and science goes hand to hand. So what was the point of separating that?
Actually, is a lot different, sir. It's like when you have science, they deal with bananas that don't even grow from the tree. That's science for you. when you're dealing with nature, you're gonna get the bananas from the tree. They're gonna have seeds in them.
Right, but that banana is still composed of a biochemical substance. It still goes into science.
All right,
So
but what makes people compatible with fruits and vegetables? Coincidence?
or biology. What do you
Come
mean?
on, man. How you gonna? It's like we all. It's like the universe. Everything lives. We all live in the universe. How can it be a coincidence that we're on Earth and that all of this is going on? It's not a coincidence. Like, come on, bro.
So
That's
I'm
that's
gonna just
discrediting
come out
the
clean.
intelligence.
Hold on, brother, because
Okay.
there's two other guests. I'm gonna just come out clean and I'm gonna just say this: it's very detrimental what you just said about the so-called black man using his genetics and putting it into an ape, because there was actually a zoologist in Russia that performed experiments on the so-called black woman, trying to get her impregnated by an ape. So that's
That's
very
different.
detrimental what you just said right now, and it
Yeah,
doesn't
but that's
make any
backwards.
hold on. It doesn't make any scientific, biological, or genetical sense at all of what you just said. So
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
if you don't.
come out clean, but I do want to move on to the next guest, though, buddy.
All right,
I'm gonna
cool,
just
cool.
I'm gonna kind of get into what he's saying, and we can move
Hold
on.
on.
I
Wait,
apologize.
was you up here before Truth?
I don't remember. I can be patient and wait. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Truth.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go
Oh, okay. Well, I was really wanting to kind of make a comment to the genetics person that was on, because it's like he was a genetics he was into genetics, but you seem to know way more than what he do professionally. Like, it's
ahead.
just said that they cannot admit that we not genetically the same. We don't come from the same source. I mean, nothing is really the same about us. You know what I mean? Like, it's so different that how could they think, and then they love to say, even some of our people love to say, oh, we all got two legs, two arms, so we all human. But that's not true. That's not true. And
Right.
so I did want to mention the mucous membrane, because we know white skins have mucous membrane.
Absolutely.
And so I was just so excited to hear this conversation, because I listened to Kalai Mayat Amin Ra on YouTube and stuff. And he covered the same, like, genetics and biology and stuff.
Absolutely. Completely.
Yep.
So, again, it's a lot of people in the comments right now. If y'all disagree, y'all can request up. I ain't ducking nothing. That's the thing. A lot of y'all want to sit in the comments and type all day, but y'all are literally sitting in my lives for hours and won't request up, which is very weird.
Well, all humans are human. That's
Right, I got you,
ridiculous.
Ty.
Excuse
I'm
me.
gonna get straight to you. I want my brother to speak real quick. Abundance
Excuse
and
me.
gratitude, mother of life.
It's humans and mankind. We got to make that clear as mankind. And we not humans. We are primordials. So I'm out.
What I
Let me
say
speak to
first is to he was speaking about recognizing that animals have the attributes of humans and possibly being confused. See, sometimes the awe of all existence, some people can be awestruck at looking at the creations and all the things and themselves. When they alone and they awestruck, breathing and moving around and seeing everything else. Now I slide from napping to saying it is. I'm asking a question now. Do y'all believe in evolution or creation? That's like the egg before the chicken or the chicken before the egg.
It's evolution, blood. Stop
Right.
misguiding people.
Oh,
Hold
there's no
on.
evolution, dude.
Hold on. See, I'm gonna get. I completely agree, but I'm gonna let my brother finish his point, and then I'm gonna move on. So, brother, do you believe that we're all one species?
They talk foolishness. Not funny, man.
Nah, not you. I'm talking about the brother that was just speaking. Amazon.
It's most evident. Some people don't know about the pygmies, and they got in Australia. What's those
Nah, I'm just
the
asking a simple.
Aborigine?
Hold on, brother.
No,
I'm
I
just
don't
asking.
believe. I don't believe that everyone is of the same species on this
All
earth.
right, that's all I needed. Most definitely abundant.
All right. Did you want somebody else to speak?
Yeah, I wanted Kai because he came in here. He couldn't tame the animals trying to speak through his nucleus. So go ahead, Kai.
Let me speak to Kai.
Yeah,
Yo,
humans
yo,
are
Kai.
humans. Very
All right,
simple.
I got a question. So this is a yes or no question, and then I'm gonna come up with the backup with the second question after that. Do you think black people are the same as everyone else on the planet?
Yeah, black people are the same as everyone else is on the planet.
Thank you. So, are you a white man?
Yeah, I'm a white man.
Okay, so can you genetically and biologically prove to me on how black people are the same as everyone else?
Yeah, because we're both human.
Okay, respectfully, you did not genetically or biologically prove to me on how black people are the same as
We
everyone
are
else.
biologically both human.
Okay.
Dumbass. What kind of shit is that?
Right, depending on what?
What are you talking
What makes
about,
us?
bro?
Hold on, Kai. What makes us human?
What makes us human? Being born of a human makes us human. You're fucking dumbass, bro. You need two humans. That's why I can go. That's why I can go sleep with a black girl and have a baby with your dumbass.
Okay, so
With
you
your
understand
dumbass.
what process happens when you sleep with a black woman, right?
Yeah, it's called we have a baby.
No, sir. It's called red blood cell hemolysis. The scientific term behind that is called hemolytic disease. So you can look up the Rh factor or the RhoGAM shot, and the process takes place between that. So if you go try to reproduce with a black woman, a process takes place called red blood cell hemolysis when your red blood cells start to deteriorate and destroy themselves more than they're reproducing. So if you study stem
What
cells,
if it's a light skinned girl?
What? Don't matter. It doesn't
What if
matter.
it's a super light skinned girl?
It doesn't matter. She could be
Exactly.
mixed.
You're just talking shit, dude. Saying people
Kai.
aren't human and shit. That's crazy work.
He lying, yo.
It's crazy work.
Yo, Kai.
People aren't human.
Okay, so I'm gonna assume that you're above the age of 21 and you're a male. So can we act like men here, or are you gonna keep acting estrogen based?
Oh, you're acting estrogen based, bro. Simple.
So you kind of just proved my point. So I'm asking you a simple question: can you genetically, on a molecular level, prove that black people are the same as everyone else? So obviously you can.
Yeah, I can. I said on a molecular level. Okay, they're biologically human with your dumbass.
Right. So
No,
first of all,
I know.
Hold
I
on,
can.
hold on. So Kai, I'm not gonna allow none of that.
Mm-hmm.
This is to have a conversation. So if you can't intellectually
I
articulate
won't say
yourself in a
that.
manner, hold on. If you can't intellectually articulate yourself in a manner, that fits the conversation, I'm gonna just go ahead and remove you. So can you answer his question without being a smartass?
Yeah, well, I kind of did, right? On a molecular level, what are humans made of? Molecules, okay? And these molecules, okay,
Right, which molecules?
in a large composite are the material makeup for human beings. And
Right.
that is shared amongst blacks, Asians, whites, browns, all types of people, because they're all human.
Right, I got you. But again, why is our biochemical substance different?
Well, why does someone have, why is somebody...
You're not going to answer my question with a question. Why is so-called black people's biochemical substance different than everybody else outside of them? Please answer that.
Because there's all types of people. Everyone's a little different.
So you don't know.
Can I make a comment?
Well, it's
hold on, sister. So I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that you don't know, and you can't.
No, it's simple.
I'm gonna just hold on. I'm gonna just assume that you came up here with your feelings and you didn't like what was being discussed. So again, I don't care about your feelings. I only want the facts, and you can't answer any question that me or my brother gave you. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on respectfully.
Answered all the questions. I'm out of here. You guys are talking nonsense.
Right, I got you. Abundance. All right, King Boops. You was in them. You couldn't hold your tongue either. Go ahead.
So if I cut a white man and I cut a black man, what color coming out of him? Tell me what color.
You said what?
If I cut a white man or I cut a black man, what is coming out of them? What?
I'm not gonna entertain that. So I'm gonna just get straight to it. Explain it genetically and biologically how so-called black people are the same as everybody else outside of them because it don't matter. Animals believe the same color, so I don't care about what you're talking about right now.
You
So can you?
don't understand. You won't believe what you won't believe.
Hold on. Again, I just whenever you come off mute, I just want you to explain it biologically and genetically.
I told you biologically, what gonna come out of me? Am I going to have
Okay, what
grass
color are
or
the
what gonna
veins?
have come out
What
of me?
color are the
Water.
veins?
What gonna come out of me? What gonna come out of my veins and your veins? What? Tell me what.
That's not what I'm asking.
How
I'm
come?
asking
How
you
come
to
melon?
explain it biologically and genetically. And if you can't do that, I'm gonna just assume that you requested up here. With your
Genetics.
hold on, I'm gonna assume that you
Genetics.
requested up here with your personal feelings. And you don't know anything about anything
Personal.
in the
I don't
space.
have nothing personal. I don't have nothing personal. The only thing I have, right, is you people, right, trying to misguide people and
And how?
tell.
Right. So having a
Biology is not misguiding.
right.
Biology is not.
No,
So
but you
again,
don't have a
hold
degree
on,
So,
in
King.
sir, can I
biology.
ask a
Show me
quick
your.
question? Can he please tell us then why come melanated non-ether people veins are green and white people veins are blue?
Everybody veins green or blue.
Yo, boo.
Okay, if we all the same, why come everybody don't have green veins? I mean, you saying that you stick somebody melanated, stick somebody white, and
How
then
can you
it's
see
going to
how
come
can
out.
you see
So,
green
but the
veins?
veins are
How
not
can you see
the
excuse me,
veins are not the same.
how can you see green veins on the black melanated skin? Tell me that. You can't.
I'm looking at them right now,
Hey,
my arm.
sis, hold
I'm
up.
looking
Sis,
at
hold up.
green veins, and
You
I
Sis,
can't.
hold up. Let me talk to him. So, King, you saying we're all the same? Black people are all the same as everyone else on the planet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you
So
don't like the blood, I can tell you something else.
I'm
You want to hear
I don't
something
care
else?
about the
I can
blood.
tell you something
Listen,
else.
look, you're a
Everybody
grown
born
man.
with a crack.
Can you act your age, please? Can we have a regular conversation? Like, bro, I'm not gonna talk over you. Let's just have a conversation, or you're gonna get fucking kicked. All right. So, can you explain to me why? Because as a so-called black woman, can you explain to me why, if I go with a white woman, a Mexican shorty, or Asian shorty, that when I inject my life force inside of their womb, a process takes place called red blood cell hemolysis. When their red blood cells destroy themselves, and in turn, the mother's cells act as in a defense mechanism and tries to destroy the child, which is where the ROGAM shot comes in. You can look all of this up, the RH factor, the ROGAM shot. Can you explain to me why that
Didn't
happens?
mean anything. That doesn't prove
I'm
anything,
not
sir.
done.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not done. Hold on. Can you explain to me why, when I impregnate someone outside of my race who's not a black woman, her cells try to destroy the fetus and almost unalive the mother as well, which is where you get
You know
hemolytic
why?
disease.
You know why? You know why? Because you're impotent. You don't have nothing to proceed in life.
So I went ahead and removed him because he's not sparking no neurons within his brain, and it's kind of sad that people come up here with their feelings. I just want to have a conversation. So again, anybody because I see y'all typing in the comments. So anybody who disagrees and actually can hold an intellectual
Yeah.
conversation and articulate yourself, please request up. I don't mind. Go ahead, Fortune.
Answer?
Can I just say something? Because I wanted to say what you just said to Kai. I wanted to say that a melanated non-ether organic man, if he impregnated any other race of female, that she got to get a shot. And if that shot does not work because her body is constantly trying to abort that baby, they have to get their cervix sewed up. And I believe that this is why they have all of us going to the doctors all the time to make that not stand out and look, you know what I mean, so different. So they make all of us go to the doctor all the time because they have to constantly go to the doctor and check them to make sure that that pregnancy is still okay, even after the cervix is sewed up, to try to keep the baby in there. See, and we see how bad these people want to whiten out and wipe out our species. And we need to understand that they doing that. So if it's no pure and organic species left on this planet, then they feel like we don't have a right to the birthright to our lands, to our planets, to all the planet, to all the resources and all the lands belong to the organic, natural inhabitants creations of this realm.
I agree. This is why interracial dating is pushed so much. But Orchid, can you
Yeah.
say whatever you're about to say?
Explain, sister.
So I remember kind of learning about this in my microbiology class. Basically, all humans are Homo sapiens, but because we've been dispersed across different planets across the world, we develop different adaptations. But even among certain races, like I believe the differences genetically between all humans and any humans is about on average like 0.1%. But that could be between two white people. You know, they have different eye colors, for example. Like, and it's just the same. It's because certain people stay in a certain part of the, you know, equator that they reproduce amongst each other. Whereas, say, like a different group of people migrated, you know, 10,000 years ago to another higher part of the elevation or whatever, you know, like, so, and they reproduce amongst themselves. So the differences genetically are going to deviate further. But however, we still are the same species. It's just that we have different traits because that's just how genetics work. Genetics are always adapting to the environment, and mutations are always occurring too. You know, and it can
Right.
get to
So
the
can
point
I
that they're
ask you? Right. So are mutations natural?
well, they happen naturally, you know. They
I'm
happen.
asking. No, that's not what I asked. I said, are mutations natural?
Yeah, they're natural.
No, they're not.
Like different eye colors are mutations. Blue eyes are.
Your entire base phenotype is not going to change just because you move to a different climate. That doesn't make you.
No. Mutations happen all the time without, like, if you're implying that it's like a chemically, some kind of chemical intervention, mutations happen in nature all the time.
Right. So how come they haven't happened with the dragonfly, for an example, that's been on the planet for quite some time, or honeybees that's been on? Hold on, honeybees that's been on the planet for quite some time.
That's actually what I was gonna say.
Hold on. Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead. I thought you're done.
These animals right here, they have not changed over time for since they spawned on the planet. So my thing is, you're talking about the out of Africa theory, and I'm gonna assume that you believe that happened. It never happened because it doesn't make any sense. For one, it doesn't make sense for so-called black people to move to colder climates. That doesn't even make any sense. And even if we did, the way that our genes are expressing is not going to change in such a drastic manner where my hair follicles begin to change and my skin starts to become sulfur and ammonia based.
So you don't believe in evolution at all?
No, evolution never happened.
Okay, so Orca, can you explain how we went from haploids to diploids? Because I'm going to assume that you believe in evolution. No?
I mean, this is all like, you know, you have to really study microbiology to really explain a lot of this. You'd have to take an entire college class to study microbiology. There's a lot of things that go into this, you know,
do you
like.
believe in evolution? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how do we go from haploids to diploids?
Let me look that specific question up.
You're
Why do you
taking
gotta look the question up when you?
Because I don't know that off the top of my
This is
head.
8th grade
Obviously.
genetics. This is why whatever you just said about we having to take a college class, that's unnecessary. You're talking about microbiology when this is 8th grade genetics. So explain to me on how we went from haploids to diploids if you're saying evolution took place and you're explaining the phenotypes change biologically and on a micro level because we moved to different climates. You have to explain how we went from haploids to diploids. In other words, how we went from one set of chromosomes to two sets of chromosomes. No animal DNA to multiple different variations of different animal DNA. You have to explain that on a genetic, micro, and macro biological level.
Dang, I gotta do all that for you?
Yes, you do, because you're making a very ignorant claim in front of dozens of people. And you literally just made yourself look even more ignorant by saying that you're taking a microbiology class, which I don't know why that fucking matters.
I mean,
And
do
you
you know
cannot
how
tell me the
broad
differences
microbiology is?
between a haploid and a diploid cell, which is 8th grade biology.
You can learn a lot of things in biology without even touching the subject of haploids and chromosomes whatsoever.
I mean,
Okay, that's a cool story. So can you tell me how we went from haploids to diploids?
I mean, I'll have to read you like an entire
It's a
article.
yes or no question.
The moment I start speaking, you start interrupting me. So how am I
Because
even
I'm
able
trying
to
to be
answer
very direct here, and you
anything?
keep running around in circles like
Because it's
everyone else has been doing
a
up
long
here.
process to explain. Are you ready for like an entire lecture?
This does not have to be a lecture. It's just a simple answer or a simple question. How do we go from haploids to diploids?
Hold on.
Of course, we have to research it, right? You want to get to the next guest?
Yeah, because why do
Zay?
you think that you're just gonna ask me like some random ass question? I'm gonna have
It's
the
not a
answer at the
random
top of my
question.
head.
This is basic
First of
science.
all,
You should, see,
yeah,
the
that's the
reason why
whole
I said
basis of
you made yourself look
evolution.
more ignorant is because you're already taking a microbiology class. This, you should already fucking know this, in other words. So let's move to the next guest while she takes her time to research this.
Go ahead, I am.
Cool. I just had a quick question. Leprosy. I know that's a disease that was commonly, or people that were commonly getting leprosy in the 1600s, 1700s. My question is, do we know of leprosy being a common thing in just the so-called Caucasian people only, or is that a thing that goes around? Is that a disease that both species has or get quite often?
You said what about Caucasians?
Leprosy, the disease I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, leprosy. I was wondering is that disease, where does it come from, and why is it seeming that Caucasians are the only ones that get that so-called disease?
I'm a come clean. I don't know anything about that disease. I would have to do my own personal research on it, so I'm not gonna answer that. I don't know if my brother has did research on it, so you can ask him real quick. But for me personally, I don't know. Nick, do you know about leprosy?
I don't know about what? Sorry.
Leprosy. He was talking about a disease that's happens amongst so-called white people.
Who I am?
Yeah.
Yo, I am. Can you because me
White
personally,
people
I've
are
never
not the
heard
only
of that
ones who get
before. So.
leprosy. Any person of any race can get leprosy.
No. Okay, I am. I've never heard of that before. So can you elaborate on that, please?
I heard of it before.
Oh yeah, I remember this nigga in the Zay, this nigga in the chat, Outcast. I was on his live
Who
yesterday.
just said no to what I said? Like, can you prove that?
Yo, hold on, Orca. So this nigga, I was in this nigga's live yesterday. This nigga in the chat right now, Outcast, and he had kicked me off his live once I was explaining that we are not, because he was trying to say black people are all the same. You know what I'm saying? So I want to, if we can, if he joins, I want to get his ass up here too. Because he was saying the same thing that these eukaryotic complex cell organisms be saying.
Like, did you guys smoke weed all through school and
All
you
right, so
didn't?
Orca, you
Smoke
want
weed? You can't even answer 8th grade
brother,
biology questions. What are you talking about?
Shut up.
Orca,
You take a microbiology class for what?
hold on, brother, I got you.
Can you answer the question?
Go on mute,
I
please.
want to hear your answer.
Hold on, you got you want your 5 minutes of fame. So can you explain again how we went from haploids to diploids, or how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic? Can you explain how that
Through
process took
fusion.
place?
It's through fusion, but I want to hear how you explain.
Fusion. Okay, tell me, how did the prokaryotic cell fuse with another prokaryotic cell to create a eukaryotic cell? Let me know.
I don't think she does. You know,
I hear y'all complex cells
I
say that
don't
shit
know,
all the
but
time,
can you answer the question? I really want to know what you have to
I can explain how the fuck that took place.
Explain
This is
it.
how the fuck y'all got on the planet, through electrofusion, electroporation, and genetic manipulation. That's how the fuck you got on the planet. And scientists cannot explain, other than that, how the fuck the eukaryotic cell got on the planet. So, like you said, fusion. How did a prokaryotic fuse with another prokaryotic cell? That doesn't even. Again, you're explaining mutations that are not naturally occurring. That's the thing. Y'all niggas love running to that shit, but you can't explain how that shit took place. We always want to talk about the cause, but we always want to talk about the effect, but never the root.
That's the
Well,
problem.
what do you think happened? Like, well, I really want to
I
know
don't.
what you
I
think.
just told you the
If you
only
don't believe in
explanation. Hold
evolution,
on.
what do you
No,
think
I got you. I got
created
you.
all of life?
Like I said earlier, electrofusion, electroporation, and genetic manipulation. That's how you got on the planet.
Why? Who did this?
A being on the planet that was playing God.
A
The
being on the
Hittites.
planet? That makes more sense to you than what science
Orca.
is proving
Okay.
to be
If
fact.
Orca.
science
Let
don't
me say
know
that.
other than that, how the fuck the eukaryotic cell got on the
Because
planet? So what do
clearly
you
you
mean?
never learned anything. You
I
clearly
mean,
never learned
okay,
any
all right,
science.
right. All right. There's 82 people in here right now. I need you to explain to all
No,
84
I'm
people.
not going to
Hold on, no, no,
explain
no, 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 no,
anything
no,
to
no,
you.
no, no, no. No, we're not gonna do that. I want you to hold
No,
on.
I'm not
I
going
want
to
you
do
to
it. I'm
explain
not
to
going to take
all.
your little pop
Hold the fuck
quizzes.
on. Hold the fuck on, real quick. I need you to explain to all 83 people and everybody else on the panel right now how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic. Since I don't know what the fuck I'm talking
Stop
about. Go ahead.
embarrassing yourself. You're really coming on the internet and just showing
Nah,
your full.
right, I
She
got you.
can
I
answer
don't.
the
I don't got
question.
time for insults. If you
We're
cannot
about
answer
to
the
we're about to
question, say
fucking
I
kick
don't
you,
know.
bro. You're about to get kicked.
School. Go to
Like,
Answer the question.
school.
You're about to get kicked.
go to. All right, that's not a
Go
problem.
ahead
Go
and
to
kick
school.
me. I don't care.
Cool. Oh, now you would know because that gives you a chance to run away. No, I really want you to answer it since I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Please explain to me how
You
we
are
went from
asking me the
prokaryotic to
most
eukaryotic.
arbitrary questions like I'm some sort of encyclopedia. You know how
Correct.
many
It's not
questions I get
But you
arbitrary.
just came
Please
up
answer the
here.
question.
Hold on, brother. You
that you
just
don't
came
have
up
the
here.
answer
Hold up.
to?
You just came up here disagreeing, and then you said I was wrong when I
I
stated how
didn't
the fuck
disagree. I
eukaryotic.
said we
Hold
are the
on.
same
When
species.
I explained how the eukaryotic cell got on the planet, you said I was wrong and I need to go to school. So that makes me think, maybe she knows how the fuck that shit happened. So explain it. Go ahead.
Sounds like crickets.
You want to know where the eukaryotic cell came from?
Right. Go ahead.
Hold on.
You finna search it up?
Yeah, like what the fuck do you want?
Okay. You know what's funny about
I'm
this?
just so confused how you expect
Hold
me to
on.
have these answers like
Look, look,
out
look,
of my
look, look.
ass.
Okay,
Because
okay.
you
Let me
requested up
elaborate.
to. Oh
Let
my
me elaborate on it.
gosh,
Let me
bro.
elaborate on it. So, what you're saying right now, how we're acting like you are referencing that you're a fucking search engine or something. Everything that you're saying right now, because I'm gonna assume you're in college, right?
Yeah, what like
Right.
what?
So you're taking a microbiology in college. So me and my brother, the host that's hosting this right now, we have the books that are speaking about this. The genetic books, the microbiology books, the chemistry books, the fucking anatomy books. You know what I'm saying? We have these books with us in our presence right now. And what you're saying, you're trying to explain on how we look phenotypically and genetically, how we changed through a fucking period amount of time, such as climate change, when scientists to this day cannot explain how we went from haploids to diploids. So the fact that you're trying to come on here in front of 85 fucking people trying to explain that on a scientific and biological level makes you look fucking ignorant, because people who have been studying this for over decades have not
Just
proven
because they
it.
can't answer that one question doesn't mean they cannot actually
Because,
prove and
but hold
demonstrate.
up, Orca. This is what you're not comprehending. That is
Can
the
you let
whole.
me answer, please?
Hold on. That is the whole basis of evolution that you're trying to prove fucking happened. That's the thing. It's a fact that prokaryotic cells were the first life forms on the planet. The eukaryotic cell did not exist. So the whole basis of evolution is how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, or how we went from haploids to diploids. So the fact that you're trying to say, oh, because they can't answer that one question, nigga, that's the question. What do you mean?
Exactly.
Like,
That's the entire
you can't
question
make
behind
this
all
shit up.
this. And look, the fact that even makes it even more, kind of comical is because you're trying to prove something that never fucking happened. So the question that we're asking you, how do we go from haploids to diploids, and you're trying to do all these fucking Google searches trying to figure it out, bro, we already know that that never happened. And the fact that you're
How do
trying
you
to
know that it
explain,
never happened?
because it does not make any sense on a
You
genetic
don't know
level. How do
anything.
we go from not having
Oh my gosh,
how do we
bro.
go? Okay, so look, haploids are a single set of chromosomes, just like prokaryotic cells are. They're single celled. Eukaryotic cells are complex and multicellular organisms, and diploids are multiple sets of chromosomes. And so, in a genetic standpoint, how we know that never happened is because you would have to explain how we went from having no animal DNA to magically having animal DNA. And every single time we ask people this, they always bring up an evolution theory. And again, you would have to explain how we went from haploids to diploids, not having, because prokaryotic cells
How
do
did we
not,
go from having no animal DNA? Where did you get that?
because
So-called black
people
people don't have
possess
animal
prokaryotic
DNA.
cells. We do not have any animal DNA. And even if we did, it would express itself on a macro level, on a phenotypical level. Through our hair, our noses, our lips. The skin color doesn't fucking matter because there's dark-skinned people who are Dravidians who have no phenotypical trace of black people.
You're related to other animals. You know that, right?
Which animals?
Biologically and
Okay,
genetically, prove that to me right now.
hold on, brother. Which animals are we related to?
You're related. You're a primate. You're related to
Okay,
apes.
what primates share my base phenotype? Let me
You're
know.
related to rats. You're related to pigs.
I got you. Yeah, you're explaining your genome, right? First of all, you're explaining the eukaryotic cell organism's genome. That has nothing to do with so-called black people. Now, explain to me which animals that you just named share our base phenotype. I would love to know this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh my god.
How about if instead of asking random ass questions out of
That's not a random question. This is not a random
You just
question.
said that so-called black people are related to primates. Show me one primate. One. That's all I need is just one, and I shut the fuck up. I never speak about this again. I put this on everything I love. Show me one primate over there in Africa or anywhere that has our base phenotype. Let me know. I put this on everything. I will delete my account. I won't speak a word ever
Never go
again.
live again.
I swear to God, I put this on everything. Never again. So Orca, you show me one ape that has the same base phenotype as a so-called black person or any animal at that.
And you know what even would make it better? Also, while you're doing that, show us a black person born with tails or a black person born with hypertrichosis, which is short werewolf syndrome.
I see
What?
So
Wait,
you're
so
implying,
you
you're
found
you're implying that every other race other than black people are related to animals and you're not.
Nah,
Is that what
science
you're
is
talking
implying
about?
that. I'm not implying nothing. I'm just reading the books and giving out the
Why
information.
did you just
And
bring
the
up the
thing
tail
is,
thing? Why did
and
you
the
just bring
thing
up
is, hold on. The thing is, you believe that because you just said that we share DNA with a mouse, a primate, chickens, cows, dogs. The list fucking goes on, right? So my thing is, again, can you provide any animal that has my base phenotype as a so-called black person? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, show me. Matter of fact, I'm gonna invite you to turn your camera on. Go ahead.
I'm
Let
not turning my
everybody see.
camera on you, weirdo.
What do you
Turn
mean
your camera.
weirdo?
You can put
We
the green
told you
screen
to
on. You
show
don't even
us
got to
any
show your
research
face.
of it. So we're
Just
gonna expand your
screenshot the
screen.
animal that shares our base phenotype, and we can get straight to it. Go ahead.
Here you go. I expanded your screen. I'll pull it up. Turn your camera on and pull it
I'm
up
not
and
turning my camera on, you fucking weirdo. Like, what?
Oh, now we're weird because we want you to explain the bullshit that you just spewed to 85 people. Man, fuck it. Y'all niggas
Why do you
different.
keep on bringing up 85?
Y'all niggas different. Get off my live, bro, because hell no. You're not going to slide with
Zay, I
that
can't
shit,
tell which
bro.
one's talking, bro. I can't tell if
Hey,
it's chimpanzee. I can't tell if it's the fucking.
that's the fruit fly. You know how fruit flies bother niggas for no reason? That's that fruit fly DNA over there expressing.
Yo,
She
I
just wants to
can't
come
tell
up
which
here.
animal's talking right now,
Like, this
gang.
shit is insane. Like, you can't make this shit up, people. We're weird because we told her, she said that there was an ape out there that looks like so-called black people that has our base phenotype, but wouldn't show us. Like, you can't make this shit up. I'm trying to tell you. Go ahead, Skeeter. I know you've been waiting. I apologize for that.
Yo, Skeeter, you there, bro?
It's all right. I got some new people that want to join up.
Yeah.
Hey, what's good? Can you hear me?
Cosmic, did you get a chance to speak? I'm not even sure. I'm going to keep it 100.
No, I don't think they spoke at all.
Well, Cosmic, you can go ahead. And we can't hear you if you off the app, by the way. All right, fuck it. Go ahead. Who is that fucking...
Looks like a fucking bird. I can already.
It's off that one anime. I forgot his name,
Yo.
but go ahead.
Hey, so like you guys, like you're getting the terms confused, right? So, what do you think a haploid cell is, or what do you think a haploid is?
What do we
A haploid is a single set of chromosomes.
Yeah, so you can have a single set or you can have a double set, right? we never went from being a single set to a double set.
We know that.
It's a scientific fact. Haploids was the first organisms on the planet. So
No, that's single cells, not a single amount of.
No, I'm saying it's a fact that haploids were first on the planet. Diploids came after the fact, and that's a scientific fact.
Let me search up really quickly, yeah.
And that's the thing, niggas gotta search it up. All right.
Make sure my facts are right. I just want to make sure my facts are right.
And if you're wrong, I'm gonna block you from my live. I'll put that on everything. I'm gonna just let you know that.
Okay.
And I'm gonna invite you to share your screen so you can show all 88 people in here what came first, the haploid or the diploid.
Want me to expand the screen or? Yeah, let me do it.
Go ahead. I just invited him to turn his camera on. So I want you to show all 87 people because I'm tired of niggas coming in here and act like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, go ahead.
No, but you're using haploids and diploids interchangeably.
Nah, that's not what I'm asking. You said, no, I want you to look up real quick. I'm gonna allow you to look this shit up. What came first, the haploid or the diploid? And if that shit says haploids were first, I'm blocking you, my nigga. Respectfully. So go ahead, because you just said that diploids was here first, or you said they was here simultaneously or some shit like that. Go ahead.
Nigga said he sound like a superhero.
Superhero.
Yo,
show us what came first, the haploid or the diploid. We shaking. It don't. Why does it matter if I block you? Matter of fact, I ain't even gonna block you, bro. Just go ahead.
I'm looking now.
It don't take that long to look.
You can do all that looking, bro. Which came first, haploids or diploids? It's a simple fucking Google search. This nigga's probably trying to go to all these different underground websites.
Narrative. Y'all niggas not slick, bro.
It's a simple Google search, bro.
Yeah.
All right. So what came first?
Plate.
Oh, but you just said that. Okay, type shit. Right. So I guess I don't. Hey, remember though, he came up here. He said I don't know the term. I explained the term. He said I was using it wrong. I said no. Haploids came first, and what did that nigga say? And now that he got proven wrong, what are we gonna do now?
Bro, it's a mistake.
It's a mistake.
Right, but you came up here in front of 86 people trying to claim that I was wrong. That's the thing.
No, I was getting confused between what you're saying.
No.
You're right.
You said what we were saying. We were getting the terms confused. That's what you said when you first came up here,
bro.
And so if you're implying that we're getting terms confused,
you're right.
You're implying that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Bro, I just said you're right.
All right, not a problem. Abundance and gratitude, though. So I'm glad you came up here and you said you admitted you was wrong and you wasn't on no crazy shit. I can respect that. Abundance.
GG, bro.
Right. Go ahead, Vibrant.
Yo, Vibrant Pearl. You can come off mute.
I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I was letting the cats out.
No, you good.
How's everybody on this wonderful afternoon?
We're good.
Thank you, Pearl. Appreciate you. How about yourself?
I am wonderful. I am abundant. I'm chilling on the balcony right now.
Most definitely. So what made you want to request up?
Oh, I just like the convo. I was coming up to support.
Right, so you got anything that you can add?
Hold on. Are we all the same species? I don't think so. Not in my opinion.
And why did you come to that conclusion?
How did I or why?
Both.
Well, I knowing who I am and what I am and what my gifts are, I just know that there's some different than others and some the same, and you could kind of feel it when you're in the presence of certain ones. You could tell if you are from the same tribe or the same galaxy or whatever else you want to call it. Ashe?
All right, so I got a question though. Where do you think all other so-called races outside of so-called black people, where do you think they came from?
Well, in my opinion, that's kind of a hard question because I like to stay in my own lane and I just know who I am, what I am, and my gifts. And I don't try to guess or assume anything. I only go by the uploads, downloads, and the Almighty and my ancestors and our connection. So I don't like to speak on things I don't know about. I like to stay in my own lane.
Okay, so don't you think that it would be viable to learn it because we have to pass it down to children?
Absolutely. That's why I go to other lives, but I'm respectful when I don't know about something. So that's when I shut up and listen. Ashe?
Most definitely. I would like to recommend you some books so we can, you can get a better understanding.
I would love that. Could you hold on so I could get a pen?
Yeah, I got you.
Hold on.
Divine intervention. I don't think that we're the same species. Like so-called black people, we're not the same as everybody else outside of us.
Oh, I'm definitely in agreement with that. Okay, I am ready. Could you shoot? Oh, not that word. I'm sorry.
No,
Could you go ahead?
So, you can get Why Darkness Matters, and it's a book about neuromelanin. All these you can get on Amazon, by the way. So, Why Darkness Matters, Melanin, What Makes Black People Black by Dr. Layla Africa, Genetics for Dummies.
Wait a minute. Wait. What makes
Black people black?
Okay, thanks.
And then Genetics for Dummies.
All right.
Biology for Dummies.
All right.
And I'd also recommend Stem Cells for Dummies as well.
All right.
Yeah, so those will be some good starter books to start to grasp, the biological and genetical differences between us and them.
Can I ask you a question though? Because I like I said, I go in other people's lives to learn, and then I go within to know what to take and what to leave behind. So now you made me come up with a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you believe that we are all gifted, rather where we come from or who we are connected to?
Can you define gifted? Like, what do you mean by that?
Do you believe that we all have gifts, powers, strengths, gifts? Like, I know who I am and I know a lot of my gifts. I feel like some more are coming in. The more that I upgrade, the more that I rest and travel, the more that I learn. So I'm asking, do you think that no matter what species or tribe or whatever you come from, do you think that in a way we are all gifted? Whether they are negative or positive.
I mean, yeah.
Not so.
Most definitely. Every species has their own strengths.
I see.
And things of that nature. So.
Okay.
But divine intervention. Did you want to request up?
He said he's bonding with his family somehow.
Right, you're bonding with your family, but you've been in a lot. Okay. See, you can't make this shit up. A lot of y'all be scared to articulate yourself.
Yeah, that's what I said. If you're bonding with your family, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you here?
Right, it's like a lot of people disagree with does all 71 people in here agree with the topic? And even if you do agree with the topic, you can request us, articulate why you think that we're not all one species or why that we are all one species.
I don't know, but don't you think if we were all one species that we'd all have the same exact gifts anyway? We'd be looking the same, acting the same.
Absolutely. So-called black people, we stem from the cosmos, which would, if you wanted to give a vessel to the cosmos, it would be the so-called black woman. So that's our origin. But go ahead, Cassandra.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to be on. I don't think that we are the same. You know, I don't have any educational background on it, but just common sense and wisdom and life experience dealing with different nationalities and races of people. It says a lot, and it shows us a lot. You know, I feel that the nature, the different things that I have seen over the years with these different groups of people, and then I'm Black American. I tell you, and when I'm in the midst of other different races and nationalities of people, the vibes, the vibration of it, it just feels like I'm in the midst of a place I shouldn't be. But when I'm in my own group of people, I feel at home, I feel safe. I feel we have something in common. I feel we share something together. People can call it what they want to call it, but in all reality, it is what it is. It's the truth. And I believe that sooner or later, we all going to find out the truth. You know, we all been programmed and indoctrinated to believe things a certain way. But just because that may have been the fact, it doesn't mean that it's true. Yes, we've been indoctrinated. Yes, we've been programmed. But what we've been indoctrinated and programmed with, it don't necessarily mean that it's true. We have to relearn now. We are in a mess. We are really in a mess. And everything is not based on what you get from a book. God gave us eyes. He gave us ears. He gave us wisdom. He gave us these things for a reason. We can't always, that's what the problem is now. I believe that we don't use our good common sense. It's just like birds, animals. Who taught the bird how to build a nest? Who taught these, when you look at how the animals, the creatures of the world function without going to a school anywhere, and we're supposed to be way smarter and wiser than they are, but yet and still we function like fools, and it's sad, it's crazy, it's ridiculous. We all know the truth. It's not that we don't know, but we live in a lie. And me personally, when I look at the world, if people talk too much and they don't listen enough, if you just use the abilities that God have given us, our eyes and our ears and our good common sense, our wisdom, you can see, you know it without it even being told to you. You can see it. You can hear it. You can feel it. That's why the Bible say, he who have ears, let him hear. He who have eyes, let him see. And it is so true. But we feel like, oh, well, you can't know it unless you go to school. I can see white people are different from us. They function different from us. When I look back at history and some of the different books and things that I have read, and the hideous crimes, my God, who knows to do these things? Some of the most hideous crimes these people have committed. They can't be human to do such a thing to another human being. I couldn't even do that to an animal. And they would be more they would be more quicker to protect an animal than a black person. Not and it's sometimes not just sometimes even their own. When you know, I feel it's just sad. It's really, really very, very sad. But we all know the truth, and we need to, you know, they know who we are, just like we know who we are. It's really, to tell you the truth, the way I see it, we are living a prophecy that is coming into reality. The truth will be revealed and it will be undeniable. And then they would know, everyone would know, you are my people and I am your God. And only time takes care of everything. So everybody can believe whatever it is that they want to believe. But we all going to find out who really is the original people. We all going to find out. And it's just a matter of time. But I just, you know, it's just so painful to me. I'm one, I believe in truth. It's not about black and white. It's not about none of what they got us all in the mix of believing and got us all stirred up about. It's truth. It's just the truth. It's reality. Look, see, listen, hear, you see it. It's right around us. We don't have to go to school to learn it. We see it. Look how people function. You know when people are doing things right or wrong, or they should or should not do. When it's done to you, you know when it's right and wrong. So why can't you know when it's right and wrong when you've seen it done to somebody else? The nature of who we are, that's our gifts. That's it. When we are true to our authentic selves, and we be true to that, we are using all the gifts and the abilities God have poured out into us. We are perfect in every way. The nature of black people is not to hate and to murder. That's not our nature. We are not that kind of people. And when I see these other races of people that can hate and they don't even know you, are you kidding me? I did nothing to you. I'm just existing. And God didn't find a problem with me, but who are you to find a problem with me? Who are you? How can your heart and your mind, what do you have to be this? To be so evil and hateful? But when I'm around my people, I don't feel that. I feel safe. And I know the little swag and a little whatever we may have going on, I can understand why we are that way. It's not our nature. We are out of our nature because of all of the hurt and the pain and the struggle and the suffering that we have gone through. It's so horrible. I'm like, how could this be real? And I'm like, oh God, please, it got to end one day soon because this can't keep going on. You hating people because of the color of their skin. You hating people because of where they come from. I mean, it's beyond anything that I can even, I don't even know how sometimes to balance myself in this world. And sometimes the only thing I know to do is to be still, to be quiet, and to listen, and to watch, and to just don't be a part. Because I do believe that sooner or later, the Bible speaks of a war, Armageddon, and people don't realize that it's going to happen in just the opposite of what they believe that is going to happen. it's the truth is beginning to be revealed, but this truth is going to put everything in its perspective order. But this truth that is going to be revealed is going to cause a war between all of these different races and nationalities of people because they are not going to be able to handle it. A lot of people can't handle the truth. But anyway, I have to go. I have to babysit for my son. And so I'm going to have to pull out. I didn't intend to get on line here and say anything, but maybe I needed to say something.
Nah, you good. Abundance and gratitude. I appreciate those words.
Yeah.
Speaking facts.
Yeah, it is real, but I agree with you 100%. You are actually right. You are very much right. And sooner or later, and trust me, sooner or later, the world is going to find out that it holds a big truth. It's nothing but the truth. And it's not about prejudiceness. It's not about hatred. This is not about none of that. It's about truth. Reality. We have to stay on the facts, the truth. That's what's going to set us free. But because people cannot handle the truth, it's the reason why it's going to cause a war. Because it means that now the position that they so badly wants to hold, they got to move from that position. At one point, I believe that we were actually functioning directly under God's law. We were holding his laws. You know, I can go on, but like I said, I don't need to be late here. I have to go and babysit. But anyway, you keep up what you're doing because you're doing a beautiful job. And I do agree with you. And you take care of yourself. And my prayers will always be with you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Mother of Life. Abundance and gratitude.
Okay, then. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, King Boots, go ahead, bro.
Okay, bro.
All right, get out of here.
All right. So you heard everything she said just now, right?
What was your reason for requesting help?
No, I just asking you, did you? I'm going to prove to you we're all the same just now. I just want to ask you, did you listen to everything she said just now?
I got you. So what was your reason for requesting help?
What was my reason? I was asking how could it not be that we're all the same? How could it not be?
Go ahead and explain to us biologically and genetically how we are all the same.
I asked you, did you hear the woman? Did you hear the woman just speak, right? The woman just
explain that biologically and genetically.
The woman just expressed feelings. Understand? Feelings are something that took millions of years to develop.
I got you. So again,
so everybody
explain it biologically and genetically how we are, as pertaining to so-called humans, how we are all the same species.
All right. So you want to hear it? I'll hear it. I'll tell you it. It goes like this. At one point in time, there was one set of neutrons, all right? It's been proven that either those set of neutrons mixed with different neutrons, negatives and positives, neutrals, all right? Either that or the neutrons split by themselves.
Can I ask you what
hold on. The neutrons
I just want to
split by
clarify.
itself, all right?
Hold on. I just want to clarify just to make sure that you're not trolling. What is a neutron without having to go to Google and look it up? Go ahead. Go ahead, King.
Sorry. Either those neutrons split.
No, I'm asking you, what is a neutron, just to clarify for the room?
I just told you that it was a. I just told
No,
you that.
I got you. What is a neutron?
Something electrical in the air, like a neutron, like something.
That's the problem. You're lying your ass off. You came up here to try to troll, or I don't know what you're doing. Neutrons hold no charge, for one. So how are they electric?
So why do you have positive?
Hold on.
So why do you have positives and negative neutrons? They must carry current.
So
what are you talking about?
Neutrons are the only. Protons and electrons hold charges. Neutrons, they don't hold a charge. So again, I'm not sure why you were requested up to try to troll or whatever.
Everything you just said, they come from neutrons. So I don't know what you're talking about. You have to have
First of
that.
all, I asked you to explain biologically and genetically how we are all one species, and you brought up neutrons, and you try to say neutrons hold a charge and all that. So again, you don't know what you're talking about, respectfully, and I'm gonna go ahead and move on. So please stop. Hold on. Please
See
stop.
that? Quick as that.
I got you. So please stop. If I see you leave any more monkey, hold on. If I see you leave any more monkey comments in my comment section, I'm gonna just have to block you respectfully, because again, I don't deal with none of that, respectfully.
I have to report you then for bullying me and shit like
Go-
that. That's all.
That's fine. Report
That's all
me.
you try to
You don't
do,
know,
bro.
you're spreading misinformation. So okay, go ahead, report me. I don't care. Go ahead, user.
My bad, bro. I got a fucking. My older sister called me. I didn't know I was gonna kick me.
Oh no, you good, brother. Go ahead, user.
Hey, to be honest with you, I was just very interested on what you guys were talking about. I didn't even mean to join, to be honest with you. So
Like, I know you requested up though. So what was your
yeah, no, I had, like I said, I had did it on accident. I was just tuning into what you guys were talking about because it was kind of interesting. You don't really hear too much people talking about that type of topic because not much people are even aware about it, you know. So I was just tuning in. I didn't really mean to request. Sorry if I did, you know what I'm saying? You know, but I was just dropping in real quick and just kind of listen to, you know, what people the type of knowledge they hold and they have themselves. That's all.
all right, that's fine. Abundance. All right, let me see. I know Tony been trying to get up in here. Go ahead.
Bro, this dude Divine is still in here. For
That's what
someone
I'm
who
saying. Aren't you spending time with your family, bro? Go be a family man. You feel what I'm saying? You don't gotta sit here and leave monkey comments inside of my comment section. You've been in here for over 30 minutes. So we could have had a conversation. Just to be completely honest with you. So you was lying about being with your family, but you didn't want to come up. So if I see you leave another dumbass monkey comment, I'm gonna just block you. That's what I'm having to do. So go ahead. I'm gonna have to block you.
What's going on, brother?
Go ahead, brother. What's up, Tony?
Yes, I just was I was listening to something today, and I came across everybody. We are not all the same, because correct me if I'm wrong. From what I was gathering today, melanated people possess melanin, right?
We possess neuromelanin, which they try to say because it is melanin is a brown or dark, or they say brown or black pigment, but that pertains to, you know, people like Dravidians, your darker Mexicans, your Indians, people like that. They possess melanin, but when you get into the actual biochemical composition, it's the same exact thing as pheomelanin. So when their melanin breaks down, it breaks down into pheomelanin. So those are one and the same.
Right. And that's where they were saying that the pheomelanin is other people and melanin belong to darker, you know, people like ourselves. So they're actually the same thing. So that was a lie.
Yeah, absolutely. So-called black people, we possess neuromelanin. We produce that in the third ventricle of the brain.
Ah, gotcha. I appreciate it, bro. Little clarifications like that is beautiful, man. And you know, I think people really have a problem with understanding you came out of us. You're created people. And they don't want to believe that. They don't want to believe that they were created. They're not natural to this world.
Absolutely.
So that's a lot for someone that's in power to digest, especially when you're generations away from all of that, from the truth and the lies. You know, these people, white imperialism is serious, brother. It really is. And you're gonna get a lot of cats on here talking crazy. So you just keep doing what you do, brother. I appreciate it.
Most definitely abundance and gratitude, brother. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna drop down, brother. I'm driving. I'm out here on the grind.
I got you, brother. Abundance.
Yes, sir. Abundance to you too. Yes, sir.
All right, Danny, whenever you load in, you can go ahead and speak in abundance. Monique, what's up, sis? Hold up, Danny, you might have to drop and come back up. Your thing is lagging for me, so you might have to drop and come back up. But Nick, do you got anything you want to say?
You about to end the live or something?
Nah, I'm just saying if you wanted to say anything.
Oh, no. Just really, if anybody disagrees with the topic, please request to come up. Because if you guys continue to keep fucking typing in the comments, you know, because there's no way 69 people all think that we are not the same species. There's no way. So don't be, you know, I'm gonna assume all of you are over 18. You know, we're too grown to be emotionally immature for conversations like this. You should be able to articulate yourself like adults.
Facts. There's no need to come up and call names when you get proven wrong. You feel what I'm saying? That's what kids do. And a lot of us are walking around with underdeveloped brains, which I understand the eukaryotic cell organism, you can't help it because you splice with so many different animals, your brain don't know what to formulate into. So your lower brain is bigger than your upper brain. So I understand that. But as far as my people that want to come up here and y'all want to say that we're the same as these people, I mean, come on. We don't got to do that. We grown. But go ahead, Magic.
Peace.
Abundance.
Yep. Well, everybody's talking about different star seeds and different species, and I really feel that might be the situation. There is some different stuff that's going on.
So, like, do you agree with the topic or do you disagree?
Are we all the same species? No, we are not.
Most definitely. So, can you explain why you believe that?
Well, I moved away from belief, but I'll tell you what I know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what I know is, I was on a live this morning, and this guy kept trying to push the fact, talking about some germ theory and how it's going to unalive us if this and this. I said, well, you know, I caught the C situation back in 2019, and I'm still here, you know, and I didn't take the jab. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I said, everybody's not designed the same. He said, no, this is this and that. I said, well, sir, that's your experience. That's not mine. And I'm not the only one that's like this. And I hate to say for the fact that my hair is doing something different and my skin is darker and what the sun does when I'm in it. You know, well, the sun is dangerous to you. And I say, well, that's not my story. Maybe that's your story, respectfully, you know?
Most deaf.
You know, so just saying it lightly. And, you know, I've been doing this thing called metaphysics since 1982. speaking mildly on it, you know. So that's my stance. Before I take it away, I add more to it. How about that? You got some questions?
Did you say you wanted to add a little bit more, brother?
No, I said before I take it back, I will add more to it because definitely I know that there are some people that's different.
Oh, absolutely.
The dark melanated people are different from the Asians. They're different. Matter of fact, when I was in the hospital a couple of years ago, they said that their bones are hollow by design. The Asian bones are hollow. They like in the booty. How about that? Hey,
this is a fact. And this
that's it.
ones, with Asians specifically, they're spliced with a whole different monkey than so-called white people and Arab people. The white.
Well, I don't know about the monkey tip, but I know what the nurse told me that went to school for the medical stuff. She was Asian, and she told me her situation. You see what I'm saying? She was trying to say that we were plagued with high blood pressure and things of that nature. That's what she said. I said, well, the situation is, we need to eat differently. We can't all eat the same.
Absolutely. It's a fact.
So there's some other things that's going on, other experiences.
A lot, and that's just a eukaryotic tactic right there. They tend to, you bring up some facts, you'll bring up some facts and actually break it down to the root. They'll just sit here and they'll just talk about the effect all day. Like, yeah, my people are suffering from high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, sickle cell anemia, but all that goes back into them not eating correctly. And this is the reason why we have antigens on the outside of our blood. We're not supposed to have those unnatural antigens on the outside of our blood. That's the only reason our people are going through the shit that we're going through today. Because we can't put down the chicken, we can't put down beef, we can't put down cheese. We keep eating artificial sugars, we keep eating Skittles, all this BS that we're not supposed to be taking, and we actually scared to eat fruits and vegetables.
Right.
Like, let's keep it 100. A lot of black people, they like fruits, but it's like they don't eat them. I be every time, bro. You feel what I'm saying? They'll go the McDonald's before they eat an apple, and they wonder why we're suffering from the shit we're suffering from.
I got a real McDonald's story. Now, let me put my disclaimer out there. I'm not saying this is everybody's story, but me personally, I don't Google. I only speak for what it is that I've experienced or what it is that the elders from different cultures have shared with me through their experiences, if that makes some sense. Okay, so the McDonald's situation. I got some associates that work at the plant where they synergize their meat. And if I told you the story of what's going on up in there, y'all never eat it again. But you're talking about maggots and all kind of weirdness and bone marrow, eyeballs, whatever, and they just raking the stuff out of the chute as it comes down, right? They sit there with those, what you call those boots, those galoshes like you're fishing, and it comes up like to your chest, those boots.
Right.
And they got a shovel. One dude got upset because he saw an eyeball from a cow come through the chute. So he threw up. And he hit the button to stop the meat from flowing through so he could clean up the area where he vomited. And they just say it's all meat, just rake it. So he vomited in the stuff and they packaged it and shipped it all out. While he's in the, whatever you call that, the container where the meat's flowing in, it's big enough for them to stand in it, right? So it's just nasty, man. It's just weird what goes on, and it's just weird. So they got people eating any and everything. That's why the price be so low for those processed meats and crap. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm just telling you what I know. They doing too much.
Well, abundance, brother. Appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Give me a follow, I'll follow you. Yep.
I got you. All right. Go ahead, consciousness.
What's going on, brother?
What's good, brother? I can hear you. Go ahead.
For sure. Well, I want to start off by just straight up addressing the prompt. I don't believe we are the same species, and I mean, for somebody who can't follow what you saying, you really don't even have to break it down to make it technical. We can simplify it very easily. When you get two things that, like right now in today's time, you have two things and you separate them, and the environment creates a natural selection. So with that natural selection, things start happening and mutations and stuff like that. So then you have something that separates from what it originally was. And the separation might go so far as to split and turn into a whole nother species based off the mutations. So man, I would watch. I wish I could put this video up on the screen, but I can't. I can only I can only just put pictures and stuff. But it was this YT guy, a professor, and these Asians, and they was talking about the mutations that led to zebrafish gaining their stripes, rather if they were black and got white stripes or white and got black stripes. So the scientific community understand that YT is a mutation from us. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though I guess it's not widely understood, but for the most part,
What do you
them
mean
folks
by
know
us?
that they not us. They not us. They not the original habitants of Earth. As in, like, so when you have a certain environment, it's built for a certain distinguished group of whatever you want to say, whether it's people, animals, so forth, so on. So we know we live in a solar system. Everything that's on Earth, it works well with the sun. So something that doesn't work well with the sun, to me, I feel like that is unnatural. That's basically going against nature. So if you going against
Brother, you
nature,
do
going
realize
against
that
Wait,
white
them,
people.
hold on. And like we do one at a time. I'm gonna get straight to you after my brother's done speaking, respectfully. So go ahead, brother.
yeah, appreciate that, bro. But yeah, man. So we have to understand that their mutation that they know about their self, because like I said, I was just watching this video with these professors and scientists speaking on the matter itself. So we understand that YT is a mutation from melanated people, from the melanin gene. It's a whole split, and the separation and the mutation grew into a whole nother species. But and that was just to ride off your wave. But for my personal, and I was just trying to throw some facts out there to tie it up with on your wave. So, but for my personal beliefs and understanding, I use beliefs very lightly. I feel as though that shouldn't matter at all, because if we understand the concept of like the law of thermodynamics, so everything is here. Everything that's here in this universe has always been in the universe. It cannot get energy, cannot get created nor destroyed. It just transforms. It just transfers and changes and transforms into a different form. So all everything that's here has already been here. So we know we are spiritual creatures. Like this body, the physical, like what we doing right now, all this physical stuff, it's cool, but it really holds no weight to the grand picture. The grand picture is everything that has a consciousness is of a quote unquote spiritual essence. So it all ties back to the same source outside of the physical. You feel me? Like this right here, this stuff that talking about, it has an expiration date. But we understand that everything is here, has always been here. So with the body having the expiration date, that means it's nothing. It's nothing to the
But
ground.
why
It's
is it
just
so different though?
it's just a vehicle.
Hold on,
It's just
Kay.
a vehicle. It's just a vehicle to help us experience life. Now it may be a difference on the type of vehicle that you in, but it's all about the understanding that we all have the same spirit. Well, I ain't gonna say that. Some people have spirits, some people have souls. Everybody don't have a soul. You know what I'm saying? You could tell the difference between the people that don't have a soul and do have a soul. Now, if you want to subscribe that to colors or race or something like that, hey, shoot for it. You can tell who have a soul and who don't. Like, just generally, regardless. You feel me? So,
Absolutely.
that's it, man. I ain't mean to
And
run off
Why
either,
is
man.
it different?
now you good, brother. Now you
Why do you
good,
make
brother.
an edge?
Hey man,
Why do you make
Hold,
an
hold on,
edge?
Kay.
hey man.
I'm gonna
Hold
get to
on,
you.
Kay.
It was people before you. And
A
enlighten.
black
Can you
person
fix
to a
it?
white
Enlighten. Can you
person.
fix it?
That's
Have
so
some type of
different.
enlighten your mic. It's
There's
like
definitely a reason
It
why he
should
makes it so
sound better now.
different.
Does
all
it
right,
sound better?
Kay, I'm gonna remove you. You can come up after
Can
everyone
you hear?
gets
Oh,
done speaking because you keep over talking after I told you to calm down. But go ahead, enlighten.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was having some technical issues there.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
All right, brother. So listen, man. I hear this a lot on YouTube. Not YouTube, excuse me. I hear this a lot on TikTok. There's this thing where like white people, they're like a mutation or whatever. And I understand where that information might come from and why some people might feel that way. But it's not what happened, and it's not what's going on. And I'd like to just clarify it real quick. It won't take me very long. So here I just want to lay down some background, right? All right. So first of all, every human being on the planet, every strain of human is capable of carrying a soul. All right. Unfortunately,
So, what is the etymology of soul?
son.
Right. So, which
Yeah. Okay. Now hold on. Listen to me real quick. I know
okay,
where you're going. I know where you're going. I know exactly where you're going.
absolutely.
All
Go ahead.
right. Listen, bro. Look. So do you know why white people have white skin? Like scientifically?
Yes, because you're spliced with animals that have pheomelanin.
No, sir. No, that's not what happened.
No, it is.
Listen, please. Just like if you just talk over me and you don't let me say anything, neither of us are gonna learn
I'm not
anything.
over talking you. You asked me a question, I answered.
Yeah, just let me finish real quick. All right. So the reason that white people have white skin is because they evolved in Northern Europe as Neanderthals. Right? Do you know what a Neanderthal is?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, do you realize that Neanderthals had greater cranial capacities than average humans today?
Right.
And you realize that Neanderthals were highly intelligent beings, right?
Not sure what you mean by highly intelligent, but they possessed
mean,
intelligence.
Yeah, they were highly intelligent beings. They were very creative people.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's not like they were animals, or you can say that white people are evil because they're descended from Neanderthals. That's the only disclaimer I'm throwing in there.
Who said that?
I've heard it said before.
Did I say that though?
I'm just disclaiming anybody who might be listening who might have that thought in their head, because there's a lot of negative stereotypes along with Neanderthals. And, like, I'm sure you understand negative stereotypes, right? So, like, basically, like, what I'm trying to say is that white people evolved in the far north, the very far north of the planet where we didn't get the sunlight. All right, few months out of the year, we barely get any sun at all. So the reason we evolved white skin is because white skin contains less melanin.
No, it doesn't. Not at all.
It contains less melanin producing cells.
No, it doesn't. Not at all. Again.
Okay, we need to go. We need to go to an
Hold on,
encyclopedia.
Force. Again, we do one at a time, and I'm having a conversation with
Now hold on. Are you saying that white people don't have the same amount of dark pigmentation as black folks?
Right. So again, there's 3 different types of melanin when you're when pertaining to so-called humans, which is neuromelanin, eumelanin, and pheomelanin. So eumelanin and pheomelanin have the same biochemical composition. As far as when you get into neuromelanin, it doesn't have the same biochemical composition. So
Okay,
when
so when you say
hold
melanin, do
on,
you mean melatonin?
I got you. No, but again, when you get into pheomelanin, it's not that it's less melanin. That's a type of melanin. It provides pigment, the same pigment that y'all have, and this is associated with animals. This is why you see the chimpanzee, tigers,
Right.
fucking lions,
So
all
the
these
reason white
different.
people have white skin is
Because
because we
I'm
need
not.
to absorb more UV radiation.
I got you. Not a problem. So again, like I said, all these animals have pheomelanin. So pheomelanin is animal melanin. Eumelanin is animal melanin. That all ties back into animals. But when you get into neuromelanin, that has nothing to do with animals because
Right.
again, the biochemical composition is completely different. Because
Right. So the reason we have white
you're
skin
talking
is
about
because
over talking, and but while I'm talking, you're doing the same shit, bro. So do you want to have a conversation, or what do you? Just go ahead. Actually, go ahead, bro.
so we need to absorb ultraviolet radiation to survive, right? In Africa, there's an overabundance of ultraviolet radiation. If you don't have black skin in Africa, you burn, and over time you get cancer. So that's a big problem, which is also a problem when you're a black person living in the far north, for example, like in the Arctic Circle. You're going to get a lot of problems from vitamin D deficiency, such as brittle bones. You're going to get neurological deficiencies. You're going to get hormonal deficiencies. That's a fact. And the reason that white people have white skin is because if you don't absorb extra UV radiation in that hemisphere of the earth, you die. In fact, white people needed stronger bones because they literally survived by hunting mammoths.
Right, but when we look at your bone density, it's not as high as so-called black people. So again, miss me
You
with
got that wrong because there's different groups of white people.
no, right, right, absolutely.
There's
Right,
white people who are
absolutely. But
descended
again, when
from
you're looking at so-called black people, it doesn't matter on the planet. We all have the highest bone density, and that's a scientific fact actually. So I'm not even going to go there with you. So again, what I was trying to say before you cut me off earlier, pheomelanin is still a type of melanin. That's the thing. So you're saying that y'all lost pigmentation. That I mean, that could happen. See, when the whole out of Africa theory didn't happen with so-called black people going to fucking colder climates. That happened with fucking another eukaryotic organism that had darker skin, which is eumelanin. That probably happened like that. But as far as so-called black people, it can't happen because the biochemical composition never changed.
that
Hold
diverged
on.
at different
Because
times.
again, when you look at the type of melanin, the biochemical composition cannot change because of a cold climate. That doesn't even make
They
sense.
found species of hominids in Europe that predate Lucy.
Right.
So it's very possible that Cro-Magnon and white people did evolve from an earlier ancestor strain that split with the African strain, which is actually a scientific fact because Neanderthals were up there over 500,000 years ago.
Right. Okay. So again, you keep cutting me off when I'm trying to talk. So I'm gonna finish what I was stating. Again, because we was on the topic of melanin. I don't know how we got to hominids, but again, pheomelanin is animal melanin. Eumelanin is also animal melanin, and only the eukaryotic organism has that. And so-called black people never went outside of Africa to a cold climate, and their base phenotype began to change. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm gonna just go ahead and state that.
So what you're saying is that just get to the essence. I want to understand the essence of your thesis.
All right, so everybody outside of so-called black people got on the planet through genetic manipulation, introgression, hybridization, electroporation, and electrofusion. So that's how
So you
y'all
think
got
we
on the
were
planet.
genetically engineered? Do you think that white people, Asian people, and Indian people,
To sum
and
it up, yeah.
all of them, everybody except you really feel that way?
I don't feel nothing. I know that for a fact.
And you're basing this. I want you to explain to me what you're basing this on one more time.
The fact that y'all share DNA or genes with multiple different types of animals to actually construct your organism, which is unnatural because all these animals that you share genes with can't even naturally reproduce amongst one another.
Which gene specifically are you referring to?
The chicken, cow, cat, dog, fucking chimpanzee, babonos, what else? Fruit fly, yeast, plants. I mean, the list fucking goes on, to be honest. You're on mute, by the way, Enlighten.
If he's done, can I say something?
But I want to make sure he's done.
All right.
Go ahead,
I was
Enlighten.
just gonna say, I mean, I don't think that's exactly scientifically accurate.
I mean, it is. Okay, not a problem. But you do share animal DNA at the end of the day, so that's why I know that to be
We
a
all
fact.
share DNA with animals. You know, like how
No,
that
we
happens.
don't. That's the lie that you tell so-called black
No,
people
but
to truly
do you know
find
how that
yourself.
happens, bro? Like, let me just tell you how that happens because it doesn't involve aliens. I
Right,
can tell
you're
you
gonna say
a
evolution, so
real.
go ahead, say evolution real quick. Go ahead.
No. What happens, all right, is you know what a virus is? Did you know that when a virus is transmitted between species, that virus is capable of carrying bits of DNA between species? So, like when a virus is and you think about the animals you just named. You named chickens. You named cows. You named basically every farm animal, which white people who practice agriculture, which wasn't practiced in Africa. All right,
According
so
to who?
dude, it's just a fact. Like it
Right,
wasn't
according to
practiced
who?
like the way it was in like
Where do
Asia
y'all think
and
y'all
in
learned
Europe.
agriculture from?
Stop
Like, first of
lying, bro.
all, hold on, consciousness. It's like y'all don't even make no sense. Y'all niggas was struggling with stone for quite some time, and then all of a sudden y'all niggas was doing agriculture. Like, come on, bro, let's cut the bullshit. Y'all just popped up 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. You can't explain. Hold on. You can't explain why the fuck you have animal-based melanin, which is pheomelanin. You can't explain how the fuck we went from haploids to diploids, but apparently it happened. You can't explain how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, but you're saying it happened though. So again,
All right. So
so-called
you're
black
saying that
people.
are you saying that
Again,
you are
hold on.
prokaryotic?
Again, so-called black people, we have no animal DNA, and we're not connected to you people at all. Keep it 100.
Are you saying that you're a prokaryotic organism?
So-called black people contain prokaryotic cells. Yes.
That's just straight up untrue, and you should read the biology textbook. And I'm gonna get off this live.
I mean, I definitely got to hold on. Don't run because I have my biology textbook over there. I have a genetics, biology, stem cell, the whole nine. So I know what I'm talking about.
Prokaryotic or eukaryotic, and then we can carry on the rest of this conversation. Go get your
Right.
textbook.
Right. I have my textbook right there. So again, the difference between a prokaryotic cell and a eukaryotic cell is one contains a nucleus, which eukaryotic actually means true seeded nucleus, and prokaryotic means before nucleus. So that's just explaining the cellular function, right?
Are you saying that black people do not have nucleuses in their cells?
Nope.
Yo, Ether.
Hold on, user. I'm speaking to Enlighten right now. And then D's gonna go after. I'm gonna have to get to you after D goes. But would you say Enlighten?
I'm just trying to figure out if you're saying that black people are prokaryotic and they do not contain nucleuses.
Most definitely. That's what I'm saying.
Alright, well, I'm getting off of this live because I don't want to be rude and I don't want to be condescending and I don't want to be that white guy. So
Yeah, most definitely.
Hey, Enlighten, stay.
Nah, he out of here. This nigga wanted to play. But go ahead, D.
Oh no, if user has something to say to you, you can. You know what I mean?
Nah, you was here before him, so out of respect, I'm gonna let you go first.
I appreciate it. Okay, Ether, let me talk to you right quick, Aaron. The premise of life, right, is love, right? Am I right or wrong?
No.
Okay, we just gonna say the premise of life is love, right? To love one another, which is upgrading us in some form or fashion, right? So at the end of the day, I'm not on either side because truth be told, we need both race. We need every nationality to get to where we're going. So it don't matter if they were born or made after us, they were made in a lab. That, I'm gonna be honest, that really don't matter because we need them. They're here now. We're here. So, yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing they can do. You get what I'm saying?
Hold on, Nick. Hold on, brother. Let me brother just articulate himself before we go, because I didn't heard it before. Go ahead, D.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now I don't know, y'all talking about some facts. I don't get into all the genetics and all that shit. I don't. But I do know that everything happens how it's supposed to. For real. And we're here now. They're here now. Chickens are here now. Dogs are here now. Everything that is here is needed. You know what I mean? And if it wasn't here, it wouldn't be needed. So
okay. So can you explain?
Might as well just get along. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. Hold on, brother. I get what you're saying. It's just I never said that they're not needed. I'm not preaching hatred on any other so-called race. I never once spoke hatred on any other so-called race. Never. I'm just identifying the biological and genetical differences between us and them.
Hey, Ether, you see what bro put? This nigga put praise Lord Yakub. Folks, see, okay.
Bro, don't worry about him. Me and you having a convo.
Go ahead.
So again, I'm not gonna dispute anything you just said. Yes, they are needed. They came here with a purpose, but guess what? They was also created with an expiration date, though. So they're being removed from the planet. All eukaryotic organisms are being removed by UV radiation at this moment, and that's the thing. So the reason why it's important for us to identify the differences between us and them is because if we're raising our children to be like eukaryotic organisms, it's actually very detrimental to our species. You feel what I'm saying? We've been raising our children like these people for quite some time, and look at us. Look at the predicament we're in today. We're actually looking at our own.
Wait, you said we raise our children like that?
Right, so we're teaching our children as if they are a eukaryotic organism. So the reason why that's detrimental, you see today that we're actually looking at our own reflection and unaliving them for no apparent reason, because we're actually eating like these people. And we all know different species have different psychological states. They move in nature differently. So if we're coaching and teaching our children to move like these people within nature, that's extremely detrimental, because that's not us in nature. Like you said, it's all about love, right? Not a problem. These niggas, I'm gonna just keep it 100, because they share DNA with all these violent ass animals.
Right.
I'm not even trying to be rude. I'm just keeping the facts there.
You can
Right.
fact. Go ahead.
So because they share DNA with all these violent animals, how do you think that they're gonna move within nature? You feel what I'm saying? The whole reason they created this entire system that they want to call, democracy, all this BS, the justice system, the educational system, all this shit was created so these niggas could be somewhat tamed.
Right.
Before all of that, these niggas were violent. These niggas had WARSs every fucking 50 fucking years. Let's be real.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? So these niggas something had to be done so these niggas can tame themselves.
Right.
But because UVC radiation is damaging the nucleus of their cells, they're going to be reverted back to what they share most of their DNA with, which is what? The chimpanzee. And we see how the chimpanzee moves in nature. This nigga did the same exact shit as what's bro named Napoleon. Chimpanzees was doing the same shit as Napoleon, and I'm not even trying to be rude. That's just facts.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
So I'm not gonna doubt. They definitely came here with a purpose, but their purpose is served now. They're no longer needed.
Right. Well, I'm not gonna say right about that. I don't know about that, but I do know that everybody, everything on this planet has a role. You know what I mean? So you saying their time is coming, you know what I mean? They finna get wiped out or something like that. I can't argue with that, because everything is in existence for a reason and a season. So If they did what they did and it's time for them to go, it's time for them to go. If we do what we do and it's time for us to go, it's time for us to go. But at the end of the day, everything happens how it's supposed to. So we can't really, I'm not saying you said this, I'm not saying anybody else said this, but we cannot get mad at anybody for anything somebody does because they're just doing what they're supposed to. See, there's no such thing as good and bad. If you really look at it, there's no such thing because everybody's doing what they're supposed to at the right time. So if somebody slapped the shit out your mama, yeah, that shit is bullshit. I'm going to jail if that happens. But they did what they were supposed to keep the world going. You know what I'm saying? So,
right. So as far as a species having its purpose, again, they did their purpose. So I'm not going to argue with you there. But as far as us as so-called black people moving like the eukaryotic cell organism, that's because we're chemically imbalanced. Because again, we're adding antigens on the outside of our blood, and it's a known fact that food actually affects your psychological state.
Right.
So we're not even operating with a fully functional frontal lobe. A lot of us have underdeveloped brains, and that's because again, we're trying to live like the eukaryotic cell organism, which naturally they have an underdeveloped brain because their lower brain is bigger than their upper brain. Because of all the damn animals that's in these niggas' genes.
Right. So, okay. I get what you're saying.
I'm sorry, are you saying that we're all different?
For one, again, I'm going to get to you out of respect. I want my brother there. He was talking. So go ahead.
So, and appreciate you for that. But, so, how do I say this? What do you think? What if you could control just everything? I mean, everything down to the damn grass on the ground. What do you think we could do to all just like, you know what I mean, just coexist peacefully? Like, no, like everybody just, oh man, I love this man, regardless of the skin color, regardless.
Hitler did. Honestly, bro, I hear what you've been saying this entire time, and honestly, like, I kind of agree to disagree as far as the fact that you're saying that they're needed. Everyone that exists has a piece to the puzzle.
Right.
This has a piece to the puzzle. But like my brother said, they have served their purpose. Could they divide us? You know what I'm saying? Could you separate the trees from the grass? And clearly, they were able to fucking divide so-called black. You know what I'm saying? And so it's kind of what he means. On
So you saying that was their purpose, to divide us?
They have no conducive purpose towards life, nature, or so-called black people other than their job for being created.
That's just ignorance on y'all end. Now I don't know, I know white people got a bad rap and all this, but if you can't see the good in everything, then that says something about you. Because even somebody falling off a swing and cutting their leg, there was something in that somebody needed to know, or somebody needed from that. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. So do you know why slavery took place? Slavery took place. Do you know what was really happening during that?
You said, do I know why slavery took place?
Yeah.
Do I know why? I mean, something about people losing wars or something, and it took the people that lost their slaves.
As far as the so-called black race, my bad. Let me elaborate. Slavery is part of the so-called black race being enslaved by other races of people. I'm not talking about like other races of people being enslaved, specifically black people. Do you know why they did to us what they did to us during slavery?
To belittle us, something. We was like the most powerful race. Well, I would say nationality, but because we're all one race of people, one race of humans. But when they like nationality, not nationality, we do well under the sun. We're the best workers. We're the strongest. Something like that. Some of
Slavery was a science experiment, and it was to break us down. All the graping that took place for over 1,500 years, experimenting on black women and black girls from the ages of fucking 1 year old all the way up to 70 to 80 years old with no anesthesia, brain surgeries, vaginal surgeries, heart surgeries with no anesthesia, by the way. When they had fucking medicinal supplements for this shit when they were doing that, because they were doing it for their people whenever they were performing surgeries.
Right.
And so when they were graping us, now I don't know if you heard us speak about the Rogam shot earlier or anything like that, but the Rogam shot was created in 1965 and slavery was yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So clearly it wasn't as long ago as they try to make it seem during history classes. You know what I'm saying? And so if the Rogam shot was created in 1965 and the purpose of the Rogam shot is to allow interracial couples to quote unquote naturally reproduce without any problems, what do you think was happening when they were graping us when the Rogam shot didn't exist?
What you mean? What I think happened?
What was happening when the Rogam shot didn't exist? Because it was created to allow interracial reproductions to take place without any problems on a molecular and a genetic and biological level. So what was happening to us when the Rogam shot didn't exist?
You tell me. Enlighten me.
It was unaliving us. And so now if I go reproduce with a white chick or any Mexican, Asian chick, anyone who's outside the black woman, a process takes place called red blood cell homolysis. When your red blood cells start to deteriorate and destroy themselves faster than they're reproducing. And so the Rogam shot prevents that from happening. Without the Rogam shot, the mother's molecular makeup reacts as in a defense mechanism and therefore tries to destroy the child before it comes into a physical form. And it also has a potential to unalive the mother as well, which is where the hemolytic disease comes in. You can look all this up. You know what I'm saying? And so when they were graping us, when the Rogam shot didn't exist, we were being unalived at a fucking unalarming rate. Their seed, the white, everyone outside the black man, even the black man, because like my brother said, we're chemically imbalanced. The way we behave is due to us being chemically imbalanced as far as today. But everyone outside of us, naturally, their seeds produce mucus, pus, and blood naturally. And so when they were graping us, their seed was mixing with our genes and our molecular makeup, which was deteriorating our cells and in turn was unaliving us. And so the reason why they were doing that is because, like I said, slavery was a science experiment. And so when they behave like this in an animalistic way, which we've already said, they share 98% of their genes with a chimpanzee, none of their brains are developed and it takes a longer time for their brains to be developed. So please explain to me how it would be conducive for black children to bond with them.
Okay, do you know what the word duality means?
Yes.
So for the people that don't know, and I'm not calling nobody dumb, nobody take offense. Duality is as above, so below, as within, so without. Right? So meaning, yes, I said they're bad and good or just they're not real. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna use it for the example, right? We can't get to the good unless we go through bad. We wouldn't know what good is unless we went through bad. Everything we just do, right? So we need to go through bad. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying I would do it, but it happened, and it is what it is. Not saying it was good. Not saying it was bad. It is what it is. It happened. Everything that has happened, right? So, okay.
Wait, what do you mean everything has happened? Can you elaborate on that, please? Can you elaborate on the everything has happened part?
Slavery, the Holocaust, everything bad. I'm talking about everything bad. I'm not talking about anything good, but
that still happens to this day. When I'm talking about slavery, I'm not talking about when we were being whipped in chains and shit like that. I'm talking about when we were being raped from sun up to sundown, when we were being set on fire and performed on with no anesthesia. That shit still happens to this day.
Right. See, a lot of people don't know that there are over 40 million slaves as of right now today. And that's more than there was in slavery in the 1800s. And half of those slaves are sex slaves. So there are more slaves right now than there ever have been in history. But, so we on duality, right? So for us to get to where we're going, right? Let's just say we get into the Garden of Eden too, right? Let's just say we get there, right? We would have to get to, as a collective, I'm talking to black people, right? as a collective, we would all have to get on one accord, right, to get to where we're going. We all got to be on the same page. Now, us black people, and I'm not trying to mean nothing to any other race, any other nationality, not trying to mean nothing. Not trying to mean nothing about it. But us black people, we grow in the darkness. That's where we're born from. That's where we originate from, the darkness, right? So if we're getting nothing but love, happiness, positivity, yes, that's great. That is definitely great. But we're going to stay neutral. We're going to stay stagnant. You know what I mean? We're not going to grow. We're not going to lose anything. We're just going to stay stagnant because love is where we want to live. That's for our forever home, right? So we need darkness to grow, right? We need negativity. We need, yes, it's bad, but us black people are just hard body. We design like that. We thrive. I mean, not thrive. We grow in negativity. So when the slaves, I'm not talking about the ones today. I'm talking about the ones that everybody knows about, quote unquote. But when they're doing all of this, right? Our genetic makeup is reprogramming us. Like how humans way back when it's cold, our body started developing hair in different places to keep us warm. So when we're getting whipped and raped and all these other things, our bodies, our genetic makeup is growing new things to protect us from this. See, we are at right now today, we're growing into the ultimate human. I'm not saying that white people aren't. I'm not saying that Mexican people aren't. I'm just specifically speaking for black.
The only problem with that, brother, is though it fuck with our psychological state though. There's a lot of people suffering right now from that took place. You feel what I'm saying? And we didn't anticipate this entity was going to create a whole nother species to enslave us. Because slavery wasn't just 400 years. This happened with the white, Asian, and Arab man, and this happened for 3,000 years.
Slavery been going on since the beginning of time. Since the beginning, since
the beginning of their time. Because for one, we never did that. We only started after these niggas. We came into contact with them. That's when we started to get the idea to do all this shit. So you know what I'm saying. I understand that some of our brothers was doing that shit. But I'm talking about before these people were on the planet, there was none of that shit going on.
You're right. There wasn't. Excuse me. Now, there wasn't. We were in, like I said, that was love. That was bliss. We were neutral. Yes, we were building stuff. Yes, of course. We were going through evolution of the planet, but as a species, we weren't evolving. We were just fine. You know what I mean? There was no going up, no going down. We were just in love. Everybody loved one another, right? But we knew that we needed to grow. We need to grow. We are so much bigger. We have more potential, but we're not reaching it. So how do we do that? We grow in darkness, right? So now, right, and I'm talking about right now today, and this for everybody. Right now today, the test for you, right? See, we already went through slavery, even though there are slaves today, but just follow me. We already went through slavery, we went through all these war, everything, right? So now our genetic makeup, we are fine, right? We bodybuilders, we strong as shit. We can eat damn metal, and that shit gonna hurt when we take a shit, but you know what I mean? We garlic, we just fire as hell now. The only thing we need to do now to make the whole shit come together is get out of slavery right now. See, there were two parts of slavery, and we finished one of them, which was physical slavery. Now we are in the mental slavery.
Absolutely.
Last test to get out and to make us the ultimate, real shit. Because now the brain, the heart is the most important thing in your body. I don't care what anybody says. If you have a soul, that's the most important thing, right? Because that's the gateway to your soul. Now, your heart needs your brain because your brain is your consciousness. This is how you control different shit. This is how you get ether. This is how all this shit. You know what I mean? It goes hand in hand. You know what I mean? So we are trying to make our brains. We've already did our bodies. Made our bodies fire as fuck. Now it's time to finish making our brains fire as fuck so we can be the ultimate shit on the planet. And this is why I say, yes, all the stuff was bad. There's still bad going on right now today, but bad and good are non-existent. they're non-existent. Because at the end of the day, what is going on right now that hurts is not hurting us. It is teaching us something because we are all trying to get to one goal. So everything that is bad is not a loss. It's a lesson to get us to where we're going. You get what I'm saying?
Right. So
the last test is mental slavery.
Absolutely. We are in a test right now, but like I said, the eukaryotic cell did what they had to do, and we're coming, to an end. This is why the intensity of the sun has been increasing. They're finna be removed off the planet because we've reached that. It's a lot of brothers and sisters out there that are starting to grasp and understand the differences between us and them. It's a lot of brothers out there that's eating correctly now. It's a lot of brothers and sisters out there that's raising their frequency. So they're becoming less needed. You feel what I'm saying? And that's just what it is, respectfully. But
I'm not gonna say you right or wrong because you.
What evidence do any of you?
Hold on, Luigi.
I don't know.
I just have a question.
Hold on. We said 1,000,000 times that our brother is talking right now. Why can't you respect that, bro? Just control your emotions for a second. Go ahead, dog.
I'm not saying you right or wrong by that because they might have done their job and now it's time for them to get on. I don't know. They might still have work to do. I don't know. But I do know that everything plays a part though. So as long as they are here right now and I can see them and you can see them, they're doing what they're supposed to do, whether it may be good or bad. They're doing what they're supposed to do. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, brother. And I 100% agree with you. I'm not, this live ain't to bash nobody or try to make them seem like they evil or some shit. I'm not into that. I don't focus on that. The whole reason I do lives is strictly for children because children gotta suffer for adults' ignorance.
I like that. I like that, bro.
So I don't, when it comes down to me breaking down they biological structure and things like that, that's only so when children are exposed to this video, they can actually grasp and intellectually defend themselves against these people. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't think that the eukaryotic cell, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and just bash them all day just because adults like it. Nah, I don't care about it. This is strictly just for children because, again, if I want to, go hard on somebody, I'm going to go hard on so-called black people because we're allowing 8 million children to go missing worldwide every single year. And nobody wants to speak about children. We always want to sit here and we want something to stroke our ego. But when it comes down to children, nobody wants to say a word. I only know a few brothers and sisters that speak about children. The rest of these niggas only care about adults and themselves. You feel what I'm saying?
You ain't lying, bro.
But I 100% agree with you, though, brother.
See, I ain't gonna lie. I come across a lot of lies, but I love you, man. I love you because you think about the kids, and a lot of people don't know, and a lot of people don't want a lot of people to know that the 2000s children, the children that are born in 2000, January 1st, 2000 to now and forward are the secret weapons. They are the super weapons of life. You know what I mean? They've been here before, and I'm one of them. So I can tell, you know what I mean? I'm speaking from knowledge, from experience. We are the superpowers. We have been here before. We are reincarnated. We are born just knowing this shit ain't right. Whether we know how it's not right or what, we just know it's not right. We're not supposed to be doing this. We're not supposed to be paying bills. We're not supposed to be living in a square room. We're not supposed to be, you know what I mean? We're not supposed to be doing all this shit.
Absolutely.
I agree with what you're doing, bro, because you're giving the kids the information to what they're feeling. They're wondering why am I feeling like this not right? And you're giving them the why. You get what I'm saying? Now, a lot of parents, see, I'm 23 right now, so I'm of age to talk to an adult that has children, right? And I try to tell them, even if it's one of my homeboys, even if it's somebody in my hood, hey, bro, don't go out here making a child that you're not going to take care of. That's not right. Even if you don't like the mother, you're hurting the child ultimately. And the child is what is the future. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I want to clarify real quick, just so everybody knows, I care about every single child on this planet, regardless of the genetic makeup. I don't care if it's a white, Asian, Arab, Mexican, Italian. I don't care what the child is. All children deserve better. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's not only so-called black children that's going missing. So, I mean, you feel what I'm saying? I'm going to keep it 100. I care about every single child. And a lot of adults think that they really care about children when they really don't. A lot of them don't even care about their own children that they have. You feel what I'm saying? So I just want to go ahead and clarify that right there, because it's not just about so-called black children. Though, you feel what I'm saying? I care about my own species. I'm going to keep it 100. But when it comes down to children, I care about all children. Just keep it real.
I have a question.
I got you, Luigi. User, he been wanting to speak for a minute because he been up here for a long
Luigi, go
time.
real quick.
All right, go ahead,
My
Luigi.
question is, what evidence do you have that we are different species?
All right. The facts that our genes are not expressing in the same way. For one, because they say
Gene expression is
hold on.
different
Hold on. So they say that so-called humans, and I'ma just black people are not humans, but just for the sake of this discussion, I'ma just include them up in there. They say that we all share 99.9% of our DNA. So my thing is, we don't undergo the same type of syndromes or anything like that. See, when you go to the eukaryotic organism, they undergo what you would call hypertrichosis, vestigial tails, the SLOS phenotype, and it's one more called aqua per something. And so-called black people, we do not undergo this because we don't have animal DNA. But we do have antigens on the outside of our bloods, but we're not the producers of animal protein stuff.
Sorry, did you just say black people don't have proteins?
No, I said we're not the producers of animal proteins. That's what I said.
Well, in all humans, and that includes black people, anything that's a protein in a multicellular organism that isn't a plant is an animal protein. Animal life is defined by a set of characteristics.
Luigi, can you explain to me how we went from haploids to diploids?
Haploids to diploids? No, I didn't study evolution that much.
You're speaking on multicellular organisms, so I would assume that you would know, right?
Haploids and diploids.
You don't gotta cherry pick the man. Just let him do what he gotta do.
What are you talking about?
He was explaining something else. You trying to bring a whole nother argument in. Let him finish what he got.
Yeah, that's true.
There is only one argument. Are we the same species? It's just that simple.
Well, he's trying to say yeah, but he's not familiar with what you're bringing up.
Hold on, user. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. All branches,
species.
hold on. All branches of science can be discussed when we're talking about speciation. You feel what I'm saying?
There are different phenotypes for sure.
Right. So when you requested up, you understood that we was finna talk about speciation, right?
Yeah.
So it's it makes sense to ask, how did we go from haploids to diploids, or how we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, because that's the basis of evolution. And you're saying that we're all the same and we all have animal DNA and we all produce animal proteins. So that would
I'm saying that all humans are human.
Right. But you just said that we produce animal proteins.
By definition, we produce proteins in our body, and definition those are animal proteins. Because technically the definition of because technically humans are animal life in the definition of how life is categorized.
Right, and I don't dispute that. That's why I said so-called black people, we are not humans, because again, you're right. Humans tie back into animals and we have no animal DNA.
What is your evidence that black people are not humans?
Our base phenotype.
But phenotype is not species.
No, I didn't say.
That's your evidence that black people are not human.
Hold on, Luigi. Listen to what I'm saying. I said base, okay? Base phenotype, not just phenotype. There's different when it comes down to phenotype. You have base phenotype, and you have other branches of phenotype. So our base phenotype is our hair that grows up towards the sun, and the neuromelanin that we produce in the third ventral cord of the brain that spreads out through the entirety of our integumentary system.
Did you say there's melanin in the brain?
There is. Now that's a
I
scientific
mean,
fact.
in people that have melanoma, there is, but in healthy people, there shouldn't be.
See, again, what is neuromelanin then?
I mean, you said in the brain.
Right. I said produced in the third ventricle of the brain.
Third what?
Ventricle of the brain.
Ventricle of the brain.
Ventricle.
Oh, ventricle.
So
Yeah,
the
okay.
third ventricle of the
From
brain.
what I've heard, there are only 2 ventricles.
No, there's okay. Right. I got you. So
I mean,
I'm not sure if you
I've
came
looked
up here
at
to like.
diagrams of
Hold
brain.
on.
There's one on the
Are
left,
you
one on the right.
right? I got you. So again, I'm not sure if you came up here to troll, but I'm only trying to talk to people who kind of have a understanding of genetics. Because you came up here claiming that we're all humans and we're all one species. So
Can
I'm
can Africans receive blood from other ethnic groups?
again, like you said that in the comments, and I told you that's because of antigens.
You want to talk about blood, Luigi?
But if there was a different, if
Wait,
you can't
Luigi.
receive blood from another species, it will cause
Luigi, you wanna
because
talk
of
about blood?
antigens, it will cause a life-threatening reaction.
Right.
You want to talk about blood? Explain
can
to us
get
why
blood.
when a black man mixes with someone outside of his race, when they mix blood, hemolytic disease takes place. Can you explain that to me genetically?
Hemolytic disease can be caused from a variety of different factors. If a white person gives blood to another white person with a different blood type, it'll cause shock.
Right, that's because of incomplete dominance. Y'all aren't even the same
It's
among
because
each
of
other.
blood type and
No,
hemolytic
that's
nucleic
again,
sugars
I'm gonna say
covering the
that
red blood cells.
This
because
is
of
why
the
we should get a
animals that we
genetics book
share
so we can
genetics
study
with
Mendel's law.
actually varies. So again, that's because of incomplete dominance. Now, when it comes to so-called black people, and you want to say that we can share blood or whatever, again, that's caused by antigens.
Antigens are
So-called black people
dictated
aren't
by
supposed to have.
genetics.
Right, I got you. Again, we're not the producers of those animal proteins, so we're not producing these antigens on the outside of our blood cells. They came from grape, voluntary mixed breeding, or they came from what the fuck we be eating, because we eat the same animals that you're spliced with.
So let me get this straight. You think that because you eat certain animals like chicken, that those antigens somehow get displayed on your red blood cells?
Absolutely, and it's a scientific fact.
But you see, red blood cells, like once they're made, they just have those antigens stuck on them for their entire life cycle. They don't produce anything once they're formed. They don't have nucleic DNA in them.
Luigi, do you even know what an antigen is, bro?
Right, I'm so confused.
It's surface protein.
Huh?
Surface protein.
Right, and guess what?
It can also be it can also be certain types of
so-called
sugars.
black people. Again, I'm gonna go ahead and say this for the 5th time. We're not the producers of animal proteins. Again, this is how
Antigens can also be sugars.
Right, cool, not a problem. Again, which antigens are you talking about, though?
Well, for instance, A antigen, B antigen, Rh factors, those are sugars.
Right, because everything you eat breaks down into sugar. So stop playing, bro. Like, let's
Just hemolytic nucleic sugars.
Right, I got you. Again, everything you eat breaks down into sugar. So again, I'm not here to play. So can you explain to me how we're the same species biologically and genetically?
Biologically and genetically, if you took the DNA from any other ethnic group and a black person, it would still show that there's a 99% overlap in DNA, which would make them the same species. You could distinguish phenotype, though.
Right, again, like I'm going to say, that's because of the antigens.
But do you know why phenotype existed? It's because different people lived in different environments, and as a result of different exposure to ultraviolet radiation and cold and humidity levels, over time, certain changes to certain things relating to those factors changed to benefit people living in those environments, and
Right,
those
and
resulted
I'm not gonna dispute that. That's complete facts. But your base phenotype never changes because it's directly determined by genotype. So again,
all humans evolved from
evolved from. No, hold on, I'm not done. So again, there's a difference between base phenotype and the other branches of phenotype. That's the thing. Y'all love to say that, well, phenotype changed because of environment. which, yeah, that's facts. But again, your base phenotype will never, ever change. Even antigens can't change your base phenotype. That's a fact. And that's why so-called black people, we all share our base phenotype, no matter
And what
what.
does black people's base phenotype come from?
I already told you this earlier.
Please say it again. I wasn't listening. I wasn't talking earlier.
Our hair that grows up towards the sun and the neuromelanin that we produce in the third ventricle of the brain.
I'm sorry, but what does your hair have to do with you being a different species?
Because our hair acts as antennas and helps us actually interact with the environment.
I'm sorry, did you just say your hair acts as an antenna?
Right. Because we're electromagnetic and it helps us interact with our environment.
So, you know the reason why black people have curly hair is because Africa's a high humidity environment and the need for natural production of oils is diminished.
Using curly and coily hair.
Right.
I think this is why we keep bringing up genetics, because your biological makeup is what determines your phenotype. There is a big fucking difference between curly and coily hair. Black people do not produce naturally any curly hair or straight hair. So you ask what hair has to do with this. Actually, hair has to do a lot with this, because you would have to explain, if we were all genetically the same, 98.9%, 99.9%, why don't other races of people grow afros towards this day? And please do not give me anything about evolution, because I will shut that shit down real quick. So can you explain to me why nobody else on the planet other than black people grow afros to this day, or why black people don't grow any straight hair naturally if we were all genetically the same?
It has to do with humidity levels.
So climate change.
Right, hold up. Right.
No,
So you want to
natural
say
humidity levels.
Right, I got you. So with that, how come no other animal has our type of hair that's over there in those hotter climates?
Why do polar bears have thicker
Nah,
bones
don't.
and a layer of blubber on them? I mean, if we're
Stop
talking
running
about
from the
other
question.
animals,
No.
why does a
No. Stop running from the question, okay? How come I'm not speaking about polar bears? Because nigga, I obviously said hotter climates, right? So how come animals in hotter climates don't have so-called black people's hair, especially the ones that you try to say that we share DNA with, like primates? Because there's chimpanzees and babonos monkeys over there in Africa, by the way. So how come they didn't start to have our type of hair? Go ahead and explain.
They're a different species.
Niggas want to play
their
all day,
bodies are not. They function
Did they not both?
differently from
Wait,
humans.
hold on. Did we not? All right, I don't believe this at all, but I'm gonna just go off of what they be saying. So did they not both evolve from the great ape? Yes or no?
Who both evolved from the great
The
ape?
chimpanzee and so-called humans.
I mean, well, technically speaking,
Yeah,
Homo habilis
technically
evolved from
speaking, they did, right?
chimpanzees. If you go
Right,
with the
I got you.
evolution
So I just
theory,
hold
at
on. I
least,
just need a brief yes or no for clarification. Did they both come from the great ape?
I don't know. I didn't study evolution. I know humans directly
Niggas want to
evolved
play.
from
I swear to
Homo.
God, bro.
You don't know.
Oh, I don't
Niggas wanna
really.
play
I
too
haven't
much,
studied
bro.
evolution that much.
Bro,
I just
you're
know that.
saying, bro.
I know basic
The
evolution. I
evolution
know
that you are
that
speaking
human
on.
evolved from Homo erectus, and then there was also Neanderthals, and then there was Homo habilis, and then there was also Homo
Right, I got you. So I'm gonna just go
homunculus.
ahead and tell you that they both did come from the great ape. So therefore, they have a common ancestor that they both evolved from. So my thing is, again, we don't see monkeys evolving today at all, and then again, we don't see them with so-called black people's hair. So I'm gonna need you to explain that, other than saying, "Oh my God, they're a different species." We so-called share 98% of our DNA with it. So
98%.
chance of
Hold on. It's 98.6, but that
I got you.
2.4% is a big difference.
Oh my
Again,
God! Wow, not a problem. So still, we share 98.2. Let me be specific. With the chimpanzee,
98.2, so it's even
you're
less. But
telling
that's
me
a
none of those.
big difference.
Hold on. So you're telling me none of those genes express to adapt to the environment?
The way each species adapts to the same environment will be different.
Okay, so why do so-called white people, Asian people, and Arab people undergo hypertrichosis then?
Hypertrichosis?
Right.
Explain what that is in simpler terms.
Wolfman syndrome.
Wolf syndrome, bro.
Wolfman syndrome?
Yep.
Excessive growth of hair all over your fucking body. Dude, look it up.
It could do with a lot of different factors. I mean,
what else can explain hypertrichosis, bro? Please give me a biological explanation to what else can explain hypertrichosis. Please. I don't want to hear.
It could have been
Hold on.
selection.
I want to hear your opinion about this, bro. I need a scientific fact on what else can explain hypertrichosis other than gene expression from animal DNA. Please.
Everyone is undergoing gene expression right now. Gene expression just
You didn't answer my question.
Right, so hold on.
This guy definitely.
Yeah, he want to run from the questions.
Well,
He
it
just
could
wanna
be.
play-
It could be just. It could be.
Nah, I got you, Luigi. You just want to play around. You want to give you just want to state opinion. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on.
Hey, either way,
Once you figure out.
I got a question.
I'm not even.
I got you,
I mean,
brother.
I'm not even stating opinions. I'm not an anthropologist.
But you just said it could
I
have
don't
been.
study
That's
this.
that opinion. So I got you.
But
Again, you let me know when you know how the fuck we went from prokaryotic to eukaryotic, and then I believe every fucking word that comes out your mouth. But until then, with so-called black people, we ain't got no damn animal DNA, and we see that through gene expression. So go ahead, D. You had a question?
no, that expression doesn't have to do with like.
I got you. My brother's talking right now, so go ahead.
Hey, Luigi, do you think that all black people derive from Africa?
I mean, and all sub-Saharan Africans derive from Africa. Yes.
So you think I'm African?
Genetically, yeah.
Dude.
So let me ask you this: who was here in America before Christopher Columbus came here?
Native Americans.
So where are the Native Americans now?
What do you mean? They're still in America.
Where are they? Like, what do they look like?
They probably look like Mexicans.
Yeah,
more than
Luigi,
anything.
my
Like, if
white
you have to say
brother.
who they look.
Luigi, my white brother.
You
You're
know
wrong.
what I mean?
I mean, they came from like if you want to know where they came from Asia.
Yo, my white brother.
Over that
Luigi,
frozen
you're wrong
strait of
about this.
Alaska.
Are you trolling, bro?
He try. Hey, user,
No, I'm
hold
not.
on. I want user to speak. He been patient. User, what you had to say?
I was just saying, Luigi, you my white brother, but you couldn't be farther wrong on what you just said.
That Native Americans came
Yeah,
from
all right.
Asia.
Let me just tell you something real quick. At one point, there was only two races. It was white and black. All the Native Americans, the Indians, and Mexicans. That all came from black people. They are the natives of this land, and that's just
What?
fact.
Yeah, that's stupid. They came from Asia.
Not. It actually isn't stupid because again, when you look inside of genetics, all those people that you're talking about, those Native Americans that are closer to Mexicans, you do realize they came off of grape and mixed breeding, right? They're actually a hybrid race, and they came after you. You know that, right?
No, they're the real
No,
Native
they
Americans.
definitely did because again, this is why genetics is important.
Yo, Ether.
Yeah, what's up?
Like, so I'm white also, but I also believe in reincarnation and soul, spirit, source, and all that. So, like, do you agree that God and source doesn't have a skin color?
Like this conversation.
And it's so who I think the creator is the universe. And
Yeah, no, I
the
agree
closest
with
thing
you.
to the universe on the planet is the so-called black woman. But I mean, if you want to look at the universe, nah, it don't have a skin color. Cause
I agree with you,
This
Ethan.
nigga, bro.
Multiple people I've researched on have told stories of astral projection and actually talked to a black woman of a tree. And like she's a black woman, but she's in the form of like the tree of life almost. So I do agree that she, mother, whatever, Gaia, whatever mother you think that Mother Earth is, but I think that's this realm. I think y'all are the same. Y'all are different genetically than us in this particular realm, but
This sounds like occult stuff. This is like the demonology.
Right. So can you state a fact, Luigi?
what I was just about to say is like in the different realm and dimension of a different density, we are one. Like
user, you right there. User, go ahead, spit that shit.
like in this realm, we're different colors, we're different genetics, but in a different one, we're all the same. We're all loving each other. We're all oneness.
Oh, really?
It's all
Really?
that.
No. He's not wrong, because this is why I say it don't matter what nationality you are, because once again, we're all one race of humans. But we're not different races. We're all one race of humans. But different nationalities, some people, like a white guy standing next to me, could be my brother, because we might have the same soul. Oh, well, I won't say the same soul, but you get what I'm saying. We're all souls, but just on the outside, we look different. This is why I say we all play.
Right. So only with that, brother, we would have to look up the etymology of soul, and when we do, it comes out as sun.
You
so
right.
you would
You
have
right.
to stem from the solar system. So
Right.
again, I'm not gonna dispute. I understand. A lot of people don't want to say this, nigga. Other races got consciousness, bro. I'm gonna just come out flat. These niggas
I love
got
this nigga, bro. I love this nigga.
We don't have the same consciousness as them. That's the thing. Everything has consciousness, everything has spirit. That's a fact. But when it comes down to us having the same consciousness or something like that, we so-called black people, we have 9 ether consciousness. Other races have 6 ether consciousness.
Right.
So I agree with what you just said. Like, so like I guess I'm what you would call 6 ether, but then like I feel like in the bigger picture of things, like that's all related to this 3D reality.
See, user
That is related to what you kind of was muffled a little bit.
Hold on, let me try to fix it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I feel like that's all related to kind of the 3D. And do you know anything about consciousness? Like, since we all have different consciousnesses, but it was all created from the same one.
What?
I get what I kind of see. User, I like you because you're asking questions. Even if you don't know what you're asking, you're still asking questions. That shows signs of intelligence. You just
Because at the end of the day, we're all just here trying to build. We're not trying to get an ego, like trying to just feed an ego, trying to, you know what I'm saying?
So,
I agree with you. It's just all right. So let me just break it down.
Well, about that,
I know for a fact that other races of people, especially the younger ones, y'all are not. I don't believe that y'all are out here looking to harm so-called black people. I actually think that y'all actually want to live amongst and live peacefully with so-called black people. But the thing is, the only reason I would say I actually believe that we can actually coexist, but it's not going to happen tomorrow. You feel what I'm saying? It's damn near sure not going to happen today.
That's all.
The thing is, so-called black people, we actually need to heal and start to understand and know thyself. Because our children don't know themselves, we're out here moving like the eukaryotic cell when we're not that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So until so-called black people fully heal, there's no possible way that me and your species can coexist.
Yeah, I
And
like
that's
what
just
you
a fact.
just said though, because I didn't expect to hear that from you. You said at one point, I think we could all coexist, and let me add on to what you just said also. Like, have you ever heard that you can't love anyone until you love yourself?
That's right. That's correct.
So if y'all think group collectively as a species, y'all think y'all need to do more healing before y'all could really take that step into full, your unification.
It's like we in the gym right now. We got to finish this last set.
Yeah, I get that,
That's
but
basically what it is.
remember that there's I can't tell this for fact, but this is just kind of what my feeling is. I feel like there could be people who could have been in the black skin color of a different lifetime and then reincarnated into maybe an Asian or a black or.
See, again, we have to look at the etymology of soul. That means sun. And so-called black people are the only producers of neuromelanin, so it's impossible for us to inhabit a different body, though. That's what I'm saying.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down right quick. You're right with the scientific part. I'm not even going to say you wrong. This that. No, you're right with the scientific genetic shit. You're definitely right. But there is some things that science cannot explain, and that's what I'm gonna. You know what I mean? So, like I said earlier, Ether. I don't know if bro was here, user was here, but I said we all came from darkness. That's where it don't matter what color you are, you came from darkness, and that's what God is. She is darkness, pure wisdom, pure potential, pure knowledge, pure whatever you can get out of darkness, which is everything and nothing at the same time. So every nationality has its own role in this life, right? So once again, if any different nationality people in here, I'm not trying to offend you. Let me say that before. I'm not trying to offend you. The black woman is the closest thing to God incarnated. That's the closest thing you're going to get to God. So if you want to worship something outside of you, the closest thing would be a black woman, even though they be tweaking sometime today. But I digress. So saying that, there are different roles for different nationalities, right? So either I do agree with the soul and black people and the white people, and I get that. But there is some things that science can't explain. Now, I'm pretty sure me and you can agree that me and you are reincarnated, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So we've been here before, right? Now, there are damn sure different roles to each nationality, right? The role of black people, and don't get mad at me. The role of black people is to be closest to the black woman, aka God, which she's the closest thing to God. But black men specifically, are supposed to surround the black woman and protect her right at home, inside her domain, right? White people, don't. White people are supposed to be outside of the home, outside of the domain, protecting on the outside. That's why they have such barbaric natures. They can hunt, they can do, not saying we can't, but that's why they're so quick to think with their animal instinct. You know what I mean? They want to dominate, they want to control, because they're meant to be outside and protecting on the outside, right? Once again, no nationality people.
I get you. Yo, by the way, D, or the, whatever you get referred to. Like, if any white people get offended by what y'all are saying, it's out of ego. It hurts their ego. And it hurts their, it literally feels like you're taking a knife in their stomach. You know what I'm saying?
I like this dude. This one of the dudes that come into the crib, get the food, and take it out to everybody. You can coexist with black people. There are some white people that can't. They just we don't.
And that's the problem, though, because in the media and growing up, they're just their parents, and it's honestly comes from the parents and their grandparents.
I love you, user. Man. Hey, somebody gift this nigga something, bro. On bro.
Nah. But it's a passed down trauma thing, and that's
exactly.
And it goes both ways a little bit, I'd say, because one of y'all were saying earlier, like y'all still are messed up psychologically from slavery and stuff, but at some point to fully heal and to evolve, you guys would have to fully get rid of that mindset that you were even like. Not here, hold up. No, because everything happens for a reason, and everything does happen for a reason.
I like you, user.
But nah, we on the same page, dude.
The thing, all right. So, user, I would agree to an extent. Again, I would just say yes. So-called black people, we have to heal, and in order for us to heal, we have to be completely separated from you.
You think?
I'm gonna just keep it 100. Absolutely, it's the most truest thing because
I'm not gonna say that's true.
Right, so
I get where he's coming from.
Right, hold on, brother. So the reason I say that is because again, when we're around you, we can't heal. You feel what I'm saying? Like for an example, so-called
I
black
get what you're saying, but then it's like just for the people like me, for example, like. I think it's more of a frequency thing than about a race thing. So, like, I think all the people that are going to be in that low vibrational mindset, in that old earth mindset where we're not one and we're all separate and we don't love each other, I think all those people, whether you're black, white, Asian, Hispanic, you will be terminated from this new earth. But the people that are ready to come and unify, realize that we're one, we all come from the same source, not the same.
You can't say that because that's not true. Again,
all right.
We have to look at the sun.
Let me rephrase it.
Hold on. when your creator created you, respectfully, you was created with an expiration date because you contain a
Yeah,
nucleus
but
and
then
you
when I
don't produce neuromelanin.
yeah,
So
nah, I
again,
get
when
that.
I
I
say
get that.
now I got you. So the sun has been increasing and it's never stopped increasing. Respectfully, because you are a pheomelanated man and you contain a nucleus, that UVC radiation that's being produced by the sun right now is actually destroying your nucleus, no matter what vibration you on. And I say that respectfully. Now, again, I don't think that all so-called other races are bad. I don't think that at all. But if we're dealing with facts, with what's happening right now, it's a fact that UVC radiation has been ground
I
level.
could definitely
Been
get behind
increasing.
that. I could definitely actually agree with what you just said. So let's say if I was agreeing with you, like, so say white people and all these people that could not deal with the sun's in power, even though like I sun gaze and I really do believe that I have some sort of connection to the sun and the ground. I ground, I do all that, I meditate, all that stuff. So I really do believe I have a connection to some sort of source, and I know I do. But beyond, are you familiar with interdimensional beings? Like in that reality is a projection of consciousness. Are you familiar with that at all?
I'm not.
So, like us interdimensional beings, which isn't everyone, it's not everyone. It's just for the people that step into it. That's for you. So it's like that we are like we're the same power. So no. Hold up. Restart. Interdimensional. So we operate on different levels of consciousness and different dimensions simultaneously with this one. So say in this particular realm that white people end up getting burnt out by the sun, we all evaporate, cool, right? But then in an alternate dimension, we are still operating on a perfectly normal level and in a different vessel because the consciousness doesn't go away. Energy can never die. So my consciousness doesn't go away. We just transmute into a different vessel of a different dimension or alternative reality. So on the bigger scheme of things, if you took this realm out of existence right now, we would all transmute into a different vessel, a different world, whether that in that world we were all the same skin color, we were all different, like, but if you really just
I got you, but again, so-called black people, we're not just native to this planet. We're actually throughout the entirety of the cosmos because, again, the so-called black woman is just a fragment of the universe. So that blackness up there that they refer to as the black material or dark matter or whatever, that is just neuromelanin up there. So again, if you don't produce neuromelanin, then you're not naturally conducive to the entirety of the cosmos.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think that space is the like, you know what I'm saying. And when you close your eyes and
Look. Let me clear that right quick, Ether. I got you. Ether, this what I mean by we gotta break the last section of slavery, which is our mentality, right? Now, we gotta look at it like we're in a gym. We got one more rep, one more set of something we've never done before. We good at the bench press. We good at the damn squat. We good at the dumbbells, right? Now let's say we got them doing military press. You know what that is, Ether?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say we doing jumping jacks. We ain't never did a jumping jack before. That's what black people are in right now, right? So a lot of black people are, and once again, nobody get offended. A lot of black people are stuck in their egos and they don't know that it is their ego because it is right. See, they in school, the teachers are gonna mass throw this shit at you. Slavery. All black people were slaves. So now black people are gonna think, oh, well, we need reparations. We need payback for that. That's why black people think they are better than white people. But that is the last hurdle. We have to see that we are not better. We just have a different role. That does not make us better. We are not better than any other nationality, right? And once you see that, you will see what User is saying. Because User tapped in for real. User is really tapped in.
Hey man, I agree with that 100%, man.
Hold Hold on, brother. We gotta allow other people to get their full frequency out. You feel me? Go ahead.
I appreciate that. But yeah, user is definitely right, bro. There is our brains and our souls, our soul, bro, they are so beyond comprehension, right? So we can reincarnate into a turtle if we know that I need to be a turtle to step here so that in my next life I can do this. You know what I'm saying? So we can reincarnate into any nationality to do what we need to do to get to where we need to go. This is why I say there is no such thing as right and wrong. And no nationality is better than the next because they are all needed. Now, I don't know if white people are about to burn up. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But I know that they are needed. You know what I mean? So, user, I'm not going to sit here and say you're wrong. You're damn sure right. And you have the eyes to see and the ears to hear and the brain to know much more than the average human. This is why I don't look at you as white. I look at you as not a color. You're just a good person. You get what I'm saying? A good person. I don't care what.
Yeah, and that's what I just mean about that barrier. Just like
right.
Because if y'all are either, have you ever meditated, or anyone in here ever meditate?
No, bro.
Right.
Yeah. You know. Come on now. Don't ask me.
All right. Yeah. I don't know why. I'm. All right. I know what you want, but so you understand there's that level that you get to where everything in this world dissolves, and you just know that you're just one with the creation of just like all. Like you just know that you're just everything.
Right.
Like when I mean everything. So like everything's vibrating. Like the things that appear solid in this realm are really just vibrating at a speed to make up the solid.
Speak your mind, user. Get
And
it
so
out.
we're all connected through this vibration and through this electric field, and we could easily tap out of this because our soul and our, we're electric,
right?
White or black or Asian. So I just think we all need to understand that we are all electrical. There's no doubt in that. So like, why don't we look at it more like that? Like we're all one in that sense. We don't got to look at it. We don't look the same. We might not be as powerful as you guys genetically in this particular realm. But I accept that. Y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all got this. But in a different realm, I could be a king and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I could be the peasant, but you know what I'm saying?
User, we all
have
to get over this last hurdle, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not about being powerful or nothing like that. It's just the in the upcoming years, everybody gonna be talking about genetics in the sun. And the reason why is because we're going to start to see what I was talking about, UVC radiation damaging the nucleus. We're going to start seeing that, which we've been seeing that. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But it's going to be more prominent. And I don't say that to try to, dispute anything you're saying. I'm just going to keep it 100. I seen some people in the comments talking about I might come back as a white person. That's false because, again, neuromelanin is the soul. And that's what our ancestors referred to as the soul. You feel what I'm saying? Because they understood the biological composition of neuromelanin and how it directly correlates with the sun. So it's composed of the same thing as the sun. So if you're not producing that, then nah.
All right, Ethan, let me say it like this. Science is the same as religion. Science is the same as the Bible. They are both bridges to get to pure consciousness, right? They're both gateway to get to the mindset that we need to be in. They're not that we are supposed to stay in and just go into this. They're both. So when you soul means sun, soul, SOL does translate to sun, you're right. But our souls from the actual sun. See, the sun right outside, this yellow sun, is not the real sun. That is a reflection. The firmament, you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nah. So I don't know who's Mike doing that. It sounds like in the water or some shit. But
so yeah,
again, I understand everything on this planet or every living organism has consciousness, but again,
Myra knows something. Myra, ooh, Myra.
So-called black people,
I
we
love it.
will never in our lives reincarnate into no animal, nor will we ever reincarnate into something that's unnatural. Because if we keeping it 100, everybody else that's a so-called human outside of us, they're not naturally conducive to the planet, meaning that they didn't come through Earth's natural evolution.
Yo, Ether, can I tell you something real quick?
What's up?
Like, you saying that you guys are not the animals. Like, this is something that race white people say. This is what y'all need to do, okay? Including myself, but just to make it easier. You need to realize that you are the animals. Like, you are one with everything. That same energy that's creating this holographic reality is the same thing that is in those animals, the same thing that is in you, the same thing that is in the table next to you. You know, it's in everything. So once you realize that you're one with everything, that ego dissolves, and you just realize that you need to become one with just the universe, like you like to call it, you know? Like, the universe is in everything. So source, whatever your creator is, broke off into millions of different pieces, and that's y'all, the different spirits and souls inhabiting different vessels. So, but you all date back to the same one and are connected through one. So these animals share that as well. And and y'all are definitely so powerful that you could, in your sleep, you leave this vessel and you go into different vessels in different dimensions and shit. That's how deep this really gets. And that's why they don't want y'all to know your power. And this is why in the media, they label a lot of black people. They only show the black violence. They only label people as gang members when they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like Rashad Jamal, they labeled him as like a cult member or some shit. Like all this, they do this for a reason. 'Cause they don't want y'all to know that you are interdimensional and are very, very powerful when you come in tune with everything and realize that you're one with everything. Because that's where your power is at. So, and I'm just letting y'all know just how powerful we really are.
Right, we created the natural animals on this planet, but we don't share their DNA.
Look, ready? Just like you just said you created those animals, you know how you said God created you?
Right.
You see how it's like a chain, but you were still one with God. God's still one with you.
But the so-called black woman created me, so I'm a direct descendant from that toe-tipping stem cell.
Yeah, but yo,
animals aren't. See, the toe-tipping stem cells was used to spark y'all into existence. That's what I'm saying. So,
all right, I get what you're saying. That's the science in this particular realm. Like, something that can't be described in this realm is kind of the universe. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it can't be described.
That just sounds like mysticism, though.
It sound like what?
I'm saying that that's just kind of, you're trying to mysticize it because a lot of people like to run away from genetics and biology. Mm-hmm. That's literally explaining the species, though. So me and you are not the same species, but we don't do the same things. Like, you're trying to say that we're you know what I'm saying? We can be each other.
Can you?
We're not
Let me tell you this right quick, Ethan.
Standpoint, I feel like we have to, as a people, like, understand the simplicity of science. So it's just the basic, simple understanding for the natural environment around you. If you got to do what people call controlled tests, or if you before you do something, you create a thesis, and after you do it, you have a hypothesis. I mean, you have a thesis and a hypothesis, so forth, so on. So that's science. That's science with anything. You know what I'm saying? You start doing it when you 1 years old, when you want to roll off the bed and you start rocking and then you fall off the bed. That was a science experiment without you even understand. You just did something to realize what goes on in your natural environment. So the science and the etherical stuff always ties in, because the etherical stuff is the basic, simple, underlying. Like, all right, for instance, science would tell us that it's the atomic waves that keep everything together. If you take all the space from between all of those, you could fit all 7 billion, 8 billion humans in one sugar cube. That means that everything that we perceive as reality or physical reality is nothing. So everything is nothingness. It's only held together by frequencies, because the vibrations themselves are basically like a conscious frequency. They're waves. You feel me? And everything that we consider a solid, a matter, a gas, whatever, that create our physical reality. So
Right. So
that's the
can I ask
basis
you a
for
question?
everything. You feel me?
Hold on, brother. Does the sun create all physical reality?
No, sir. No, sir. The
So
sun
the
is
sun
part
doesn't
of the
create all
sun is
physical
part of
reality.
physical. The sun is part of physical reality. It can create what it is a part of. You feel me? See, the sun is a tangible thing. So if it's tangible, that mean that it's also held together by the same forces that apply in our
So
dimension,
does the
in our
sun not
physical
produce?
dimension. You
I
feel me?
got you. So does the sun not produce atoms?
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
What are the
It
building
got
blocks of all physical? Hold on. Hold
what
on.
are
Hold on. Hold
I
on.
think
Hold
the
on, brother.
atoms would be.
I got you, brother. So what is the building blocks of all physical reality?
Carbon.
No, the building blocks of all physical reality.
All the building blocks of all physical reality is frequencies.
It's atoms.
Yeah, but the atoms have to move on on different frequencies in order for it to create what we consider physical reality. You feel me? If the atoms aren't doing, if the atoms have no motion, it would be nothing. That's darkness. That's nothing.
Right, but the sun is producing that though. So the sun was created before, but I understand the darkness that you see. Again, that's just neuromelanin up there. That's always gonna be, and it's always been here. But as far as the sun creates all physical reality. We couldn't experience this reality without the sun.
Okay,
This is
so
why we are directly
hold
connected
on,
to
my
it.
guy. I just want to ask one question. So all right, so we have an understanding. We have an understanding about what the sun is. So would you subscribe to saying that the sun is a star?
Yeah, it is a star.
It's a ball of gas, overheated and expanded, and woo woo woo, so forth, so on. Would you subscribe to saying that it's many stars in our galaxy itself?
Absolutely, and every planet actually turns into a star. So if you're not
So
biologically connected to that sun, then you're not natural to the planet, though.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that on a natural tip, but when I'm trying to get to the point about the reality, our physical reality, the sun itself, um, it couldn't have been the sole thing that created what we consider physical reality, because it's multiple, it's billions, it's so many of them. That's how they also are part of the creation. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And why do you think every planet has a sun?
Every planet don't have a sun.
Bro, y'all
Every
going too far.
every planet.
It's planets that's
Every,
outside of some stars orbit that don't have a sun at all. Then you got
which one?
planets that have moons and some that don't,
Y'all going too far. Y'all going too far. That it ain't even planets aren't, bro. We live in a dome, aka the firmament. So everything you see with telescope, the sun, Neptune, Pluto. I told y'all duality, as above, so below. Y'all not seeing outside of the firmament. Y'all not seeing into the galaxy. Y'all are seeing a reflection of what is inside of the earth. So the sun,
Nah, brother. When they say so above, so below, they're talking about us. They're talking about us. See, that's some esoteric knowledge, as in so without, so within. At the
right.
same as getting told that we got created in God's image. So All of
Right.
those
So
things
your
apply to
cells,
us.
right? So all your cells and all that is doing the same exact shit as the planets and stars out there, literally. So
Yeah,
whatever's
all
in
that
the
applies to
macro
us.
is in the
That's how you know
micro.
we. That's how you know we. I still wouldn't be able to say if we in see the firmament. We have to understand the esoteric knowledge behind it. The firmament that is getting spoken about is our head, our brain. You feel me? See, a lot of those esoteric teachings in what we call religious books are talking about us and teaching us about science and quantum physics, like just wild stuff. You'll have to be able to read in between the lines. They'll teach you about the constellation. When they talk about Moses, Moses was not a historically real person. But the time that Moses was alive, they considered it the age of Aries. Why do they consider that the age of Aries? Because that's where the sun and the earth's precessional location, it was different. It was in the Aries constellation. If you go type in right now statues of Moses, you're gonna see him with horns on his head on multiple damn near all the statues you see. So a lot of those things they're teaching us about other stuff. You just have to be able to read between the lines. You feel me?
Right. I got you, brother. So I do want to introduce the other guest real quick though, because we've been yapping for a minute. Go ahead, Mikey. I know you ain't got a chance to speak yet.
So, like, do y'all think like the planets that we see, like, do y'all think they physical objects, or do y'all think?
Hold on. Are we all one species?
Oh no, I agree with everything that y'all was saying.
Okay, so can you explain why we are not all one species?
No, sir. I already know we not all the same.
But you can't explain it?
No, y'all already explained it.
No, I'm asking, can you explain it, like articulate it in your own words?
I don't think I need to. Like, I understand it, so it's like I don't really know how to put it in words.
Ethan, can we get
If
back?
that, that's what I'm saying.
We get back to the. I feel like we
I got you.
real life teaching folks. You know what I mean?
This ain't no teaching live, brother. I'm having a conversation. Really, we got off topic because I was speaking about speciation and things of that nature. So
I feel like all this stuff ties in together though, on some shit.
no, it definitely does. But the branch I'm talking about is speciation.
On some shit.
What you say? Your mic is muffled.
Your mic is like.
My bad. There it go. There it go. But that's what I mean by everything happens how it's supposed to. We were first talking about, yes, species, animals, how we're not all one, but we got to what we needed to get to. Yes, this your life. You right. This your life. You can do what the fuck you want on your life. But there's a greater plan at play though that we can't control. You know what I mean? Ether, let me
I feel that for sure.
Let me ask you one thing, Ether. And I want everybody to try this, right? Ether, you with me?
What's up?
Hold on, let me plug my shit in right quick. Hold on. Shit finna go dead. Bro. So close your nose for me. I don't want you to don't go all the way in with what I'm gonna tell you, but just, you know what I mean? Follow me. So close your nose, right? Close your lips. You can't breathe, right?
Right.
Right? Okay. Give that, don't do it. Nobody in here do that. Don't do that. My boy John Benjamin in here? What? John, I'm finna fry your dumb ass. But look, okay. Got all that closed, right? You can't breathe. Give it 2 to 3 minutes, right? Oh yeah, my bad. Consciousness. Stop putting the S.
Yeah, you see that thing that just had the notification that just popped up?
I see too.
Yeah, my bad. That was me. That's my bad. That's my fault, y'all. So, okay. You following me, Ether?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what's the first thing that you will lose in 2 to 3 minutes if you keep holding your nose and mouth closed?
Oxygen's not going to be going to your brain, so you're going to lose consciousness.
So, don't that mean that we're breathing in consciousness? And if we're consciousness and we're breathing consciousness, doesn't that mean that we are everything and everything is us? So we are all and nothing. As above, so below, as within, so without. I am this water bottle. This water bottle is me. This water bottle couldn't exist if I wasn't existing. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? It go deeper than science because there's some. When you was talking about how the people weren't.
I got a question though. What is deeper than science?
Okay, that's what I'm getting to. When you were talking about how the white folks, and once again, y'all don't get offended. When you were talking about how the white folks were experimenting on the black woman, right? With no anesthesia, no nothing to make the pain stop, right?
Yes.
They were trying to find the unexplained, right? You can explain what a kidney is, what a tongue is. You can explain what a spleen is, right? But there is something in the divine feminine, aka the black woman, that you cannot explain with science, and it's meant to not be explained because it's more powerful than any word. If you give a title to anything, it limits it. It can't be more than that. You give
The
God
people that were
the title of
experimenting on
God.
black women during slavery knew exactly what they were trying to find and knew it. The reason why they were raping us is to fucking dumb us down.
Oh yeah.
Mentally
Right, so they was trying to perform what you would call cellular oppression. They already understood that
That's
there's
it, Ether.
antigens on the outside of our blood.
That's it. They tried to, if anybody knows what nerfing is, they tried to nerf us on a DNA level so that down the line the slaves' kids would be nerfed.
Yeah, but
they didn't. Go ahead.
yo, I agree, but you know, bro, even if they do that in this world, bro, y'all hold the power way beyond this. And this
That's
one,
the thing.
and
That's the
about
thing.
Ether, about what you were saying about science. What is beyond science? It's about everything that cannot be explained from any information we have gathered from this realm. And a lot of people learn from astral projection and meditation and going from without the realm, connecting with ancestors and different entities and bringing information back here.
All right, so what ancestors are you? I got
Yeah,
you. What
yeah.
ancestors are you connecting to, user?
Wait, I can answer that. Wait,
Oh,
I can.
no,
Wait,
I don't want you to answer.
Hold on,
You're
brother.
not.
We're
You're not the
talking
same
to you.
species
Hold on,
as him. So, as a because I know you a eukaryotic man, user. So I need you to explain what ancestors are you connecting with.
So I was speaking more. I said ancestors, like that's what it'd be for y'all, and I said like entities. That's kind of how I'm
But I know you've been bringing up meditation and astral projection for quite some time now.
He should say shit.
What are you?
Hey, hold on. But this is the thing
Hold
we got.
on, hold on, consciousness, because I asked him a question. And I need
Nah,
him to
I'll
answer. That.
answer all the questions. I'll try at least.
All right, so not even just you personally, for your entire species as a collective, what ancestors would y'all be tapping into?
So it wouldn't necessarily be ancestry connected to this realm, but it'd be a source of power outside of this realm.
You didn't answer the question.
No source of power for y'all outside of this realm, bro.
Let me
All
answer
right.
the question for him because I
Nah,
because
because you're not, brother. You're not the same species as him. So I want to ask the eukaryotic cell
You don't get what
organism
you're saying. He don't
what
get
he's
it.
connecting to.
I don't understand the question, gang.
Right. That's
He does.
right. So
He does understand the
definitely
question. What is he
Don't.
connecting
No, he
to?
don't, bro.
Because he said he
trying to
met.
bully
Hold on,
him.
hold on.
Y'all stop speaking.
Y'all trying to bully him.
Hold on. Because for one, he already stated that he did meditation where it felt like he was connected to everything, right?
Right.
So my thing is he would grasp my question, like don't speak for him. So
Okay, that he can't explain though.
User.
Something that he seen during meditation
Hold on.
that would be
I'm
unexplainable.
gonna try to explain
His
it.
perspective, nigga.
I'm gonna try to explain it like this. Like 2 nights ago, like I just had like a dream, what y'all would call it, but I know this is a different dimension or different realm, but some of us will call it. And it was telling me some voice, whatever y'all want to call it, was telling me that God is everything and you are.
It was
everything.
you, bro. I'm gonna tell you. It was
There you go, Mikey. There
It was
you go,
my nigga.
my nigga.
You was talking to yourself the
Alright,
whole
so-
time, bro.
I got you. That's not a
There
problem.
you go.
So
Thank
go
you
go
for
ahead,
telling
user.
me that, because I was actually just about to say that. Like, I believe we all have a highest self, and we have kind of like not so much a guide, but like a higher version of
Yep,
ourselves.
exactly.
That time doesn't exist. So I think like what we could say, like future me, this is an easy way to explain it. Future me helping me out when I connect to that frequency of future me in this realm.
Is one P
So
is one P36 deletion syndrome
Like
for you or what?
say that again.
he said the 1p36 chromosome deletion. It's a syndrome.
Is that your future?
Can you explain to me what that is, bro?
1p36. I want you to look this up because I know this entire live we've been reminding our brothers, but informing a lot of complex organisms on what the fuck we've been saying.
Yeah,
And
bro.
I can say for a fact, no one has even searched up a thing that we've been talking about. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to Google and search up 1p36 deletion syndrome.
Does this have to do with like?
This has to do with everything we've been talking about since the beginning of the live.
Right, so that's the thing. Go, hold on, Rico. I'm gonna let you go after me, brother. But the thing is, user,
yeah,
a lot of people want to come in here with this consciousness, spirituality talk, but it's just a mechanism to run away from genetics because everybody wants to act like genetics does not fucking matter.
Not everybody, gang. Some people just don't know about it.
I got you, Mikey. I'm gonna attack you.
But again, the spiritual or the metaphysical created the physical, which is a fact. So let's stop acting like that shit does not matter right there. If you was created through inorganic matter, you're not natural to the planet, and nothing spiritual or nothing that I'm connected to you created you.
Yeah, but
You feel
bro,
what
you
saying?
know I'm not trying to deflect or trying to
No, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying a lot of people come up here
I'm
with
not
that
trying to
spiritual talk,
tie
and it's
in.
like
But
they want to run away from genetics. We're not gonna run. Genetics matters. Like that matters. This may be just a suit. I'm gonna agree. This is 100% just a suit, but this suit was created to be naturally conducive to the planet, and it was created from the cosmos. That's the thing.
So I think here's to solve this problem in future lives. I think maybe changing like the title, "Are we all the same species?" Because someone like me could take that way differently than someone who majored in like I don't even know what it's called, biology or some shit.
Genetically and
That's
biologically.
who I want to speak to, though. I like talking to geneticists and bio. I just had a black geneticist on here.
Yeah, and I get that, but people can interpret that differently because I'm kind of taking it more on like take a step back from this world or any of the science that has been conducted in this world, kind of take it to a bigger scale of like what really created us, and are we the same in one particular realm, or are we all the exact same source if you were to go down the chain?
But y'all don't go past it. Y'all don't go past the third dimension.
Let me button real quick. But look, I'm gonna tell you this: like, I've been in different dimensions, and because I am not the body. You know how you saying it's just a suit? Like, I step right out of this
No,
suit.
you are just the body. Because in order to change to a different realm, you need to be able to have the genetic similarities as a sun to be able to perform human photosynthesis.
UV Dreadful, have you been in astral projection or any meditation?
Do you even know what my name means? UV Dreadful?
Have you done any astral?
I'm telling you, just user. Ain't no point. I'm telling you.
I know what you're
it is a point. That's the thing. Like, again, we need to stop looking into mysticism. I'm gonna let my brother Rico speak after I get done saying this, but we need to stop going off of mysticism because it's not getting us nowhere. The fact that the 100% fact is that so-called black people are genetically and biologically different from everybody else outside of us, and everybody else outside of us came through, again, electroporation, electrofusion, genetic manipulation, introgression, and hybridization. That's not a natural process. You was created by another organism to do its bidding. You feel what I'm saying? And that's not natural. You didn't naturally come on the planet. Were you created for a purpose? Hell yeah. But again, your creator created you with a
then what created both of those creators?
User.
Like,
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you.
hold on. So again, you was created with the expiration date. That's what I'm saying. No matter how much you want to, okay, you astral projecting, you shifting in dimensions, not a problem. But when you wake up though, and you're in reality, and that UVC radiation is ground level, you can't stop that. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you are a complex cell organism, you're not going to be in the future. I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. You're not
Yeah,
gonna
nah,
hear that.
Can I
long.
say something right quick?
It's a fact. Nah, I said my brother Rico's gonna speak because he's been waiting too. So go ahead, Rico.
well, you were asking me that, so should
Hold
I
on,
answer it?
user. Hold on, user. I'm gonna let my brother Rico speak real quick. Go ahead, Rico.
What's up with you, bro? Shout out to the host, man. Shout out to UV Dreadful too, right? To answer your question, we are not the same species on no levels at all. Metaphysical level, spiritual level, physical level, no level. Y'all reading out of these dream books, right? The esoteric shit y'all trying to bring to the table, and y'all leaving out the genetics part of it. This is why y'all need to put those books down and pick up some genetics and
Bro,
biology.
esoteric knowledge is the
Because you
base
talk about
to give
Hold
you
on,
this.
out of respect, let's not over talk out of respect though. Let my brother get his frequency. Go ahead.
Feel what I'm saying? You like talk about this one love stuff. That's for your own species. You feel what I'm saying? This brother down here talking about he astral travel and all that. He ain't seen nobody to tell him that the black woman is God. He ain't seen nobody to tell him that to free our children from the hands of the schools and the bad food or none of that shit. So what frequency is he talking to? Not an important one, bro.
Hold up.
You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is we not the same on no levels at all, and y'all need to really study biology and genetics so y'all can stop thinking that shit. Get out of the mysticism, bro. It's children that listen to this shit. And y'all talking about a whole bunch of kumbaya shit with people who fed you to alligators and shit. That shit don't make no sense, bro. You
Man.
sitting up here throwing gang signs in your little box and shit like you. That's weirdo shit, bro. 1 minute you thumbing up, next minute you thumbing down. Like, come on, this ain't no frequency for a bunch of
bro.
kumbayanas, bro.
I get what
People
you
really
trying
need
to
to
say.
get into the books, my G's.
Yeah,
Really
I
get
fuck
into
with
the
this nigga.
biology and the real frequencies of this shit. Or y'all gonna be left behind too for some loving shit.
Me, all right, well.
Hey, Ether, can I?
So no, we not the same species at all on no levels,
can
bro. And
I
I think
go
I'm
real
done because you know
fast
you've
and
been really
then-
rocking
and
out,
then-
bro, like you always do.
Hold on, my brother was talking. What'd you say, Rico? Your last point, my fault.
Yeah, my last point was, I think I said it all, bro. We ain't on no levels or no frequencies as these other people. We are one greater species, you know what I'm saying? We're malevolent beings, bro, and ain't nobody on our level at all. So stop trying to make them and stop trying to force yourself with them. Feel what I'm saying? So I thank you, host, for giving me the time, and you've been rocking out like you usually do, bro. And you too, UV Druffer, I appreciate y'all.
Abundance,
Yeah,
Rico.
abundance, my brother, for sure.
Can
So, user, you kept over talking, and what did you have to say?
I was just gonna say, like, I don't see what, like, I think people like that who getting too mad over it, they
That's
don't.
not mad, bro. That was
Hold
passion.
on,
ego.
because see,
That's
this
not-
is what a lot of
that's ego.
eukaryotic cells that y'all wanna treat passion like it's anger.
Nah.
For one,
All right, let me
if you, hold on,
rephrase it, bro.
no. You're gonna
Definitely
let me
mad.
let me get this out. Let me get this out because for one, so-called if so-called black people was actually mad and angry with y'all, we would have slaughtered y'all a long time ago. You realize
Kill
that,
ourselves
right?
all the time,
Because
dingy.
for one, hold on, now I gotta remove you because you just said that. That's weird. You can't even say that word up here. But again, if so-called black people was actually angry with the complex cell organism, we would have wiped y'all ass off the planet a long time ago. You don't even know what anger. Do you understand what y'all did to children and continuing to do to children today? And you have the nerve to say that he's getting mad over it. Nigga, 8 million, hold on. 8 million children are going missing worldwide, most of them being so-called black, but other races of children are going missing as well. But most of these children are so-called black, and the black children that are being snatched are being used for totipotent stem cells. They're being organ harvested, and they're trying to use their neuromelanin. Some of these children don't even get to touch the grass before they get snatched. You realize that, right? And this is all being done by a eukaryotic organism.
I understand all what you're
Why
saying,
you think
bro.
they keep finding fucking planes full of African children going over there to Europe, bro? You
Yeah,
feel what I'm saying?
but
And it's like
you're labeling me with them. Like I'm not one.
See,
I'm
that's the
not.
thing. I don't separate my people, my brothers and sisters out here that unalive each other. I don't separate myself from them. That's the problem with the eukaryotic cell. Y'all always want to separate yourself from your counterparts that share your genetic makeup. Y'all have the same psychological state. You realize that, right? You're both spliced with chimpanzee, dog, chicken,
But
the same
remember what
mind.
we were
So that
talking
means that
about?
your brain is gonna develop in a similar manner. You feel what I'm saying? That's just 100% facts.
Nah, but
So
bro,
again, I don't separate myself from my brothers and sisters. Why do y'all tend to do that?
all right, can I explain without getting cut off, please?
You was trying to cut me off the whole time I talked, but go ahead.
Because I feel like I got, and no disrespect, bro. I already told you, I come here, I love y'all, and I have black friends, I have white friends, you know what I'm saying, and I love them all equally. So don't ever think I'm trying to come at y'all in some type of way. And that's just, let me just get that out of the way. But then what I was saying is like, you're labeling, like, you need to label. You're not. So we are all one, as what I'm trying to push.
No,
But
we are not all one.
I am not the same as someone who's gonna go to a grocery store and mass kill and unalive only
Hey,
black
you,
people.
you may not be the same. You may not do that now, but you do realize you have the same psychological state of mind to do that, right?
I would
Your
never do
counterparts
that
that
in
are
my
doing
life.
that are only doing that because of their animal genes.
Yeah,
Their
but
genes
look, bro. But I'm speaking me
you
to
have the
you.
capabilities to do the same fucking thing,
So
bro.
look, I keep getting cut off, bro. I can't even
Hey,
turn
you've been cutting. You cut Rico off. You cut my brother off, and you've been cutting me off.
So
stop
what? You're gonna
the
get
hypocrisy.
angry at me,
Stop
bro?
the
I'm just.
Use it too. Hey, Ether, can I talk, bro?
Hold on, let my brother get his frequency out real quick. Go ahead. Hold on, Nick. Did you have some more you wanted to say?
Nah.
All right, what did you want to say?
Nobody is angry, right? But you say you got black friends and all that, but are you telling your black friends about the truth when you're around them? Or are you just talking about, oh, I'm one like you guys? So if you're not telling them the truth, like, oh, you shouldn't be eating animals, or you shouldn't be having your kids in their schools, stuff like that, that means you're still a part of the problem, bro. You just sucking up a love frequency
Nah,
for
bro.
yourself so you can sleep at night, bro.
Nah,
You don't
dude.
understand what you're doing. You ain't stepping. You just talking about a bunch of love shit.
They
And that
know
ain't
that-
cool.
they
So
know
you
that-
just like your eukaryotic cell species, bro. You're not putting no action together. You just talking about love, 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 love. Love don't get you nowhere, bro. That shit is fake.
Bro, you are
You know what I'm
idiot.
saying? Put some actions behind your words if you swear you different from your people. You feel me? Which you can't be because you're not displaying compassion. You
All
feel
right.
what I'm saying?
All right,
Even
let
if
me
you're
get
doing
one
it on a
thing
hidden
out.
level, that's still not displaying compassion. You feel what I'm saying? And this is not mad. This is passion. How I'm talking. Y'all just
All right,
saying you.
and I get what you're saying, but Ether, can I get one thing out real quick?
What?
All right, so when he's saying y'all are not love, and can I tell you the problem with that? The reason that we are in the predicament that we are in right now is the black race and the black people. Y'all are a very loving species. A black mother, I met very like a lot of black mothers, grandmothers. They're the sweetest, most welcoming people ever. And that when the whites
Right.
came to this realm, when the white people came to this realm, those black people were so open. They were showing them all their powers. They were telling
Where
them
did white
all of
people
their
come from,
knowledge.
bro?
They were telling them all this stuff, and the white people stabbed them in the back. But this,
Right, absolutely. You're not lying. So where did white people come
but this
from?
is what I'm saying. The black people came from love. The reason that y'all got backstabbed is because you were so open and loving. So this is not on y'all. Y'all came from love. So when you were saying fuck love, that is completely against from what you're.
Right. And love, like you
Love
just
is
said.
how we
So
are.
hold
where we
on.
are
You just
today.
explained the downfall of so-called black people because our mother was too loving to your species. So that's
Yes,
why my
bro.
brother down there just said fuck love.
And I
We should
understand
value.
passion, bro.
Hold on. So-called black people should be valuing one another because when you value somebody, you don't just sit there. Love. You can love somebody and unalive them the next day on some real shit. But when you value someone, respect come with that as well. So the problem is, again, you're not lying. Our mother was way too lenient when it came down to your species. Now you said y'all came from a different realm. Y'all ain't come from no other realm. Y'all was genetically spliced and created on this planet right now. I'm just gonna keep it 100. And again, that is not natural to the planet. And no matter what you say about love, spirituality, one consciousness, all that shit, I don't care about none of that because again, children gotta suffer when we spreading that BS. I'm gonna just keep it 100.
Yeah,
Children
bro.
keep
But
getting snapped.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
Nah,
Children are getting.
keep it.
Hold on. We not finna over. I'm still talking, brother. Respectfully. So again, 8 million children go missing worldwide every single year. And y'all peace, love, and light niggas don't say shit about it. I put that on everything I love. I ain't never met one peace, love, and light. We all the same ass nigga that ever said anything about children. You want to know why? Because if you would start to say that to children, they would question y'all niggas. If everything's peace, love, and light, why the fuck is this species over here snatching us up?
Well,
like you're gonna have to explain this shit to children that y'all are saying right now. So I hope y'all can do that.
Well,
and hold up, my brother One Consciousness wanted to say something real quick. User, hold on, go ahead, Consciousness.
All right, man. So first thing I want to just get this so we can all have a clear understanding that we have the same bottom foundation of everything.
There you go.
Even when you talk about genes expressing themselves expressing themselves differently, they're doing it consciously. Even the atomic waves that hold everything that we talking about together, like the earth, the sun, everything that's on the earth, us, everything that y'all talking about. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand the bottom line of what you're talking about. The bottom line of what you're talking about is consciousness. That's what you need to be pushing, especially for the kids. So for a nigga like me, I always been telling folks this. My little brother, he just got out. He was locked up when he was 14. He just got out at 16. I still be telling them this. For people that don't understand, when you trying to find ways to separate yourself, you yourself are the enemy. You the enemy of your own race. That what you want. Hold on. Let me finish respectfully. Bro. So man, this what's going on, bro. Man, you have everything that we have an understanding for. It's a conscious thing. Whether it's the atoms in liquid, solid, gas, what we breathe, all this is all the same. No matter if we try to separate it by animate or inanimate objects, humans, animals, it's all classifications we give ourselves to understand the natural environment around us. All this stuff will be here with or without us, brother. All this stuff will be here with or without us. It all has to do with the energy and the force behind it. What is the energy and the force behind it? The frequencies, the consciousness. That's what you want to focus on, regardless on what you're talking about. If you don't focus on that, then you that's the bottom line. That's literally the foundation of everything you talking about, bro. You feel me? You can't skip over that. You feel me? That's all bro saying. That's why user can agree with exactly what you're talking about on a scientific term, but still try to break down that fact. Because in that fact, it's people that is forces that's the same, they come from the same source, and it's forces out here that's not. You feel me? You have people out here that got souls and spirits, you got people that don't, that's missing something. You feel me? And so that's what differentiates us. And they could be within your own race, they could be within your own family, brother. They can be your brother. You and him could be two whole different energies, man. Y'all can be two whole different energies. And that's what's going on in reality. It has nothing to do with race. You feel me? Now when it come down to the history and the culture, that's when it has something to do with race, for sure. Because the way they carry themselves and what they did throughout history definitely is race driven.
I got you. Why did they do what they did though? Why did they do what they did?
They were closer to the animalistic. They were closer to animals than we see. They still have more Neanderthal DNA in it. I don't think black people have any Neanderthal DNA in us at all.
That's what my brother trying to tell you, bro. Like they're doing this on a genetic level of animals, bro.
Yeah, I understand. I agree.
The consciousness stuff that you're saying is correct, but that's only for your species, bro. We gotta push a one consciousness like that. It's not for no other race of being because they're on an animal consciousness level, bro. They ain't fucking with us on no level. This is why we're trying to get y'all to get in the genetics books so y'all can see the eukaryotic cell and what it is. Feel me? They doing this on a dog level, like your pet, bro. You feel me? This is like walking your dog or something, and you're the master, but you trying to take your dog with you somewhere where it can't go. Feel what I'm saying? So this is what my brother trying to tell you, bro, the genetic way. You know what I'm saying? Not just the mystical, spiritual way, bro. These people are literally walking, talking animals, bro. No way to cut it. You feel me? We don't have our same consciousness. Feel what I'm saying? And what user is saying is out of a book of stolen knowledge from our people. This is what allows them to think that they're doing it on our level, and they're not. You feel what I'm saying? So this is what my brother trying to say, bro. Y'all gotta get into them genetics books, bro, so y'all can really see this shit for what it really is and cut the mystical shit out for a minute. Cause that shit cool and true, but you need to back it up. You need to really know on all levels what you're dealing with, bro. Like we got kids missing and shit like that. Kids getting snatched while we talking about they got the same consciousness as us. No, you're dealing with an animal species that cannot have compassion to let our children go. Stop. They can't even stop lying about history, bro.
But
you know what I'm saying? So what consciousness is they on?
That's conscious. That's
exactly, bro. So they not with us, bro. My bad. Host, I ain't even cut you off.
Nah, you just said straight facts, brother. Like, I'm gonna keep it real, and that's the thing. Everybody wanna. We're not attacking no other so-called race. That's not the goal. Again, it's just a fact that they're not natural to the planet. That's the thing. That's what we getting at. And because they're unnatural, and because they have so many, they have genetic material from so many different organisms, the way that their psychological state is developing is very detrimental to so-called black people, especially black children. That's the thing. Because again, if you study genetics and you see what animals these niggas have, they're violent ass animals, especially that chimpanzee that they share 98% of their DNA with. That's a violent ass animal. And all you got to do, again, look up the animals that they share DNA with in nature. They're very violent. And we want to sit here, we want to question why they're doing the things that they're doing. We know why they're doing the things that they're doing because of the animals that they share DNA with. And cool. Again, like I said earlier, I'm not sure if y'all was up in here, but the whole reason this system is in place is so that these niggas are tamed. Because before this system was up, what was they doing to us? There was no peace, love, and light back then. These niggas was slaughtering our people. And that's because there wasn't no system in place. But because now there's a system in place, these niggas got jobs, careers, TV, rewiring their fucking brain to make them think that they got to act a certain way. If they're not operating off their actual nature, see, this is why my nigga user right there, he feel like, you know what I'm saying, he don't want to harm nobody. But if we're going off of straight nature, no system at all, and they're operating off of their genetics, how every species is supposed to be doing, these niggas are acting just like the animals that they share DNA with, and that's just a fact. I'm just gonna keep it real. That's just a fact.
All right, yeah, I get with what you just said, actually. But look,
I got two things.
But look, can I just say something?
Yo, hold up, because I was trying to speak earlier.
All right, you got it, bro.
Hey, consciousness, can you move your head real quick, bro? Please. Chris, I want every complex cell organism to read this shit, especially you. What's happening to you right now?
Yo, I feel like you got a problem.
Hold on. I don't care about none of the other shit, bro. Just read this shit, because this shit's for you, and it's happening to you.
No, I already read it, bro.
The nigga with the glasses.
Some type of way.
To me, how Rico is an idiot, because I heard you say that shit earlier.
That wasn't me, but
I didn't say it was you, nigga. I said it was the nigga with the glasses.
Hold up, yo, but what's your problem, bro? We all just trying to.
Yo, can you explain how Rico was an idiot?
Look, y'all, and I'm real, bro. I need y'all to realize, put y'all thinking caps on, cause y'all all acting like idiots, bro. Y'all acting so slow.
So it's right, okay.
Hear me out. Y'all are playing into their game. This ain't fucking checkers, y'all niggas. This is fucking chess, nigga. The fuck? Man, matter of fact, make me big screen, folks. I'm finna tell all y'all this shit, bro. On bro grade, y'all, man. Please, hey, can you make
so
me...
hold up, D, because respectfully, my brother, I'm gonna say this respectfully. I was talking about genetics, biology. I was talking about speciation. Hold on. No. I just want to say this real quick. When you came up here, you shifted the conversation towards consciousness and us being the same. But again, like I said, you agreed. The spiritual creates the physical. These niggas don't stem directly from source, because the source, again, you agreed, the closest thing to source is the so-called black woman. These niggas didn't come from the so-called black woman. That's what I'm saying. These niggas have an animal consciousness because they're spliced with animals. It's just that simple, bro.
I get that. Okay, cool. We get that. That's period. We done with that conversation.
So now, do you agree with that?
The conversation is, how do we fix this? How do we get to the goal? How do we get to the finish? That's where y'all being idiots, folks. Y'all steady trying to be like, white people did this to children. White people did this. Yes, they did, and they still are, folks, as well as every nationality. But we're talking about white people, folks. So y'all saying white people did this. They mixed with dogs. They shouldn't be doing this. We should be mad at them because they, man, look, that's exactly.
Never say anybody should be mad at them.
Hold on, let me talk. That's exactly what motherfuckers want y'all to think. They want y'all to be mad. Look, perfect example. They want y'all to gang up on User while User coming here like a respectful nigga. Whole time this nigga might not even be human, folks. This nigga might turn this phone off. He might be a whole angel. He might be fucking God on bro grade.
All right,
Real
bro.
shit. Because a motherfucker can incarnate into
Oh,
anything. But y'all,
hold on, brother. I got you, bro. Like, for one, I ain't
Yo, you would be a good actor in Hollywood, bro. You would be a good actor.
Yo, y'all are laughing. But what did he
I
say?
got you, User. I got both of y'all. Like, it's just.
Nah, I'm not done. Look, let me finish.
Nah, we done. I just want to get back to speciation because again, a lot of niggas want to run from genetic. Respectfully, can I ask you a question? Have you ever read a genetics book or a biology book in your life?
In biology class, I had all that shit. But what I'm talking, bro.
No, I'm asking. So you have a good understanding of it, right?
Right. The reason that I changed it though is because literally that's what it's gonna get to, bro. Science is a bridge to spirituality, consciousness. The whatever is
right. So
is the one.
Science is just explaining spirituality, bro.
Science is the materialized spirituality. Something you,
right.
you can explain.
So
like,
again,
but
can you explain? Okay, I got you. So can you explain to me? Okay, can you explain to me how a chimpanzee, a fruit fly? Nah, hold on. Can you explain to me how a chimpanzee, a fruit fly, wolf, goddamn yeast, plants, how did they come together? Hold up. How did they give genetic material from themselves, come together and fuse that shit together to create these people?
Bro, I don't know, but they did it. That's the thing. And you know why they did it?
That's fine, they did it.
Do you know why they did it?
So they did it.
Wait. Do you know why?
So hold on.
You know why?
Wait, hold on. Because I want to make a good point. So you said they did it. You're agreeing 100%. They did it. All right.
They're
so not
here.
A problem. So look. Okay. Hold on.
That sounds a little.
I got you. You said they did it. You said I don't know, but they did it. So I need to ask you a serious question because y'all came up here talking about consciousness. Okay. So does the fruit fly have the same consciousness as a chimpanzee?
Yes. We are all one consciousness.
The
chimpanzee. The chimpanzee is you, folks.
Did you know the fruit fly is actually an unnatural insect, right? It's not natural to the planet.
Cool, so but it's here though. If it's here, it's conscious. It has consciousness.
How the fuck can we reach the same? How can a fruit fly reach the same consciousness as a so-called black person who stems directly from the universe?
This is exactly what I mean by science cannot explain a lot of stuff. I am the same as this remote right here. This remote is the same as me, folks. Everything is vibration. Everything, bro. This isn't physical until
genetically explain on how black people are the same as a chimpanzee and a fruit fly, because that's what you just said.
Wait, what?
It's got their spiritual universe, bro. Genetically explain on how black people are the same as chimpanzees and fruit flies, because that's what the fuck you just said.
Bro, if a chimpanzee, all right, let me answer. If a chimpanzee, right, closes his nose and closes his mouth, what is the first thing it will do?
We're not gonna do that. That's not consciousness.
That goes for everything. Everything is viewing. You are everything, folks. What are you not getting?
That's oxygen, bro.
Genetically and biologically,
it's consciousness. Oxygen.
Wait,
bro.
So you need a body? You need a body in order to experience consciousness now?
You need a body to traverse this plane. You need a body to traverse this plane, dog.
Do you need, hold on, brother. Do you need a body in order to experience consciousness? Yes or no?
You are what gives the body consciousness. You are a soul. Well, hopefully you're a soul.
Nigga, answer the question.
So the soul is consciousness.
You can control this motherfucker. You can move your. You know what I mean?
All right. So is the soul consciousness? Is the soul consciousness?
The soul gives consciousness. It's not. It is pure consciousness.
I like that. Okay, so you need I got you. So you need a soul in order to have consciousness. That's what you just said.
No, you don't need a soul to have.
Now you trying because he already
When you have a soul, no, hear me out, folks. See, you trying to win
this shit up, bro.
You trying to win instead of teaching, folks.
Win it, nigga. First of all, nobody's teaching, and you just.
So what are we up here doing? What are we doing?
See, I was trying to have a conversation about speciation, and you bringing up consciousness, not realizing again these people. So the planes that he's talking about, he was going through dimensions, and it's not just him. A lot of eukaryotic cell organisms feel this way. So my thing is,
I feel that way, and I'm not. You know what I mean?
No,
I know I can.
That's fine. So again, we want to sit here and dispute genetics all day when the metaphysical created genetics. So why the fuck, if I'm the universe, right? Why in the fuck would I go into something that's unnatural and is gonna be removed from the planet to experience life? That doesn't make any
sense. Let me answer that. That's actually what I wanted you to ask. It's not what I wanted, but it is in a way. Okay, but let me talk too, folks. Let me talk. You too, UV. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. So you remember what I said earlier, right? We grow in darkness. That darkness is the womb. That is the infinite womb. You know what I mean? So when we're in darkness, aka negativity, aka endless possibilities, which can be good or bad, we are growing. We are getting nutrients. We are getting upgrades. So when we're going through bad, which is going on right now, and which has been going on, we are growing. And it is time for us to get out of the last part of slavery. We got out of physical. It's time to get out of mental, right? And the only way to get out of mental, right? I'm trying to get y'all to see. We're talking about genetics, and we're talking about white people this, white people that, black people this, black. Okay, how do we come to an agreement? How do we come to an ending? That's what I'm talking about. We can talk about it all day, but we got to find a way.
My brother said it earlier. The way that we change from this is segregation, bro. We don't need to be around an unnatural species.
Let me talk.
So, because I'm out. It's other people, and I kind of want to. You feel what I'm saying?
Let me lay my point.
Because all right, make it quick though, because we not going to be the yapping. Because you ain't said one fact. I'm gonna keep going.
We're in mental slavery right now. That is the last test to get to where we're going, right? So the only way to get out of mental slavery, well, first, let me say it like this. The mental slavery is segregation. That's what you want to do. It's segregation. Let's separate everybody so we can't be one anymore, which is what we are.
Do you eat meat, bro?
Anymore? Nigga, we were never together to begin with. Fuck you mean anymore, nigga?
Do you eat meat?
You're all one.
I got you. Do you eat meat?
Yes, nigga. We can see it all in his face.
Right, do you eat meat, bro?
The only way to get over slavery is to see.
I got
User is my User is my best friend, and I don't know User. But that's the way to get out of the mental slavery.
Right, you love your oppressor. You love your oppressor's slavery that he put you through mentally.
This is, hey, everybody in the chat, this is what you call Stockholm Syndrome.
And say, hey, I love you, bro. Even if your ancestors did this to my people, I'm not going to do this to you.
Nigga, he...
Wait, that's what we need to break this.
Hold on. You still going to eat their food, right? You still going to eat their food, right?
Okay.
Y'all not trying to see the way out. Y'all want to.
There ain't no way out with your oppressor. What are you talking about? So you love this man, and you still going to eat his food, and you still going to be in this school system. You still going to work their jobs out of love. So you think you're going to sin out of that loving your oppressor, bro?
Let me ask
you're not making no fucking sense, bro.
Rico, let me ask you this.
Yo, hold on. Before you ask him one question.
Hold on, D. Let me just slide in real quick. I just want to say
consciousness, because I was trying to ask a few questions and shit.
Oh, yes, sir.
That nigga said yes, sir, massa. My bad.
Chill.
My fault.
D. So do you eat meat, bro?
I do from time to time. I tried to be. I was a vegetarian for a year and like 2 months, but then I was like, I'm at a point now where I can eat meat and it don't affect my mentality. I'm to that point in my.
Wait, you realize that's completely false biologically, right?
I can't, bro.
Hey,
somebody pull up the definition of neurotransmitters. Somebody please pull up the definition of neurotransmitters. Because what this just said, biologically and psychologically, does not make any fucking sense. So can somebody please pull
All
up?
right, yo, can I explain what he?
Can we pull up Stockholm syndrome, please, too? as well?
Ether, what was you saying, folks?
Yo, let me
Nah,
just.
I was just saying, hold
say.
on, user.
What
I
was
was
you saying?
just saying because the thing is, everybody wanna you going with the whole mysticism, spiritual shit. Why the hell are you eating animals?
You want to know why? Okay, that was a perfect question. Do you really want to know why I specifically eat animals?
Right? Why are you eating animals?
Okay, and let me answer this too. Let me answer this. Don't cut me off. UV, don't cut me off. User said, right? That he astral projected and he traveled somewhere, right? Right? Okay. You remember I said I agree with him, right? Right?
Is this explaining why you eat?
Anyway, when I was a vegetarian, right? That was when I was most clear mentally. I can talk to damn nature. I can damn move shit with my mind. My powers were dead ass, you know what I mean? So I sat and I won't say I meditated, but I went into
Were you moving tinfoil or what?
Shut the fuck up. Nigga, let me talk. So,
I'm sorry, hey brother, I'm sorry.
Nigga got some paper towels and some paper cups.
It's like
exactly.
man.
I saw exactly what user was talking about. I didn't see it, but you know what I mean? I felt it.
Yo,
And
all right.
he-
Wait, hold
told me, right?
on. This shit don't make no sense. Bro. I can't no more. I really
Follow
can't
me,
because y'all
nigga, that's
niggas,
why that-
y'all nigga, you
Try
just
to
said, hold
understand
on, brother. You just said you was tapping in, you had your powers, you seen exactly what user was describing, but you still went back to eating fucking meat. I can't with y'all niggas, bro. I'm done.
You said you was moving
Can I
objects,
finish?
nigga.
I can still
These
do it.
niggas different. I swear to God, bro. These guys
You're
different.
being closed-minded, folks. You're not trying to learn,
Nah,
folks.
bro.
Nigga, we heard this shit a million times. What you saying is not the first time you heard it. You saying you was moving shit, nigga. What was you moving? Hold on. What was you moving, nigga?
She told me, hey, you're at a point in your life where you're above the average Joe. So I'm allow you to eat animals, and you're still gonna retain the same ability.
Nah, get your ass off my live, nigga. Cause ain't no way this nigga said Mother Universe just told a nigga that's biology, his biology as a so-called black person literally says he cannot eat meat.
All right.
He said
kill himself.
I told y'all niggas he was moving tinfoil, bro.
I swear to God, bro. These niggas
told him
is
get out
different,
of
bro.
here.
Nah, brother, we not
He was
rocking
one
like
of
that
those
because that's
niggas on
insane.
TikTok lives that be
Yo,
moving.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Yo,
This nigga just told me out of his own mouth, Mother Universe told this nigga he can eat meat because he reached a different level of consciousness.
Can I say something real quick? Ether?
That's crazy.
Wow. What user? What would you want to say, user? Because that shit was insane.
About you, you just contradicted something. And I'm not calling you out. I'm just
What did I contradict? Go ahead.
No, you said I don't judge my brothers whether they, get rid of themselves or they murder.
Nah, first of all, see, that's what y'all like to do. I never once said that at all. I hold my brothers and sisters accountable. What I actually said was I don't separate myself from my brothers and sisters. That's the thing. I never once said I don't judge my brothers and sisters.
So do you separate yourself from the guy who was just in here?
Absolutely not. Why would I separate myself from my brother? That don't even make no sense. But I gotta hold my brother accountable though. You feel what I'm saying? So the thing is, I gotta hold my brother right there accountable. He just said out of his mouth that Mother Universe told him that he's allowed to eat meat when his biology directly goes against it. So who? And it's just crazy to me because Mother Universe is
on him, bro. He just coming in.
He's a directed.
Nigga, because you don't understand what that means.
Right.
That's why. This is exactly why we fucking told, bro, to pull up 1p36 deletion syndrome, bro. You do not have the neurons to process what we're saying.
I do, bro. Yeah.
No, you fucking don't, because you don't. Nigga, you're thinking that we're clowning him, nigga. You don't even know what the fuck, what he said, how it doesn't make sense.
No, trust me, bro.
All the children that are fucking watching this shit, bro.
Look, I'm on that frequency to not clown anyone, no matter what type of
Nobody
BS
was clowning.
I don't give a fuck what frequency you on, bro.
You see how you
are not going to
reason why I was laughing.
outside of Earth.
Hold up.
Your cells are being
this is the
depleted
reason
by the
why I was
sun.
laughing because you don't understand genetics. You said that at your own mouth. So if you understood the biology of so-called black people, we are not made to eat meat. So the fact that he told me out of his own mouth that
Do you
Mother
know
Universe,
why?
which
Do you
we
know
step,
why
hold
you're
on,
not?
don't overtalk me. So the fact that he said Mother Universe, which so-called black people stem from, told him as a so-called black person that he's okay, he's allowed to eat meat because he reached a level of consciousness is absurd. You feel what I'm saying? Because again, that directly goes against his biology. He's actually adding antigens on the outside of his red blood cells, which is very detrimental to him. So you don't understand none of that shit because again, you don't study genetics or biology.
Right, but
That's the thing.
do you know why
So
we
again,
weren't supposed to eat meat
before
before we learned
I
the
can't speak that
genetics?
you're a eukaryotic cell
Who's we?
organism.
You're
So as
supposed
far
to
as
eat it,
so-called
nigga.
black people, we're not made to eat meat. We're not allowed to eat meat because it's gonna give us negative residual effects.
It would give us negative effects as well. Can I explain why?
Dog. So do you know what a neurotransmitter is?
Can I explain real fast, bro? Now I got you.
Neurotransmitter is. Answer the question.
Yo, bro, I don't think you come in here to learn. I think you come in here to argue your ego.
Who
And
said that? Hold on,
Explain to
hold
me what a
on.
neurotransmitter is.
Who said that this was a learning live? I'm having a conversation. You see, the conversation says, "Are we all the same species?" Right? So
yeah,
that means that we're going to be talking about speciation.
yeah.
So
Look,
as him being a part of the so-called black species, right? As him being a part of my species, we are not made to eat meat. Again, it directly gives him negative residual effects.
okay,
Again, we don't
yes.
have the hydrochloric acid to
Yo,
break
but can
that
I
shit
tell you
down.
something?
We don't. Our
Before,
biology directly goes against that shit.
all right,
And
so
again, my brother stated that Mother Universe, right? Mother Universe told him it's okay to eat meat, which is a lie. And that's the thing. Children got to hear this shit. This is why I say a damn nigga, meat eaters can never outthink fucking sun eaters. Never. You'll never be able to do that shit. I promise you. That's the thing. If a child was in here and he heard that shit, he's gonna question that nigga too. Cause what do you mean?
all right, can I speak? But before y'all understood and can break down the science behind DNA and genetics, do you know why your soul did not want you or allow you to eat meat?
What's up?
Do you know why?
What's up?
Or Dreadful, do y'all know the answer?
Go ahead and tell us, bro. Go ahead. You let me know about my biology when you're not even me. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about your biologies because we at one point
I
we were.
mean, the act of
You keep cutting me
eating
off,
directly
bro.
goes with, bro. You know what? Go ahead. Just you let me know.
Like, let me just say something real quick. Y'all keep cutting me off, but then
Because
keep
you talking about bullshit on my live, bro.
But look,
That's
all
the
right,
thing.
look, ready? Because at one point we were on the same before they cut the tree of life, before they did all this stupid stuff.
Rashad Jamal shit out of here, bro.
That's what I'm saying, nigga.
Hey, where did you see
you-
that shit at? You saw that at fucking Galaxy 576. Where did you see that shit at? Tell me, please.
Man,
Please
so-
tell me.
User, do you
Please
watch?
tell me where you saw them fuck or whoever the fuck cut down a tree of life. Tell me where you got that from.
Yo, you gotta go within, bro. But that's not.
Oh, I gotta
Right.
go within.
Nigga, hold
So
on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
tell
You-
a
hold on,
star
Nick,
seed
hold
that I
on,
gotta
Nick.
go within.
Hold on, Nick.
Astral
This
project
nigga
to
just say he
fucking-
gotta go within. Nigga, which part of you are you going within? The fruit fly, the chimpanzee, the mouse? Which part are you tapping? Y'all
Alright, can
niggas
you
come
not
in here
cut me
saying
off,
some
bro?
bullshit on my fucking live all the time,
Yo,
nigga.
but bro,
You not
remember
connected to
Ether,
source.
Ether.
On everything I love, nigga. Your species is being removed from the planet, and I say this very respectfully.
Yo, but
Look
Ether, you
up what
shouldn't
hold
say
on,
that,
hold
bro.
on. Look
Because I
what
just
UVC
told
radiation does to the
You shouldn't say
eukaryotic
that,
organism.
nigga.
Go look
Nature
that shit
itself
up
is
and
saying
then
that,
you come
nigga.
and tell me that. Because nigga, y'all niggas want to argue with me. Go argue with the sun. He's removing you from the planet. I ain't doing a goddamn thing. That's the thing. Y'all niggas want to argue with me all day, but we don't want to address genetics or the sun ever. We just want to go straight to consciousness. Like what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
All right, yo, can I just say one more thing?
No,
and then I'll
nigga,
get
you ain't
off
saying
here?
a damn thing on my live. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Respectfully. Now you can go ahead, Ligaro. Like, damn.
League, bro. Yo, League. If you off the app, we can't hear you, dog.
Go ahead, we can hear you, League.
Yeah, I agree with the topic and everything. We are definitely not the same. Like I was saying, I mean, I would agree with everything you were saying. Boy was on a spiritual tip. I kind of feel what he was saying, but that's on some church. That's on some church shit. That's what got us into this shit in the first place. You feel me? Like, cause that's how we get our guard down. Definitely, we are different people, so we shouldn't get the same credentials. You feel me? So I feel why you like kicked him off. He was on some kumbaya shit, but when we kumbaya, we get stabbed in the back. Feel me?
Now, I ain't even kick him because of the kumbaya shit. I kicked him because this nigga trying to go directly against his own this nigga say he tapping in. He don't even know which part of which animal he tapping into. I told this nigga agreed that he has animal DNA from multiple different types of animals, but he want to tell me that he tapping in talking to Mother Universe. Why the fuck would Mother Universe talk to a species that was feeding her babies to fucking crocodiles, bruh? Like, I don't even take niggas serious no more. Like,
that's it. I feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying. I agree with that. And what to have him say, "Oh, Mother Nature said I could eat animal again," knowing damn well you ain't supposed to be eating this shit. That's just wild. But I feel like to look for an end result, we definitely realize this is a stepping stone to realize that we ain't the same. We gotta start acting like we ain't the same. And now I feel like we just need to get ourselves together and just start to build with each other. We need our own everything. You know what I mean? We need our own policies. We need our own governance. And we need everything to start over again because we still behind the 8 ball. You feel me?
We don't need no government.
No,
only
our
laws
own
we need to be
governance.
following is universal law. That's the only law that we should be following. Other than that, we should live naturally with the planet and the cosmos.
I feel you, but when it comes down to actually doing like physically of controlling our people as a people, we gotta need something. We're gonna need a leader. We're gonna need some type of head. We're gonna need a board.
Can I ask you this, brother? Are we all genetically the same as so-called black people?
What did you say, so-called black people? What you talking about?
Are we all genetically the same as so-called black people?
What are by definition what's black people do?
I mean, you know, the LeBron Jameses. So niggas that look like LeBron James, are we all genetically the same?
I would figure so, yeah. What do you mean?
All right. So why in the hell, if me and my brother, or men ain't genetically the same as so-called black women, but we derive from her. So all so-called black people, we are all connected through quantum entanglement. So my thing is, if we're all the same, my question is, why in the hell do we need a leader when we can be learning the same shit that the leader would be learning?
I understand, but why isn't that happening today then?
Because we're chemically imbalanced and we're living amongst an unnatural species.
I'm not saying we need a leader, but we need structure, I should say. Better to say that.
Absolutely, and that starts with self.
Yeah, facts. That's a fact. But with all our people out there lost, that's where it's going to be hard. That's where we got to start to bring people together. That's the structure part. Other than that, everybody's going to be doing it willy-nilly, not following the laws of us or doing what they're supposed to do, unaliving each other. There's so many things that we need to fix before we can start to build again. You feel me? Because we need us all. For real. We need us all.
Right. It's up to us as individuals if we want to learn ourselves or not. So once we learn ourselves and we pass it down to children, we're actually going to create a generation of thinkers, and we're not going to need no leader. Children ain't going to need no leader. What do they need a leader for?
It's a big fact. I feel that. I don't want you to take the leader role thing that I was saying is like as a president, because that's not what I was saying. Like as a leader, as a head nigga. No, but just like as a universal code for us, because we don't have structure, and that's all I'm saying. We need structure.
That's the universal code right there. Know thyself.
Facts. But don't you think it's a duty of people that has higher knowledge to tell them people down there, like, yo, find self. That's not as a leader, but that's taking a leader role to help somebody else realize who they are, which we are doing now.
Exactly. And when you speak and walking in your truth, as knowing thyself, you shine on your brothers and sisters, you feel me? But it's up to them to want to know and take on the knowledge too. but you can get through to their children. You get what I'm saying? A
Facts.
child always gonna listen, bro. A child always gonna have an open ear to things. It's the adults that be fucked up. Feel what I'm saying? So if you walking in your light, you're gonna shine to the kid, not even the adult. You feel me? And that kid is gonna spark the next generation too.
That's
Feel
the
what I'm
truth.
saying?
That's the truth.
Facts. Shonda, do you want to say something? I know you've been up here for a minute. I think you was low key supposed to go before a league. I ain't gonna lie, my fault. That's on me. You gotta unmute, Shonda. Yeah, Shonda. All right. Go ahead, user. Is this the same user? Cause I know it's a couple of users up in here, so I don't know if this the same one. But go ahead, user.
We are not all the same species. According to molecular biology, it's already been confirmed that all non-blacks are part Neanderthal. Neanderthal is a scientific term for a monkey. So I don't think we are the same species. I feel like that was just that phrase, we are the same, that's just a way to cause confusion amongst races on this planet. And it was also used, things like that, when things like that were said, that was also used to just justify things like Jim Crow and slavery. So, yeah, I don't think we all are the same. Just the genetics. And I don't see how you could share DNA with something you've been here longer than. It's already, I know the exact age of black people. Black people have been on this earth for 76 trillion years. So you can't share DNA with something you've been here longer than. It don't work like that.
Thanks.
Is there anyone in the chat that disagrees with the topic? And I 100% agree with you, brother, by the way.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we predate all that shit. We don't have no animal DNA at all. But yeah, like UV said, anybody who disagrees with the topic, or even if you agree with the topic, you can request up and share your frequency. I know it was a lot of people in the comments that got mad because I dropped that brother and I was laughing. But again, if you're not studying genetics or biology, you're not gonna understand how ignorant a lot of these brothers and sisters out here be sounding. Well, I'm gonna just keep it real. If you're not studying that shit, then you're just not gonna understand. But League, did you get your full point out? I don't even remember.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have. Like I was saying, I was just thinking of the structure shit. That's just structure, because like we know we superior, but we ain't in a position to say we are. You feel me? I feel like we just need to get to that point.
Right. So can I ask you a question?
Good.
So what should we do to help children?
That's a tough question, because usually the children that we are speaking of is the ones that are in trouble or in a bad situation, which is probably hood niggas. And it's that, if it's that, then we need to get together and focus only on that. But it's hard in in this situation that we're in, because we already know like government don't help that shit, and it's a moneymaker for them kids to be ignorant. So I think church don't help neither though.
So what do you mean by children are hood niggas?
Like the ones that's less fortunate, you know what I mean? Like the ones that's probably got a mom that's not even doing too much, let alone his dad's locked up, you feel me? Like them ones. Like I'm from New Jersey. Like I grew up in a nice town. But I was born in Camden. I moved out here when I was 3. I go back and forth. Like I took my summer vacations was in Camden. It's like opposite and shit. So like I see, and I grew up around both sides, so I understand what fortunes one have and what the others don't. Even if the mom's in the picture or not, I mean the dad's in the picture or not, the kid that usually has a problem with coping and understanding who they are is the ones that are being manipulated by the streets. And I feel like that's the ones we need to focus on to get a bigger understanding of who they are and who we are as a whole people. You know what I mean?
I mean, I would have to disagree with that a little bit, bro. Because it ain't just the streets, it's the indoctrinated parents too with 2 jobs and a good family with millions of dollars. They just as much as worse as the problem. Because they raising the kid to be thankful about being richer slaves.
That's
You
true.
get what I'm saying? So how they, you know what I mean? They ain't studying no self-knowledge because they too busy studying the oppressors' knowledge their own selves so they can be I guess you could say house nigga of it. You feel what I'm saying? So on all levels, bro, it ain't just no street level, it's all levels. And that's probably the worst level. Because at least on the street level, your parents is home a little bit more. Feel what I'm saying?
Technically, but not really. I mean, usually the streets raise a street nigga. You know what I mean? That's why they street niggas. And usually the big homies is the ones that's raising them, or their cousins and shit. Like mom's probably barely home if she's working. If she's on welfare, she's home. But there's a lot of moms out there that really just that are kids themselves. You feel me? And they're the ones I feel like it's going to be harder to get to because they're already in a bigger problem than they are from a kid that's in a nice neighborhood. You feel me? They're in a deep shit. They're on survival mode more than they are to even have time to think about some freedom stuff or think about self. They worry about survival, worry about how they're gonna eat, how they're gonna sleep. You know what I mean? Like it's way deeper when it gets in the hood shit. But us as a people, it's definitely indoctrinated by the churches for real, because they don't know who self is. They looking outside for source when source is within. So that's definitely it.
User, what's your question? Hold it. Yo, user.
Oh, did you hear my question?
Nah, you was muted.
Oh, I was saying I've read like about the black race, like it's like how we used to be able to live for thousands of years, and I just wanted to know, like, what do you think will have to be in effect for us to get back to that point?
For one, we would have to start eating according to our genetic makeup for sure. That's going to be one of the biggest things. And we're going to have to clean up the environment because a lot of the pollutants and a lot of the shit that we're breathing in is also affecting our biology as well.
Awesome.
Okay. We see a lot of, people that's doing plant-based, they 50 years old, they looking like, they moving like they 30. You feel what I'm saying? So it's definitely about what you eat, and it's definitely the environment as well.
But that would also be a problem because it's the world is only going to get naturally hotter, but it's going to be impossible for something like that to take place when you got planes spraying chemtrails and just chemicals just trickling down into the atmosphere. So that would have to.
So the people that are doing that are unnatural to the planet, and they're going to be removed with the sun. So the sun is going to remove them from the planet. So it's going to be a point in time where we don't got to worry about none of that shit right there.
I say 2040. It says it's less white people on the earth than people think. It said it's like about to decrease by 50% in 2040-45. They die more than they give birth That's facts. That's statistics.
Oh, it did F1 in the chat. We gotta say unalive.
Well, they unalive more than they give birth. So,
right, the same with the Asians as well in different parts of Europe. Yeah,
I've actually heard that we have DNA linked because their some of their spirituality is mixed in with ours. The Chinese. If you look in Japanese proverbs, it actually says in order to be a brave samurai, you have to have a bit of African blood. So I don't know the whole scientific makeup of it, but I think that they have some of our DNA. I think. I'm not sure.
If you're talking about the Asians that you see today, no, they don't. I'm just
talking about the
spirituality. If you're talking about like Shaolin monks and the original Japanese are the Naga Kushites. Well, before I get into that, I want to discuss just to talk about the fucking the chemtrails and shit. The chemtrails may block the sun, but it's not gonna block the radiation. You know what I'm saying? So the radiation, the difference between fire and radiation is fire cooks you from the outside in, and radiation cooks you from the inside out. Now it only does that for everyone outside of us. Radiation, because we're literally like radioactive, electromagnetic fucking suns and stars walking in the flesh. The radiation is gonna change everything about our anatomy in a positive way, though. For them, it's depleting their cells. And so whether the sun's blocked or not, there's still going to be heat and radiation on the planet that's going to change us regardless. And as far as us being have some DNA to the fucking Asians, the only Asians that I could assume that you're talking about is the Naga Kushites, because the Asians that are on the planet now were genetically engineered, and black people aren't genetically engineered. The only way you can cut into our DNA is with UV light, and the only natural producer of UV light on the planet is the sun, which is UV is ultraviolet. You know what I'm saying? Ultraviolet light. And the only thing that produces ultraviolet light is the sun. So you can't genetically engineer us, which means that we can't share the same blood as the Asians that are walking today. And their spirituality is completely different from ours, because our original quote unquote spirituality is studying the fucking solar system, being able to read sacred or understand sacred geometry. You know what I'm saying? The crop circles that a lot of people do not know how to fucking read. That's our shit. I don't know about the fucking the spirituality that motherfuckers be doing now, wearing crystals and shit, because our skin produces crystals naturally. And so all that shit's really unnecessary, bro. Like, the only thing that we need is the fucking sun and water. That's it.
Yeah, facts. We was made to, again, radiation is
tapping into the science of our telomeres and being able to understand the biological chemistry of human photosynthesis. That's the only way we can live longer or be able to eat directly with the sun. So cut off all physical food and just only drink water. That's the only way. But as far as living longer, it's understanding the science of your telomeres, which are the tips of your chromosomes.
Exactly. Are y'all familiar with the story of Yakub? Do y'all think that's accurate?
Nah, it's not. But I do want to introduce that brother, Phallic Cosmo, real quick.
Oh yeah,
because he didn't get a chance to speak yet.
Oh, what's up with y'all, man?
What's up, brother?
This is Philippe Cosmo.
Philippe, all right.
This question: are we all the same species? It's interesting. Can I, before I really go in, hello, princess. Before I really get into it, here you go. Before I get into it, can I ask you guys, who created other species aside from because you guys are saying that, I guess, white people or whitey people from animals and whatnot, who put that together?
An extraterrestrial that knew how to play with genetic splicing.
Right, so it was a entity that possessed intelligence. So, because we're not the only intelligent life form on the planet or throughout the cosmos.
So, what would I've been hearing things about the island of Patmos, about the
you mind if I get to cooking really quick, user?
I'm sorry.
You mind if I get to cooking?
Hold on. Let that brother get his frequency out.
Okay.
Right. Can you let me talk really quick, princess? Yeah, here goes a hug. All right. My daughter's name is Love Gaia, by the way. That's kind of how spiritual me and my wife is. She's very loving. So, and I changed my name. Like all of this is gonna tie in. I hope it makes sense. But I was born with the name Trent, right? But I changed it to Philique after like realizing water and that it holds memory. And then, give me a second, princess. And then realizing, like, looking at the names of all my family members and like my close friends, and realizing that they are the name. So I know a lot of us don't like Christianity, but there's some truth within it. So for example, one of the things that it says is we're not dealing with the person, we're dealing with principalities, right? So tying that in with the water, I realized that when I'm speaking a name to somebody, I'm literally helping form the vessel. All right. So now with this vessel, I detach from the vessel. So are we all the same species? I don't know, but maybe this, after we're finished with this, then we could have an answer here. But I don't know. But I detach from the vessel because, as we know, the vessel is made of the same things that the universe is made of. As far as like our blood mirrors the ocean, we mirror stardust and just things like that, right? So I'm under the impression that we are the universe. Let me give this metaphor. We know that, or we know about the Big Bang, right? It was one speck that expanded into the universe. So the way I view consciousness is that this speck was whole. It already knew itself. So when it expanded into the universe, this is the illusion. Like it's like a magic trick. Illusions are real, but it's there to distract you from the truth. So oh man, one of the comments threw me off. Let me clear display because that shit don't be off. But where am I at? All right, so that we're all the universe. See, this is hold on, princess, hold on. Me saying that we're all the universe is confusing my thought process right now because of this question. But this is kind of how I've been talking about it with like my brother and my wife recently, because I kind of been on this. But I'm feeling like we are all the universe. We're all the God folded into itself. So we have everything. So I don't see anything outside of me. Like what that dude D was talking about, he kind of was going crazy though, like throwing people off, talking about we the same as remotes and as same as mosquitoes or whatever. Bro was like really throwing it off. I get what he was saying, but you can't really go there when you're trying to get people to understand that you know that we are the universe. So when people call themselves God and everything like that. So with this being said, I don't view anything outside of me. Like I don't view Yeshua, I don't view angels or anything as that outside of me. I do see that the world, that this creation is also a paradox. So two things can be true at once. So how I view, because I know about like Rashad Jamal and him talking about, you know, about these species and whatnot. So I kind of went down that path. And one of the answers that I kind of came to was that, yes, we are different, and that these people are new beings, and that they don't know what it is to be a human. So their ego took over for all this time, and we, as the original beings, have to teach them how to be humans. And if love is okay, so this is what I kind of want to say, and I'm going to end it here. So seeing how the Big Bang expanded, right, and separated, I believe that our purpose here is to experience so we can become whole again. It's not to like be a doctor or this and that. It's to experience whatever it is so we can be whole again, so we can discern what separates us and what keeps us whole. And I believe these people, these white tea people that were created, they have done a lot of separating because they're new and in their ego, and us as old beings or the original beings were to teach them. And when we regain or reclaim our sovereignty, my question is, are we to love them and forgive them and show them how it is to be a human? Because if we repeat it, then karma and these laws of the universe only repeat, and we never come back to wholeness. We stay separated, and delusions continuously perpetuate.
Yo, Philippe. So
Right. So
let
hold
me
on.
let me say some shit
So
real quick. Go ahead, Zay.
so the thing with that is, brother, again, we have to understand these people on a genetical level. They share DNA with multiple different types of animals, and when you actually start to look at these animals and where they stem from, a lot of the animals that's used with these people are unnatural animals as well. You feel what I'm saying? So again, we can't teach something that's not 100% of anything to be anything. You feel what I'm saying? Because they're not 100% chimpanzee. They're not 100% K9. They're not 100% of any animal that they share DNA with. So this causes their brain to be underdeveloped because their brain doesn't know what to formulate into. So that's the reason why they lash out and they have all these syndromes happen to them. This is why they show no empathy, things like that. You feel what I'm saying? They're not natural to the planet. So again, there's no possible way for us to sit here and teach them how to be human. And on top of that, so-called black people, we're not even human ourselves. So we can't teach somebody to be something that we're not. And we damn sure can't teach them to be like us. That's like a lion trying to teach a alligator how to be a lion. It don't work like that because those are two different species. And this is why you don't see animals in nature trying to go teach other animals within nature. It's not gonna work. But what you wanted to say, Nick?
The only way, as far as of right now, I'm speaking to everyone outside the black race. The only way for you guys to be able to, quote unquote, ascend, like y'all niggas be saying y'all can, because I know a lot of you fucking, quote unquote, spiritual teachers, like Rashawn Jamal and all these motherfuckers be saying, if you doesn't matter your skin color, this has nothing to do with skin color. You know what I'm saying? That as long as you vibrate on a high fucking frequency, you can ascend. The only way to be able to walk under the sun is if you possess neuromelanin, prokaryotic cells, and the fucking Eve gene. If you don't contain any of those, not only are you not natural to anything in nature, yourself, and you exist nowhere in the entire fucking solar system. You are like nowhere conducive towards us. This is why we say segregation is needed, because the first thing that we need to do is stop sending our children to their schools and their medical facilities to psychologically and medically evaluate us. All of this shit is just a science experiment, you feel me? And so you, Philippe, you cannot be, some people in the comments were saying some shit about you, like reproducing someone outside your race. I don't know how true that is, but either way, bro, like we cannot psychologically or spiritually bond with these people. And genetics or science tells us that. You know what I'm saying? Genetics tells us everything that we need to fucking know. Genetics tells us what happens when we reproduce with them and how our children are unalived and the mother starts to catch a disease called hemolytic disease and potentially unalives the child and her. It shows us what happens when we reproduce with them. It shows us what happens when we bond with them. It shows us what happens when they are in our environments. You know what I'm saying? It tells us all that shit in fucking books. You know what I'm saying? And so we create our own shit. Like, that's not going to do anything but continue the enslavement. It's not going to do... That's their ideology shit. Before we came in contact with these people, we weren't at any fucking schools or any fucking businesses. No Black Wall Street. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all niggas never been to Black Wall Street that speak on it. And you have to understand, that's in a westernized environment. You know what I'm saying? I've been there multiple times. So that shit was not we didn't create that shit out of creativity. That's from their shit. You know what I'm saying? We didn't own any of this fucking materialistic shit before we came into contact with these people at all.
Oh, yeah, I'm from Belize, which, well, I mean, I don't know. I know you guys probably gonna say some shit like that. That's not where you from, nigga. You was taken there and this and that. But yeah, my culture is Belizean. My wife is from Honduras, and we share similar culture. So yeah,
So I got a question about your wife. Your
said-
wife's phenotype. Does your wife naturally produce straight hair, or does her hair like have the exact same similarities as a black woman?
oh no,
Who
hers is not.
as a black woman who contains an afro?
No,
So
it's
does
not.
her hair is her hair naturally straight,
Yeah,
or is
her hair
her
naturally
naturally like an huh?
Her hair is naturally straight.
Okay, so you reproduce with someone outside of your race.
Say that again.
You reproduce with someone outside of your race because you said that their
Yeah.
culture is similar to yours. So what do you mean by that?
Well, hold on, love. Hold on. Let me take this. She's playing with her side of the phone. Or let me go in the room really quick. You can keep playing with that. But as far as culture, well, Belize and Honduras, they like neighbors. I know you guys know about Dr. Sebi. He's Honduran and Garifuna. I'm Garifuna too, so kind of like. But I'm a Belizean Garifuna. He's a Honduran Garifuna. Same type shit though, but I don't know. But anyway, I'm about to get up off of here. I just wanted to tell y'all thank you for not interrupting me when I was talking. I don't know the answers. I'm not claiming to have the answers. Or none of that shit. I really was interested in everything you guys had to say, and I really wanted to ask that question, like who created these people, just because I'm just having my own thoughts and nothing like that. I don't judge nobody. I believe we are here to experience whatever that is for you, whatever you come up with in this life, then more power to you. You feel me? Like, don't let nobody trick you out your spot. Hey, don't let nobody tell you your wife out your race. Hey, my wife helped heal me and helped me awaken to who I am. So ain't nobody gonna trick me out my spot. None of that. You feel me? Love is love. You feel me? Love is free. You feel me? Love is holding on and letting go, and you'll know when to do which. I'm out. Y'all have a good one. Y'all enjoy y'all life.
Hey, every single black man that is, or so-called black man who is in this chat, I want you to listen to what I have to say real quick about what happens when you sexually reproduce with someone who is not a black woman. And so, first off, this whole love is love bullshit is the reason why we are where we are today. Because we thought it was okay to bond with these people and lay up in the same fucking bed with them is how they were able to infiltrate our fucking species, our children, like fucking parasite, literally a parasite invasion, and fuck us. Literally fuck up our DNA and our psychological state of mind. And so, black men, when you do what this nigga has done, when you reproduce with someone outside of your race who is not a black woman, I don't give a fuck if it's a Mexican shorty, an Asian shorty, an Indian shorty, a white shorty. I don't give a fuck who it is. When you do that, you automatically cut off your cosmic connection from the sun, from the universe, and from where you stem from. So you have also created a new species on what we call a hybrid. And so a hybrid basically means a little bit of us and a little bit of them. But if you understand genetics, there is no such thing as fucking 50-50. So if you have a white mother and a black father, you are what your mother is. So you get most of your genes from your mother. And so because he reproduced with someone who is not black, his child is now a hybrid. And the hybrids are the newest species that black men chose to fucking create on the planet out of love. The Asians were here. The Asians were the first eukaryotic species here. Then it was the Arabs, then it was the Caucasian, and now the hybrids, or what we call today mulattoes, mixed kids, whatever you want to fucking call them, are the newest species on the fucking planet. And so, as soon as you put your life force inside of their room, you automatically cut off everything. So say goodbye to your connection to the black woman. Say goodbye to your connection to the stars. Say goodbye to your connection to the universe and towards the fucking sun. Because you will not fucking ascend, nor will your child. And you will suffer the same fate as them as soon as you implant your fucking seed inside of them. So be mindful when what happens when you fucking do that. This has nothing to do with love. This is fucking genetic. This is fucking science. This is why I say everyone needs to fucking grab a genetics book and learn about genetics. Because
Can I read what you just said in the genetic book?
Yes.
That we want to send and all that.
Read it though. You got to know how to read it. You got to know what you're looking at. The difference between prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells.
I was talking about more of the spiritual side where you want to send and all that shit.
I didn't mean to cut you off. That was 100% fact, bro. I was just feeling that.
Yeah, abundance.
Nah, I feel you. I was just listening. I'm like, whoa, damn, you get cut off with you can't ascend now and all that shit. I mean,
No,
I
nigga.
have a half.
No.
I have a half son. You know what I mean? Now this knowledge came to me afterwards. So, damn.
That's different, bro. It's one thing to reproduce with someone outside of your race, knowing what the fuck will happen as far as that your child. So first off, I'm pretty sure, like you just said, you didn't know this would happen or what happens when you reproduce with someone outside of your race. Now, for example, for a black man who does know what happens when they reproduce with a woman outside of the black woman, they know that the child has the capability of being unalive before it even is able to fucking see daylight. So which means that the black man who reproduces means that he is harming the child willingly, knowing exactly what he's doing. So he shouldn't be around any fucking children because he is automatically an endangerment to our fucking species. So like I said, it's a difference from if you know and if you don't know. But there is also no fucking excuse because this information has been around for centuries. And it doesn't have to be found in no books, bro. Our ancestors have carved this shit in fucking stones and it's been in fucking crop circles. And if we never had got out of tap to who we were supposed to be, we would be able to understand that what the crop circles were fucking telling us in the first place.
Right, and I do want to add on, even if you happen to procreate outside of your species, don't look at your child any different. Never do that ever in your life.
That's your creation.
Right, so always love your child the same way, you know what I'm saying? Never look at your child any different, ever. Because you're going to be judged on how you were.
What specifically, I know what specifically, I just said everything for the last 10 minutes. It may seem like that, but in no way, shape, or form am I fucking telling you to go put your fucking child in an abortion center. That's your creation, bro. That stemmed from your seed and your woman's eggs. So you love your child like you love yourself, and make sure you put your fucking child first. You know what I'm saying? Children are the future. You just do not lie to them for what they are, especially yourself or your. At the end of the day, that's still your creation, though, bro. And like my brother said earlier, we've been here for 76 trillion years. Me personally, I think we've been here longer, not here, but I think we've existed way longer than fucking that. You know what I'm saying? And out of all those times,
we exist on other planets. There's pyramids on the moon and Mars that they don't talk about.
And out of all that time, millions and millions and millions of years, we continue to reincarnate. So whether you can ascend or not, dog, you still have an abundance of opportunities. You know what I'm saying?
But I had a question from Ether.
Yeah, what's up?
So I heard you had said black people are not human. So what do you think the black people are then? And who do you think created the Anunnaki? Because creation has to start from a creator, correct? So who do you think created the Anunnaki?
All right, I got you. So-called black people are actually the sun walking in the flesh. So when they say soul, we are the soul, aka the sun. So that would be what we are. And as far as who created the Anunnaki just means those who came from above. It's not a specific group of people. So when you get into that, there's a lot of beings that you can consider Anunnaki. You feel what I'm saying? Because so-called black people, we aren't just the only ones who came from the stars.
But the Anunnaki are just more highly advanced black people.
Nah, we're genetically the same as those brothers and sisters who are in those spaceships up above. We're exactly the same as them. the difference is they don't have antigens on the outside of their blood, plus they're eating directly from the sun. They
Human
haven't been indoctrinated,
photosynthesis.
none of that shit.
Human photosynthesis.
Fact. So yeah, that's just we're genetically we're not different than those brothers and sisters. We're just separated through frequency and discipline.
Yeah, because I heard at a U.S. base a spaceship had crashed and caused a 6-level earthquake, and they said it looked like black people walked up the spaceships. So
yeah, it's a lot of eukaryotic organisms that say that they seen so-called black people hop off them ships.
And they said that their faces look like a species that's never been conquered.
In fact,
which is just with the black people, it's just a mental thing. Because even slavery and things of that nature has its limitations, because we've been fighting ever since we came in contact with the YT people.
Right. So the thing is, this is just a test right here. That's all. We put ourselves through tests so that we can grow.
Yeah, I think, and I'm not even speaking from a place of hate, but I think wholeheartedly for the black race to get back to the golden age is not even segregation, but I would say YT people would just have to be erased from this earth.
Hello, what's going on, mate?
Hold on, Buck. I'm gonna get to you after my brother's done talking. What was you saying, brother?
Oh, I was saying
What's
I'm not
going
even
on,
speaking
mate?
from a
Like,
place from
seriously,
hate.
like, I'm not on track.
I feel like just the black race, for them to go back to their golden age and build it forward.
All right, hold on, user. Buck, what is it? You came off mute after I said, "Hold on."
So
So what do
basically,
you
I
need to
can't
say?
really understand what you're saying in the quote.
Yeah, I know
like,
you can't
literally.
because you got a lot of animals speaking through your nucleus, and your brain's not fully
No,
formed.
mate, what do you mean?
I
You
can
fucking
understand that.
talking to you, cunt?
Right, gene expression. Like you can't make it for that. I hope they know I love when y'all come up here and crash out, because y'all just prove my point every single time, by the way.
Them
And these are
boys
supposed to
crazy.
be
They
the
got
people.
different languages, different accents.
Man, these are the people that claim that they're more superior than us, and I don't get into superiority or nothing, but these are the people that claim that they're more genetically advanced than us, by the way. So I just love when y'all come up here and just let them animals speak through that nucleus.
They can't control themselves, and that's what I was saying. For the black race, wholeheartedly, for us to go back to the golden age, we have to completely separate from white people. And for us to separate from white people, I feel like that would cause a war, because it's just their genetic makeup. It's just they're naturally evil. So when a white boy just unalive
Don't say that. You gotta spell it out. You get flagged alive.
Don't say evil.
Nah, WAR.
Oh, that would cause some type of big conflict, because even YT people know that they need black people to live. There would be no them without us, because we taught them everything they know. But in order for us to get back to that golden age, they would have to be no more. That's really all I would say, in my opinion, because I don't see how we could coexist with them. They're not a being to coexist with. Because even the animals in their DNA, they're already naturally violent. So,
absolutely. So the thing is, separation is extremely easy. You feel what I'm saying? We don't got to go to no other country. This entire planet is conducive to us. We're naturally conducive to the planet, so we wouldn't have to move anywhere. All we got to do is come together mentally and come to one frequency and start teaching our children truth. That's what we need to start doing, and we're gonna automatically see changes.
Exactly.
But
that would cause conflict, though.
How would it cause conflict?
I feel like it would just cause conflict with them, because how they unalive a lot of black leaders and things of that nature. Like, that would cause conflict with them.
Right. So yeah, they
But
would
they still want
they
to
would
be in
probably
control.
crash out on one another, but they already do that. They've been doing that. They never stop. So what's new?
Yeah. It'll just be on a bigger scale if we were all to come together and had the same mindset.
Facts. We don't got to deal with these people physically at all. We good. All we got to do is get back to one another. If we have to deal with anybody physically, we need to deal with each other physically. But we gotta separate first, cause it's gonna be a lot of niggas that so-called black. Hey, a lot of motherfuckers gotta be removed from the planet. I'm gonna just keep it 100. A lot of people think just cause you're so-called black, you get a free pass. Nah, nigga, none of that shit. And even for myself, I ain't finna say I get a free pass. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it real. A lot of us, we contribute to our own destruction and our own demise.
Yeah.
Some more than others, but the whole point is for children. That's what it's all about right now, for children.
For the youth, the next generation to come out there.
Right, P. Nickel, what do you want to add to the topic?
Hey guys, I've been doing a lot of research, just looking, trying to use my common sense and stuff. And I look at 3D models of the planet, right? And it's kind of like evidence out there that something really big happened, like maybe 20,000, 30,000 years ago, that there was a war and that the planet was like pulverized. Like something big happened where they was destroying the whole planet over this stuff. And obviously maybe we lost. But they destroyed everything in the process.
What planet are you referring to?
This planet. Maybe Mars too. It looked like something happened to Mars too. It's just I don't know. I'm just trying to connect dots. So I'm just not, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying though. Like something big happened and something big is still happening.
So you think there was a war in the heavens?
Not just in the, I think English language, like English language is really funny. And I think English language is something made to confuse the masses. And it's fairly new. It's not old like Sanskrit or nothing like that. It's not ancient enough. I don't trust the English dialect at all. Any of them.
I'm just referring to space. So do you think there was a war or not a W?
There had to be
going on above your head.
I just don't know if it was above our head though.
I mean, gunpowder was something.
So, hold on, brother.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like,
Mook, you said that there was. Can you come up here and articulate that? Because I don't. Yeah, there is a WAR and it's a WAR of these children right now. That's the only one I know of.
Yeah, something happened. All of these big holes in the earth look like freaking look like Hiroshima. It looked like those things, like big craters. And it's like, where did that come from? It wasn't just media's doing that. It wasn't. It's something happened and they covered it up. They lying to us. They not telling us what the real war was about when they really came. They lied to us about time.
We can't say that.
I'm sorry. Okay, WAR. I'm sorry. Something happened though, and it's still affecting us all, even white people. White people. I'm sorry.
So
I know you're fine.
I'm just confused. Just a little bit. So can I ask you where you got this information from?
Different kind of books. I started researching Motherboard Earth because I used to work on computers, right? Like in the early 2000s, I used to make my own computers, right? And I started looking inside my computer, and then I started looking into 3D models. And when I looked into one of these 3D models, I saw a 2012 computer set up on a landmass, and it blew me away. So I said, "Well, what the hell is this?" And I looked down, and I also saw what they call the Hadron Collider thing, and I saw it somewhere over Peru, but a model of it built into the ground. And I said, what the hell is this? So I think that humanity itself is so far advanced that we don't know what happened then and how we all got cut off and who picked up where we were cut off. Does that make any sense to you? You know what I'm trying to say?
Not necessarily, but
if you look at a 3D model of the planet, it resembles a lot of computer apparatuses. If you look at a total 3D model of the planet and you look down and you open up a computer and you put them side by side, you can see that the planet was way far beyond what we could even think about. They already knew millennia ago, but somewhere in a period of time we were cut off. And that's where cut off from technology, spiritual insight, all kind of things. There was a cut, and wherever that cut happened in history, his story, where we were cut off from the tech, from the spiritual practices, that's where we got stuck at. And that's the part that I'm trying to figure it out, which I probably won't. We haven't figured it out in the past few millennia, so I'm sure my little brain ain't gonna do it.
So, like, is this the biggest concern with us right now? I'm just asking.
It is, because if you don't know that stuff, if you don't see that part, then how can you protect yourself from what they doing to us now?
So the biggest concern is WAR that we don't know for sure took place back in the day.
No, I don't actually think it ever stopped. That's the thing. I don't think it stopped. It's still going on. And that's the problem. How could one group be taken over by 7%? You got a whole 100%, and then 7% all of a sudden appears, and then they take over the whole 100. And not only take over the 100, but dilute it. Change it.
So I want my brother Rico to address that right there, cause I know he was coming on. Go ahead, Rico.
I'm saying you first of all, are you cooking in the background?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm cooking and getting ready for work. So
you frying chicken?
I baked the chicken. I made some fried yams, some coconut rice, and some broccoli.
All right. Yeah, that's part of the issue right there. And fear from like 400 years of graping, I'm sorry. And
no, listen, that's a legitimate concern, honey.
You feel me?
That's a legitimate concern.
Yeah. But knowledge of self frees you from all of that. You feel what I'm saying? So you moving kind of like out of fear and worried about wars and outer space and stuff on other planets when the war is right here, right now, the physical right here where we at. And you capitulating to it by your diet, by not having knowledge of self. You feel what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but what about the people who like to put puzzles together? Like, I look at things and I see a big puzzle. So when I look at the sky, I see a big puzzle. But then when I look at the planet, I see a big puzzle, and I see things that don't fit. They are not natural. They don't fit in that place. The stories don't fit. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. That should be over here. That don't make sense. This happened here first, not there. Why did they lie? What were they covering up? Why would you place this place here and take that place and put it over there? Why would you do something like that?
Is that more important than children?
Well, if it continues like this, it won't be any children. Not our children, not anymore. We would totally be annihilated and change into something totally different
So you're
than what we
telling me
were.
if we don't figure out what happened back then, then we won't be able to save our children?
We'll keep repeating it, and we maybe at some point, of course, people will be saved. But I mean, why take it that far when more can be saved if we just figure out who our real enemy is and how to stop them from letting us stop ourselves from growing spiritually, mentally. You know, I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm listening to you guys, and I'm not like trying to say you're wrong. I agree with some of the stuff the guy was saying. I was like, wow, he's on to something. So I don't know. I just said I'm cooking. Let me come up. Maybe y'all can tell me where to go do some research, and then I can learn some more.
I would start with learning genetics.
Okay.
That'll be the best start. Because once you get to know thyself, you'll understand why you're snatching our children.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have kids yourself?
I opted out because I didn't like what I was seeing, and I didn't want to push nothing into this, you know, and let them go through that. Nah, not this lifetime.
Yeah, make sure that you try your best to get off the meat. Don't eat no more animals. Eat as possible.
That's crazy that you say that.
Oh, that's my fault, sister. It was a lot of noise, so I'm gonna just let my brother get his point out. Then I'm gonna go ahead, Rico.
Yeah, but like my brother said, right? You got to get extreme knowledge of self. Like I would put down whatever you reading and go get some genetics books and biology books, and realize that you are nature. You feel me? You are the sun, the cosmos walking in the flesh, and this is how you free yourself. You feel what I'm saying? From bondage, especially on the rate that you going right now. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't want to opt out on bringing life into this world for nothing. So you operating out of fear. You feel what I'm saying? Because you don't know yourself. You're the mother of humanity. You create life here. You bring life here. You see what I'm saying? So you got to clean your whole body up, your whole lifestyle up, and get genetics in you so you can see that you are not like these people. You're of the cosmos. You see what I'm saying? And you bring life here, so you shouldn't want to be opting out for nothing.
Ether.
Facts. Hold on, I want to let that sister respond to that real quick, and then I'll get to you. Go ahead, P. Nickel. You got to unmute P. Nickel.
Hello?
All right,
yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm not that good with the TikToking and stuff. But yeah, no, I hear you, and I'm gonna keep on researching. I'm gonna definitely download me a genetics book and start reading that stuff. Sometimes it just feel like you being in the middle of an eye of a storm, and then you look up and you're like, what the hell? What is all of this? Why is that happening there? You know? So I'm just gonna keep learning, and I'm gonna take up your suggestion and study genetics.
Yeah, facts. Because it's happening because of you and your children. That's exactly right. It's happening because of you and your children.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I am your son talking to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah, this is why everything is happening because of you. You are the main number one resource on this whole planet to be usurped of her energy and have star seeds, which is your children. You see what I'm saying? Because of indoctrination that you're going through right now.
Right.
Yeah, you got to know yourself. You got to know that you create life, immortal life on this planet.
Right. But aren't we, like, I'm just asking a question, because I don't mess with TikTok too much, because sometimes when you talk to people, they kind of like jump down your throat, or they're pompous. They want to seem smarter than people. So I kind of try not to get into those things because you really don't learn anything that way. Um, but I'm trying to take in the meat and spit out the bones. You know, wherever they come from.
Right.
And but what you're saying is that I shouldn't even be eating meat, which is what is in the meat. You know, so
it's
yeah,
blood, it's a sacrifice. It's so much in the meat that you
yeah.
shouldn't be eating at all. You
No, but when you say that, I mean I'm saying figuratively. Like when you say, you know, I'm saying spit out the meat. I mean eat the meat, spit out the bones. But I'm even when you said to me, don't even eat meat. To me, it has a spiritual connotation to it too, in a way, because it's like, what have I been eating, even spiritually? If I've been taking the wrong kind of meat, I've been digesting the wrong things all together, spiritually, figuratively, physically, all the way around. So I'm just trying to figure out, because I know I've been eating some good meat, and I'm on to certain things, and I'm like, what the hell? That ain't right. But then certain things, I'm just like, I should have never digested that in the first place.
Right, I totally
You know,
understand.
just like church and the communion, like that never sat right with me. You know, and I'm like, well, I hear you. I'm going to church on Sunday, but I'm not with the eating the flesh and eating the blood thing, drinking the blood thing, and then I figure out that they've been eating us. So I'm like, well, what the hell?
Exactly.
I'm supposed to eat Jesus too? So you want me? You already murdered the man because he was telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? He was telling a truth about the soothsayers and all them people who was running the church back then. You know, and they murdered him, probably with some racial connotation to it too, because they was there then too. So I'm like, well, what the hell is going on here? How long they been doing this? How long we been falling for it? Why did we let them take our stuff? You know, what the hell? They only 7%. I could see if they was 50%. What technology did they have that was able to outnumber a whole 100% of people? 7 freaking percent. That I can't wrap my mind around that. It's 7% of a whole planet that runs the whole planet when it's 100. Then you mix them up with the Indo-Europeans as a front line to hide the 3%ers and the 1%ers. So I'm like, well, I want to know who 1% people are and the 3% are. Because the 1% are some weirdness. They blonde, blue eyes, and that's all they come out as. They not Indo-Europeans. So who the heck are they?
All of them are one species, so you will be the 1%. Everybody else is a species of a eukaryotic cell that shares 98% of their genetics with violent animals, fruit flies, fish. You see what I'm saying?
Dog, yeah.
Cats and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So this is why knowledge of self is important, so you'll see how great you are. And then you can beat that. You ain't got to worry about none of that. You'll start feeding your cells correctly so you can come into your memory of who you truly are. And this is a biologic fact. You see what I'm saying? The stuff that you're eating, it's like basically you're eating them. And this is why they feed it to you, to poison your body and keep you on a lower frequency.
In fact, and that shit right there affects your psychological state. But absolutely. All right, so let me go ahead and introduce Niall real quick, though.
Hey, I like to say peace to the hosts, peace to the panel guests, and everybody in the chat. Appreciate you inviting me into your space. But yeah, I mean, like something else that should be mentioned is how melanin can become toxic. And when melanin becomes toxic because of whatever we consume via our 5 senses, I mean, it can really, the avatar can become deranged, you know, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, our behaviors, our psychology, because we're spiritual beings, and this, you know, melanin is so sensitive, and it processes so much that when we give it low vibratory things, it toxifies it, and we're not able to tap into our higher abilities, and we act kind of like lower than we actually were created to be. And so the diet thing is very, very important. But that's not only what we put into our mouth, it's what we watch, it's what we say, who we're around. Because remember, melanin it's absorbing the visible light spectrum as well as the invisible light spectrum. So it's absorbing thought frequencies, you know, if you microwave your food, you know, if you have wireless headphones on too much, you know, your internet signal, like it's absorbing all of that. If you live in an apartment complex, all of the energy fields of the people around you is absorbing that. And so we have quite a task. This is why I truly believe we need each other, so that we need the support that people who choose to go on this spiritual awakening can only, you know, the only people that choose to go on this spiritual awakening can provide. Because it's not all like it's not a cakewalk. In fact, I've equated it to kind of like waking up in the dentist chair, and while you know you're getting root canal, you know, you start to feel everything and become aware of everything. And while it has its beautiful enlightened moments, the walk is crazy. You know, it really is crazy, and it's comforting when and I think it's necessary, to be honest with you, to have a support group. And it doesn't necessarily have to be kinfolk. Obviously all skin folk and kinfolk, but you know, it can be your spiritual family, and then you know, platforms like this where we come together, especially melanated men, because there's no melanated people in general, like we are suffering from collective trauma from our journeys in the past through epigenetics, and also what we're dealing with currently in its current times. But there's nowhere in society where we can go and be poured into and be lifted up, you know, and be healed relative to our specific genetics and to our psychology, you know. And that's because we have to create it. And so on my end, that's what I'm striving to do. Just to answer the prompt, if I could, we are not the same species as the white tea people. I think that should be clear. Like anybody that's vaguely on the path, I've been on the path for a while, and even if I didn't know as much as I think I know now, all you would have to do is look out into history and see the endless barbarism, the closed mentality, the vile natures. You would arrive. I think one would arrive rather easily at the conclusion that they are different.
Facts.
Thank you.
More than abundance, brother.
Abundance.
Go ahead, Jay.
Good. I've been listening for a minute, and out the gate, nah, we not the same. And it was somebody up here talking about what's the solution, right? So I agree that the solution is something that they already started themselves, which is segregation. I think that I know that this time around we at the top, you know, and they at the bottom. The first shall be last type shit. And I do believe that the book, the Bible, first of all, that's our story, not his story. It's about us. They destiny swap. That's why they taught you that you was the motherfucking gorilla and all that type shit. And I also want to say we was here, and the reason why we never quote unquote retaliated like they think we're gonna do is because we don't have the same genes. It's not literally in us. We were here. We are literally the humanitarians of this world. We are the guard, basically. We are the blueprint to how you're supposed to be when you were here. So I think we do need to go back to how shit used to be, because we don't let them have their turn, and they done ran this shit into the fucking ground. And yeah.
Abundance.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Nick.
What's up?
Oh, you ain't spoken in a while. I didn't know if you wanted to add something or anything.
Oh no, I'm just waiting for some nigga to come in and disagree. Like that nigga that came in here saying he could also reproduce. That complex organism. He must have left because he didn't respond. If he was
And I also want to add, like, that's like the other war that's going on. Like, you are so valuable right now. You are ordained with crystals. They just, like you said, you come with them. You produce them. You are them.
Wait, what'd you just say? Can you repeat everything you just said?
You're ordained with these natural elements of the earth. You have every reflection of this earth, of this realm that we're in. You're just not an animal. So what I'm saying is,
You're just not an animal, is what you said?
yeah, we're not animals.
Okay, so can I ask you a question about the topic? Are we the same species, yes or no?
No, I said that. That's what I said off the gate.
I figured you'd say that. I see what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody who's listened to what he just said, if there's one important thing he said it's not, well, everything he said was important, but we don't share fucking DNA with animals. We're a reflection of nature, just not the fucking animals. You know what I'm saying? We do not typically look like any animals, especially the unnatural ones, like the monkeys, the dogs, the fucking fruit flies, the fish. None of that shit. The bonobos, monkeys, none of that.
Right.
We are
So
just. Go ahead, my bad.
So I go on to say, right now, the reason why it's quote unquote easy for your ass to go move anywhere else is because they're recessive and they need your genes to continue. And that's why you shouldn't be doing that shit.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, facts. They have homozygous recessive genes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
And that's what
because
this is all
all
about
their
right
genes
now.
are recessive, and because they're homozygous recessive genes, they actually undergo what you would call incomplete dominance as well. So they're not even the same amongst each
Right.
other.
Exactly. They can't dominate what they already have. So why would you want to, But that's another rabbit hole.
So here's my observation real quick. You know, if a and I hate to even say it, but I just gotta say it because it's kind of what it is today. If I don't know, a dog shared reproductive fluids with a human woman, it could not inseminate the woman, and vice versa. It could not because of the difference in chromosomes, right? And being different species. And that's true. So my question is, if that can't happen through that sort of act, how in the world did the white T genome get infused with all these various different
Genetic
animals?
engineering is the
Yeah,
only explanation.
exactly.
These
Because
people
as he
got here.
said earlier, you
They
can't
don't
split
come from no
ours.
fucking. Hold up. They don't come from no fucking other planet. You people say they can come out of caves, wherever the fuck. They came out of a fucking petri dish. They didn't
Yeah.
come anywhere else but out of a fucking petri dish.
Well, it's crazy when you go in circles and you discuss it from a just a mature scientific without all the emotion perspective. You know, the feedback that you get from a lot of the white tees, especially the males, is, you know, they don't want to believe it because of the myth of white supremacy. So they have this false sense of who they think they are. And now that facts and science are now showing them that it was all a dream. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even what you thought it was. They don't want to accept it, you know, and they feel like it's just reverse racism, which I'm like, it's just science, man. When you was calling me monkey and, you know, saying that melanin was a spiritual curse, I kind of accepted that as a people. I accepted that. I even had white T Jesus, blonde hair, blue eyes, you know, pictures all over my house, and you know, I accepted your kind as a dominant supreme species, even though your behavior was opposite of that. So now that the truth of the matter is coming out, that melanin is actually divine, that nappy hair is actually a divine tool. You know what I mean? Top tier tool. Now all of a sudden I'm getting all of this pushback from white tea people. So I just find that very telling, and it just testifies to their nature. Some of them, the majority of them, will never submit to the truth. Their pineal glands are calcified. They have no spiritual reflection, and they won't submit.
In fact,
Yeah.
What we were saying earlier, they love to. All the other races of people love to say they can vibrate as high as us, so they can fucking exceed towards another reality. But in order to leave this realm, you have to contain a fucking soul. And the only body that a soul can inhabit is a so-called black man or woman. No one else's. They have a spirit, God's spirit. Soul is electricity and magnetism. I mean, the sun is made up, well, yeah, the same thing, but the sun is made up of electricity and magnetism, which is why it's light. And black people are the sun and the soul.
right. I'm glad you brought that up because when it comes to spirit, spirit is just electricity, and that's exactly how these niggas got on the planet through electrofusion and electroporation. So that's the only, these niggas don't have a soul.
Interesting observation there.
You have to be able to convert light energy into chemical energy to contain a soul. If you
And then you try to have conversations with them, and they're so left brain dominant. They're just so linear in the way that they think. They don't think circular. Like they can't have various. They can't speak in dimensions or even think in dimensions. They have various thoughts that are not necessarily linear, but they're all connected. They can't connect the dots. It seems they get frustrated when you have non-linear conversations.
Right. Yeah, that's
I'm
what
glad you said that, brother, because when you look at their DNA is literally all right. So when we get into prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells, the prokaryotic cell DNA is circular, but when you get into the eukaryotic cell, their DNA is linear. So I'm glad you said that. That like,
Yeah, they're locked in. And that shows. I don't know if you remember the Superman, one of the Superman trilogies. It's a pretty old one, where three of the Kryptonians that were negative, General Zod, and I think it was two other. It was a man and another tall like being that was with them, and they got cast to Earth, but they were trapped inside of the Phantom Zone, and the Phantom Zone was it was literally, it looked like they conceptualized it as a square mirror. And that's pretty much the square. Obviously, is the physical plane. The circle is the spiritual plane. So that's the way that my mind decodes it. Europeans, the white tea people, are locked into 3 dimensions, and they cannot escape any other way. This is why they find they have to have their what do you call it, their utopia here. This existence is all they have, and they know it.
Facts.
Yeah, you're right, because they're bound to their flesh, basically. That's about it.
Indeed. Which is why they eat. They have a flesh obsession. They and they've, unfortunately, we've been sort of like corrupted by being around them. And so now that we have a flesh obsession, we either got to be eating it, frying it, barbecue, which is what the barbarians do. So you take your food, right, and you take your whatever you eat, and you spray lighter fluid on charcoal. And if you know anything about when you burn something, you got the aerosols of it going into your food, and so you're eating like carcinogenic, the remnants in your food. That's the barbecue taste. It's like, oh, okay, I guess that's what the barbarians did. Like you understand what I mean?
That's
like,
why they suffer from cancer, all that shit.
And also, what I meant when I say bound by flesh, I'm talking about their literal avatars. Like that's
the little what?
They literal avatars, like they're
absolutely.
Their very vessel.
You feel me?
Absolutely.
Hold on.
Absolutely.
Let me address Mama Sauce real quick because you've been following me for months. I'm gonna keep it real. So, would you like to come up here and discuss how I've been saying nothing but BS? Because you've been following me for quite some time, and the last time I spoke to you, you didn't bring up one fact and you couldn't answer none of my questions. So, would you like to come up here and articulate yourself? Y'all can go ahead. I was just addressing that person.
Okay. Well, if she wants to, I can drop down so she can come up.
All right. Abundance. Go ahead, Nichols.
Yeah, I was listening earlier when you was talking about the pastry dish. I want to know who put them in the pastry dish. I'm just asking, like,
Pindar Moloch, the Dragon King. A lot of people in the chat keep asking that.
yeah,
And
I
we've
never
always
heard.
been
I mean,
saying that,
I
yeah.
assumed that they come from somewhere else, but I didn't think that that's not us who made them, right?
I mean, technically, we created that organism to be able to do what they're doing to us now. Like,
Right, we didn't tell the organism to create a whole nother species or anything like that, but we did tell them to put us through a test.
right. I said, like we've been saying this entire time, there was an extraterrestrial who knew how to play a gene cycle that genetically. But if you want to know exactly who did it, it was the Dragon King. Everybody type F1s in the chat.
How can I look that up?
Just search up Pindar, ancient Sumerian texts. And don't get me wrong, I don't read any of that fucking Sumerian tablets and none of that bullshit or that Anunnaki shit. It's just it all talks about the same person, the fish god, you know what I'm saying? The wingman,
Right.
the man with the beak, it all talks about the same person in all these religious texts, the Sumerian texts, and Anunnaki texts, you know what I'm saying? It's all references to the same person.
Well, if you watch this movie called what is it? Close Encounters of the Fourth Kind.
I did see it. It horrified.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
It scared the hell out of me.
Okay. And that how about when she was recording that night and she fell asleep and left the recorder on and one of her creators came and got her.
That's supposed to be a true story.
Oh yes, quite true.
That happened in
was
Alaska.
literal. Yes, that was literal, and that's a very
Lord.
obviously that's a very hot spot over there. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Definitely.
They got pyramids too, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the entrance ways to exit. You know, from what I gather and what I researched, that's one of the doorways to get out of where the little enclosure, the ice wall enclosure that we're in, on this side of the ice wall. But that was crazy. That was absolutely crazy. Then you have I don't know if anybody have ever read the Holy Tablets, which are a collection of the Enuma Elish, the Gilgamesh epics, the Atrahasis. These are ancient books that way predate the Bible, in which the Bible was plagiarized from. They talk about that too as well. Yep.
And guess what predates those books? Black people.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt.
Okay, guys. Thanks for enlightening me. I'm going to go ahead to work.
Reminding us. That's what we were doing. We were reminding
You too, guys.
Peace.
Thank you.
Peace, divine protection.
Peace.
Nigga said the Cabbage Patch Babies.
I've been hearing people talk about that shit all the time. Which I ain't finna say they wrong, because what was that nigga name in China that did that shit? It started with an X. I ain't even gonna try to pronounce that shit, but this nigga created 3 brand new species. So I ain't gonna say that shit not possible.
Nah, hell no, I'm not denying it. I heard it before.
Oh God. But
Nah, but I want to speak real quick. I'll say this real quick. A lot of other races of people and black people, you know, especially them, they tend to talk about when they be astral projecting and shit. they be fucking talking to the ancestors. Now,
Man.
I don't know what type of ancestors y'all niggas talking to, but my ancestors, they don't even speak English. So if you're ever talking to some of these motherfuckers and they say they were African, because we know that they cannot exceed this one. But they're gonna be saying, "Oh, they're astral projecting this shit." Ask them if they were whoever they were talking to, they were speaking any type of language. You know what I'm saying? Because our original language was telepathy. You know what I'm saying? Be able to talk to each other electromagnetically, telepathically. You know what I'm saying? And this all goes back to solar science and understanding radioactive wavelengths, the electromagnetic field line, understanding all of the science behind that. Our ancestors don't speak English. And they damn sure don't have any fucking wings like these angels that they be describing that they're talking to. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And it'd be funny because these niggas will say telepathy is literally fake, but then go connect their phone to Bluetooth. Like, come on, man. You gotta stop that shit,
Hell
man.
yeah. This why I said they don't understand radio waves.
But you also got to understand about this dimension is that it has 7 subplanes within this dimension. So you don't get out of this dimension until you go past indigo. And indigo happens to be the color of the pineal gland, which produces melanin. So most of the dreams or the dream world that a lot of these non-melanateds or people with calcified pineal glands are experiencing are the lower astral planes. So they're still on the lower planes here. And the majority of them don't even dream. How about that one?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat that, brother.
I said the majority of them don't even dream.
Dream?
Yeah.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah,
That's
they don't even dream.
that's what I'm saying. I really don't believe when they be saying they be having all these types of dreams. Honestly, I mean, I don't know. I'm not in their pus forming, mucus forming body, so I don't know. But all I can say is I don't believe that they be traveling to these places and having these type of fucking dreams and
Well,
shit.
like I said, I think a lot of it is on the lower astral plane that they
Yeah.
be encountering various beings, like beings from the Ashtar Command, beings that look like Dirk Nowitzki, you know, big 7 foot, 7 footers, you know what I mean? But they're highly negative. And
Man,
so
and they be trying to say we connected to Palate. See, what be pissing me off, and it don't really piss me off, it's just funny. But you'll see these niggas go live and they have all the extraterrestrial races.
Right.
You won't see black people on there,
No,
but you'll see a damn Palladian though.
no,
Like,
no, you
come
won't.
on, bro.
Yeah, no,
These
mantis
niggas funny,
head
bro.
and everything, you know, in there, but not us.
Nigga said mantis head.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Man,
so
and hold on, Palladian. Most of those extraterrestrial races were literally created. They're not even natural as well. Like
exactly.
Palladians are not natural. The Greys are not natural.
No,
Insectoids, they're not natural.
no. And
Now
most of
there
our
is some
ancestors created them.
man, like there is extraterrestrial races for natural animals such as, you know, bees, ants, things like that. There's a extraterrestrial that they connect to that can actually communicate with so-called black people.
Yes, I mean, you know, one of the phenomena. It's funny that you said that. One of the phenomena that I experienced as I was on my path to awakening is that bees became so attracted to me, and it wasn't like they was trying to sting me, but you know how you train before you know your baseline training. You know, as soon as a bee come around, you know you start moving and docking and swinging and all that shit. But I was wondering, like, why was they attracted to me? And as I started reading about them and what frequency they're on, and even the humming tone of their the buzz of their wings being of a certain frequency, I understood, like, oh, okay, they're just responding to my frequency. So I actually, as this is real talk, no cap.
No, I believe you.
Yeah.
Dragonflies too. Like they
Exactly.
just by you.
Exactly. So we was all like sitting in a circle one day, right? Me and 6 other brothers, and we were grounding. We were right in the sun. It was a very bright day, And so I said, we saw this little butterfly flying around. So I said, I wonder if I could call it through telepathy. So I just put out my fist and just asked it to land on me, and it landed on me. So I shook it off. The brothers was like, they was tripping. So I did it again, and it landed on me again. So I said, I wonder if I could pass it around. So I fist bumped everybody, and it crawled to each person's fist, and they passed the person around them, right? And then if it got to one individual in the group, in the circle, it wouldn't go to him. Yeah, and he got outed as the one who had the most disharmonic energy. Yeah,
Yeah, so nature remembers who we are.
for sure.
They just don't fuck with a lot of us because again we're eating animals and all that shit.
Yes, we give off a stench
We
of a
acting
beast.
just like the eukaryotic cell
That's
organisms.
right.
But when you look at children and how children over there, especially over there in Africa, interact with different animals like lions, elephants, and all that, or even some of the adults over there as well, they actually work in unison with those animals over there.
Yeah, yeah. We've been conditioned to exactly. We've been conditioned to be to behave like the beast. We start because we're eating like him. We now our body chemistry has become very bestial. Our body chemistry has become very bestial. Even our scent. You know, we have body odor. We have different like what do you call it? Like arthritis, which is inflammation in different parts of us. Like so we're like a Maserati or a Ferrari, and this dude is a Ford. We can't utilize the same type of fuel. We're too refined. We're too different, But they've convinced us that everybody's the same. That's their catchphrase,
Man,
which is total BS, right? And thank God we're not all the same.
Part of
man.
that,
So yeah, so-called black people, just to just to clarify, every person up in here, if you're so-called black, you're not supposed to be eating meat, cheese, bread, none of that bullshit right there. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm just keep it real with y'all, and I can tell when a lot of y'all niggas be eating meat. Y'all can say, cause you ever notice you bring up you're not supposed to be eating meat. It's that one motherfucker. Nigga, I can tell when y'all niggas be eating meat and y'all be trying to come up here and lie like y'all don't be. Like, nigga, I can tell every single time.
It's crazy because melanin
I
is
second my
so.
brother, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Nah, I was just saying I second my brother, man. That animal eating is crazy. So I hope y'all really taking heed to that too, because a lot of people coming here listening and acting like they got a high spiritual connection and they get off and be eating animals.
Man,
Such thing as a spirit
Like,
diet.
we don't eat no animals at all. No fish, crabs, none of it. No animals at all. I don't care if somebody says halal, malal, whatever. No animals at all are we supposed to be eating.
man,
I'll tell you what. Like everybody, yeah, that's facts. I mean, from a scientific perspective, I mean that's facts. Just what the toxins release in the body and how the properties of melanin and how it works. But everybody has that spiritual walk, right? So I'm not going to dictate anything. But from a scientific perspective, we definitely shouldn't be eating. Like if you are what you eat and you eat animals that are vibrating lower than you, what you think it do to your own frequency? Does it pull your frequency up or pull it down?
that's the point. Like, it's not even for our vessels, our beings. That's for their beings. That fuels them. They got the acid in their stomach for that shit. That's not for us at all.
exactly. And because we don't have the same hydrochloric acid as them, the meat is just sitting in your stomach and it starts to mold and turn into fungus. And a lot of those bacteria start to actually pleomorphosize within your stomach to actually turn into parasites to eat all that bullshit that's stuck in your stomach. And you
Yeah, how
wind up
about that?
walking around full of parasites and shit.
Yeah, how about that? How
Yeah,
about
we
that?
think a lot of
Yes.
parasites come from outside of the body. Nah, they're created within the body.
Dig it.
And that's exactly why, too, we need to be walking in our truth and not worrying about offending people with this phony religion that allows people to keep eating animals just because they think it's halal or Jesus died for it or stuff like that. Like that's getting weak too. I'm tired of hearing brothers talking about respecting other people's religion, go just this and that. No, if the shit phony, it's phony, and we need to be speaking up against it so they can stop doing it. Feel me? Like it ain't no more moderation. Like people need to walk and talk and speak truth, no matter who it offends. You feel what I'm saying? Because we're not even talking, and we're talking to their souls. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta quit that out. All that religious shit phony too. Nobody should be eating no animals at all. I don't give a hell what your God talking about. That
Man,
means they ain't studying enough.
Man, no eggs. I don't give a fuck if that shit 100% grass fed. I don't give a fuck. Your biology as a so-called black person, you cannot. First of all, you're getting secondhand nutrients for one, and then on top of that, your body can't even break that shit down. So why are you eating that shit?
See, you're absolutely. The thing is, though, like everybody, there's levels to walking. There's levels to unfolding. Everybody is not going to aspire to those levels. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Some people want to get to a level where they go, I'm good. All right, I don't eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches no more, and that's that's the height of where I'm at. But I still eat, chicken. It's like the average person that I find. I'm just saying that I find and I observe. They're just going to go to a certain level. It's kind of like we are not with the white tea supremacy, but we love all of the conditionings of white supremacy, all of the fake foods, all of the things that we've been taught. We don't want to give that up. The religion, the beer, the whatever it is, we don't want to give it up.
Man, one drop of alcohol start neurodegenerative diseases.
Yeah,
that's just one drop of alcohol, nigga. We partying every motherfucking Friday and Saturday, ain't we? Like we gotta really want it for ourselves. I'm just keep it real. As so-called black people, we have to choose to be better. We can't. Nobody else can do it for us. Especially even when it comes to learning thyself. Nobody else can give you the information because at that point you're just regurgitating. You don't really know anything. Why would you want to have somebody else's mind? We all have our own individual mind for a reason. So if we just out here going off of what other motherfuckers are saying, we're not growing. We're just staying stagnant.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And there's spiritual like ramifications for having a low vibratory diet. And this is my view. I think we've been conditioned, like, domesticated, if you will. And I think that we've been conditioned purposely to keep us vibrating within a certain frequency so that we can be controlled and our energies, our abundant energies utilized. And if we don't take control over that, if we don't start to make changes in those areas, then how can we expect the divine to work through us and to help us? How?
That's the thing. Like everybody, you can't save everybody. The only thing you could do is be the example, but just by walking in it. And as far as like what's going on with the genetics and how the world is going, like they just need you to create their world. Because like you said, when most of these people pass in the morgue, their gland is calcified. And when we show up in the morgue, ours is glowing. You know what I'm saying? So it really just comes down to them using your mind to create their world for them. Because
That's it.
without us, they can't even be here. So
Yeah, that's it for sure.
And a lot of us don't really believe that. They really think if so-called black people was to disappear off this planet, these niggas would literally be wiped off the planet. Like, do you know how much radiation we absorb for these niggas? Like,
just them being around you, literally, like being in your vicinity. helps them.
Man, we the reason, bro. If we was not on the planet, they would have to deal with all this radiation and all this cosmic energy coming from the sun. Like,
This planet would cease to exist.
what'd you say?
I said this planet would cease to exist. There would be no this planet without black people.
Facts.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And a lot of our brothers and sisters really don't believe that. Like, we really think that we're just what these people tell us we are. Like, it's actually crazy. And the only reason we think that is because we don't understand our own genetics. We literally, everything on a macro is micro. So everything that the cosmos is doing, you're doing on a cellular level and even a quantum level.
Exactly. And even if you're gonna do right anyways, just like I say, like all skin folk and kinfolk, that son gonna do away with whoever don't follow the program. So it's pretty much just gonna go like that. Even people that look like you, if they not doing right with the temple, then
Yep, I was just ready to say that, and that includes eating animals and drinking alcohol. What do you think the sun sees you as if you eating animals? It sees you as the eukaryotic cell species too. So if you can't take that sun, them CMEs, that radiation, you're gonna choke right on up out of here.
Yeah, that's an indication.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Last summer, so many black people was complaining about the sun.
Yeah.
About, oh, it's hot outside. It's hot. It wasn't even, bro, I promise you, I kid you not. It was not hot outside. And this summer going to be worse than last summer. It's going to gradually keep increasing.
Yes, indeed. Each summer is going to get hotter and hotter and hotter.
I see our people hiding
record
behind.
breaks last year. They're going to have more record breaks. Mark my words. They're going to have more record breaks for the heat index this year. Again, it's just going to keep on increasing.
Well, it's crazy because yeah, the internal body temperature is almost 100 degrees of the average person.
Thank you.
So how is 80 plus degrees hot? You know what I mean?
Thank you.
But that's an indication of the health of the melanin. When the melanin becomes toxic, to see melanated people running from the sun is shocking, right? Honestly, it's like zombie behavior almost.
nachos and how you gonna drink liquor and eat nachos and shit in the sun in the 100-degree weather? What type of what you
And
think
smoke.
that's gonna do to your like
You
what
know, so
Man,
many.
and it'd be crazy because niggas will literally sit there. They'll go eat McDonald's before they eat an apple, and then they'll tell you, well, they're tampering with the fruit. Nigga, are you serious? Why you can't make that shit up, bro? I'm trying to tell you, these niggas will make any excuse.
Yes, they will.
Yeah. It's also, like the chemical bonds in meat, like chicken, beef, pork, obviously. When you eat that burger or the hot dog or whatever it is, and your body breaks it down, your liver breaks those chemical bonds, it produces, among many things, a byproduct, it's an ammonia type of byproduct. And that cannot be utilized by your body. So your body stores it in your joints, in your internal organs, in your eyes. We call that glaucoma and cataracts and all that other stuff that comes along with it. And they blame it on aging, but it has nothing to do with aging. It's the accumulation of toxins. It takes about 40 or 50 years for the avatar to finally start tapping out after we done poison it to death. You know what I mean? So it's like,
In fact, like a lot of this mucus forming shit that we're eating, we think that shit. A lot of us not even really breathing for real. If you want to keep it 100,
right?
A lot of us congested.
Right.
Niggas be waking up nose stuffy as shit.
Mouth breathing.
Man, motherfucker, and niggas think snoring is, bro, you're snoring because you're so damn congested. That's a fact.
Right.
That's the only reason that you be snoring.
Right.
You ain't lying. They be trying to deny that shit.
Yeah. I mean, if you are what you eat and you eating things that vibrate beneath you, you eating cows and sheeps and horses and what God knows what else. I mean, like it's gonna make you more dense. You know, it's gonna make you more dense spiritually. I know that when I was eating, okay, so I come from Philly, so the thing there was cheesesteaks. So my brother and I, we used to eat cheesesteaks, extra meat, extra cheese fries, and a liter of soda. That's how we used to eat.
What up, brothers?
And my brother is no longer alive. He exited before he was 50 of a heart attack. And but I mean that was years and years ago that I stopped eating it. But I noticed that I was peeping the scene, like I fasted from it, right? And I noticed that I didn't have mucus, but every time in the hood, this is all you hear. I don't know if you hear it. I'll do the spit sound. That's all you hear. Negroes be spitting for days. Hawks spitting out their windows, spitting.
Yeah.
And they don't
Because
even
they,
realize because their body is too acidic. That's the only
that-
reason
that's
there's
exactly what it
a
is.
whole bunch of mucus building up is because you're literally your body is way too acidic. That's the
and you're
thing.
and you're literally having a inflammatory response from that food, and due to the high levels of acidity in the body, you're poisoning yourself, clogging your neural pathways, clogging your
Your
intercellular
all this.
exactly, your intercellular pathways. This is why when you see them on the street and just driving or walking, they're acting animalistic. They're acting weird. I mean, who's noticed this?
Niggas call it allergies. That's just my
They call it
allergies.
the zombie allergy.
On my life, man. Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like fighting over parking spaces, or just acting real animalistic.
Man, motherfuckers down here where I live, somebody beat the shit out of an old lady in Popeyes because, bro, you can't make this shit up. They beat the shit out of an old lady in Popeyes because she didn't give them a chicken sandwich. You can't
Man,
make this shit up. Like,
that's crazy. I mean, but people are addicted to the stuff, and you know how an addict roll. When they're addicted to things, people lining up down here where I live. Now I'm in North Carolina. I mean, Chick-fil-A is like a Buddhist temple down here. They're lining up around the corner to get. I guess it's not chicken because they already been taken to court. This is why they named it Chick-fil-A. They're not even allowed legally to call it chicken, the whole word. So they just like KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken became KFC. They were sued in court.
1997.
Yeah, that what they were producing wasn't even a chicken. And the same thing with Chick-fil-A, but these people line up for it, and it's just like, wow. It's like looking back in time, to be honest with you. And then they have these McDonald's that are open until 2 and 3 in the morning, in a place called Cookout and Waffle House. Oh my God, man! It's just like, are you kidding me? Like, look, and it's nothing personal. Look, I'm gonna say it. It's not a personal judgment or a comparison about wherever a person is on their spiritual journey and their walk. Honestly, I'm okay with that. But in today's world, where we have access to instantaneous knowledge at our fingertips, it's no reason to be ignorant, man.
right, and even the elders can't say, bro, older people can't say that they ain't had this information. They had Dr. Sabi, Dr. Layla Africa, the whole nine. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not like people wasn't talking this shit back then.
Yes, they did.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
when you're addicted and it's part of your culture, like I can remember me and my wife going to cookouts, family people, friends and whatnot. And we're not eating shit because there's nothing there to eat. Like nothing there to eat. We don't do mayonnaise, we don't do hot dogs, we don't do ketchup and all that other shit. And it was nothing there to eat. And they were trying to make us feel like we were doing something wrong, like, no, we just drew the line and we are where we at. Just if that's food for you, rock out with it. I'm not over there telling you what you shouldn't or shouldn't do. Just respect where I'm at. We can't seem to do that though.
that's why a lot of us we enjoy and we're comfortable in toxicity. That's all it is.
It's unfortunate.
Shoot, that's how it be like when you know, vibing high. It be them people that shape shifts like, no, come back, come back down where it's safe, so we can operate and exist around you. It's a frequency thing.
Well, I got a saying that nothing should taste as good as being healthy feels. So while you slopping that down, rock out with it. But I have been practicing a certain, and I don't consider myself on the level. I don't consider myself anybody's example. I'm just obeying my genetics, to be honest with you. The members in my family, the males, I got like 6 uncles. All of them were obese. They had strokes, hypertension, diabetes, and premature death. And I just start looking around like, wait a minute, are we cursed? Like, what is going on? And the common denominator is lifestyle choices, smoking, drinking, and food. And I'm like, oh, okay, diet. Oh, diet. Oh, you die from it. Oh, you will die from it if you eat that shit. It will kill you.
Hold on, F1, we gotta say unalive.
My bad. Decoding the word diet. So you can take that.
That's facts. Me and my brother Rico right now, we on a 30-day all fruit fast.
Okay.
Sersky.
That's what's up. That's a high vibratory. I mean, like I did a
Hey, watch how this joint be in like a couple days when we really start turning up. Watch.
Oh man, listen.
The
I had to
vibration in
stop
this room.
mine at day 17 because I couldn't even sleep. I didn't need sleep, to be honest with you.
That's
And
a
it was
fact.
it
You don't sleep long when you on all fruits.
no, because you
Yeah.
start to vibrate so highly and your energy level is through the roof. And then you have this clarity that comes through. The whites of my eyes was glowing. Like I was like, damn.
Facts.
Yeah, your eye color, changed, and you can see
Your
people's
skin get
auras.
clear, your eyes
You definitely
will
can
be
see
more
auras.
brighter, your nails will be pop, bruh. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. And then the astro experiences were like crazy. You understand me? Like having access in different timelines and dreams and having encounters, like I was having these spiritual dreams. I was waking up in classes, like it was crazy. Literally in classes. Try to explain this to the average person, they feel like you capping or you like are you trying to set yourself up to be on a level. No, I'm just explaining my
You telling the truth.
yeah, I'm just explaining my experience. Like just because it's not your experience, like, all right.
God, you see people auras everywhere I went, man. People like was just walking up like they just confess stuff to you. They feel comfortable around you.
Dig it.
And then also you can see the other people who know who you are too. Like I said, you see auras, so you can also see the people who ain't got shit at all going on.
And dig it. And your feminine faculties come online. Feminine is to me is inner, it's electromagnetic, right? So it's inner. Feminine is inner energy, and electro outer energy is masculine. And so the feminine energy came back online, and so my intuitive game was on a beam, like, so I was like feeling impressions from people and just seeing them before they get up on me, and really not wanting to be around people.
Yep. That. Like with the bees and the butterflies when we were saying that.
Right.
Highly in tune, highly spiritually connected, and feminine energy. That's exactly what that is.
Yep. And you need it. You need it. And you need those negative ions too that come from nature and running water. You literally need to absorb that. The body will go crazy with positive energy when you're near naturally flowing water and you're in a calm state. It will bathe you with positive energy. With really negative, we say positive energy, but we really need negative ions. It's crazy.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope everybody tuning in. I hope y'all really listen because this brother cooking right now. Just keep it real.
I appreciate it. I mean, like I don't really have. So my spiritual walk, right? I don't really have, I haven't had access to a support team. So it's not really like, it's only but so many sports conversations that I'm gonna have. Like it's the mundane conversations. Like after a while, I'm like, miss me with this. Like I'm done. We're not gonna talk about nothing besides the bottom feeder shit. Like let's have a real conversation. And now that I'm down south, I'm in southern. I mean, it's Zombieville here.
You ain't lying.
It is Zombieville.
I just had to come to South Carolina, man, and I'm telling you, it's
Listen.
like 20 churches on each corner,
Listen.
barbecue spots here, everybody drinking alcohol and praising
Yeah.
Lord. This is crazy, man.
It
I
is.
have never in my life been around so much what
It
I
is.
call slave work. It is crazy.
It is, and
And
you know,
happy
like
with it too.
it's crazy because I'm gonna say this: like the split from 3D to 5D is so real low, and people that to me, I look at it as a divergence in timelines. Like when you start making like high vibratory choices and decisions, you actually split timelines. Those possibilities based on the choices that you make start creating a whole nother outcome for yourself. You know what I mean? So that's cool. My wife needs to get over here. All right. No, I do. It's okay. Baby. So sorry, that was my wife. But so anyway, when you start making high vibratory decisions, they create a whole nother timeline for yourself. So, but and conversely, when you keep doing the status quo, keep behaving a certain way, keep abusing your avatar, keep thinking low vibratory, it it stagnates you into the lower realms. And I'm telling you, it may sound like mumble jumble. It's my truth, and I stand on it 10 toes down. But the split from 3D to 5D is real, man, because people are denser now than I've never seen so many. There was a time where melanated people, on average, had a sort of awareness to them, even if they were somewhat asleep. But melanated people crashing into each other, like they're acting like they have no internal, like their internal guidance and GPS is off. Like they're not aware. They are crashing into people.
Man,
I
I
swear
can
to
tell the
God,
niggas they
yo.
got the jab. To keep it real, like niggas like that I know personally that took the jab, I could see their ass. They just can't comprehend shit I be talking about at all.
It's
Speaking of the
crazy
jab,
as shit, man.
have you heard of Tiffany Dover who took the jab? The white woman that took the jab, and she got unalived on the news, but they tried to cover it up. She was the first one to take the jab on camera back in 2020. You can look it up, Tiffany Dover. They tried to cover
Talking
it up.
about that black lady, yeah. And I know you're talking about.
Yeah, more people have died. Well, have been unalived from the jab than people who haven't, but they don't count it as that on statistics.
We'll point out mass G side. That's why.
That's fact.
Exactly.
I'm dealing with that same thing right now with my mom's. And they don't give her no answer. Of course, I tell her, but she kind of into that religious stuff. You feel what I'm saying? But long story short, she keep asking, "Oh, how this happened? How this happened?" And I'd be like, "That damn Jabberwocky you took." And the doctors, they don't have no reason why. They cannot give a legit reason why. They just be like, "Well, we haven't found a reason why you could get this yet, or why this is happening to you, or why it happened to you." It's always some crazy question that they regurgitate. You know what I'm saying? Well, like, well, what are you eating, or how was your diet like, or something like that. They will never ever admit that it was that.
Peace.
Abundance. Go ahead, Keith.
Hey, just like if you talking about that jab, yeah, my sister and my nephew took that thing. My nephew, he was kind of woke before he took that jab, but after he took that jab, it ain't getting through to him. He's not understanding things no more. And there's something in that jab they put in there to probably to change your phenotype. I don't know. But my sister, she acted all weird and stuff. She was cool before that jab, but she acted a whole totally different person.
Yeah. A lot of our people just blindly went and took that.
Facts.
And now you gonna start to see in the next years niggas who took that shit, especially complex cell organisms, these niggas finna be crashing out. Just keep it.
I think they're gonna probably turn into something, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I think they gave them something to turn into something, yo.
Yeah, like a walk-in wallet.
Yeah, something. They gonna they
Ether, have you did any research on the Bermuda Triangle?
A little chip.
You said what?
I said, do you know anything about the Bermuda Triangle?
I ain't did too much research on it.
Okay. They found 3 crystal pyramids in the water, like where the area is. They said they found 3 crystal pyramids, and it's like the energy from it is creating a vortex so big, like it literally opens up a portal during certain times of the year.
I might have to look more into that.
Yeah, because
that would make sense on why a lot of people go missing over there apparently. So I definitely do some more research on that.
Hey, have y'all been seeing all these new species been coming up?
Hell yeah.
When I tell you some creepy stuff, boy. Something you never thought it'd be alive.
Yeah, a lot of these
they got they made a human pig hybrid in China. Like this.
Yeah.
I forgot how they do it. They take a certain cell from a person and mix it with a pig, but it's like it can be done. Like they make ligers and stuff like that. Like
yeah, you're right.
There's definitely hundreds of species on this planet we don't know about.
I think it's a lot of them that they created and they hid, and now they coming out.
Yeah, I think some of them been here too. I just kept them dormant somewhere.
Yeah. I feel like Tesla's gonna be the downfall of society.
But they have them black ops, shadow government type, monstrosities that they unleash, and of course, the military industrial complex be doing things that they shouldn't, crossbreeding species and having counsel with off-world beings, I guess, if there's a such thing, I guess beyond the ice wall beings, better said, maybe, so they're doing a whole bunch of monstrosities. But this is why, in my opinion, those that are serious, that are capable of making a spiritual journey must do the work, because there's going to come a time, maybe not in our lifetime, but there's going to come a time where we're going to have to do, we're going to have to do battle, and we may have to defend ourselves, not using these earthly toys. When we're fully aligned and our high faculties activate, we won't need, these primitive weapons that they have. We can solidify somebody's aura, their auric field, and they won't exchange gas, if you understand what I mean.
Well, when that solar flare hits, then yeah, that's when a lot of us is gonna activate.
Yeah.
If you got a Chick-fil-A in you might not like what you activate into.
Yeah, I was just ready to say that. It starts now. I hope y'all not waiting for no flash, because that's gonna be it. If your body ain't 100% like undense, wet off what you supposed to be eating, that's gonna be your last day here.
I hope people know all these fast food places already got caught like putting human meat in their food. I don't know, it's something McDonald's already got caught doing it like twice.
Yeah, they've been doing it.
So I don't eat fast food.
And then it's just the statistics of it doesn't make sense either. It's 1 billion served. There's not that many cows on this earth, so you have to be mutating the meat with something else.
You see how
But
everything
you,
is a you see how everything is a spell? Fast food, but it vibrates slow.
Man.
Hmm.
They mixing it with you.
Exactly. Because it's not even that many cows. It's not even that many cows in the world. So how is this? How is this beef?
Well, and added to that, I mean,
And
there's
actually, I ain't mean to interrupt you
yeah,
now,
yeah, it's
but
cool.
the McDonald's CEO, it's already a leaked. They keep taking it down, obviously. But the McDonald's CEO, he already was on the audio recording. He literally said out of his mouth like, "Oh yeah, like all the kids that come up missing, we just unalive them and just put their remains in the meat." Like they already
Yeah.
said that. He already
Obviously,
said it.
there's been different movies on that, like Sorely Green is one. Another movie is called They Live. If you've never seen it on the panel, anybody never seen that movie, please go see it. It's
I've seen
very
it.
oh yeah, it's a cult classic. It's funny, but it's so truthful. Like that movie couldn't even be made in today's world, but it's so truthful. They Live.
And that's with that wrestler on there.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
had to wear his
Roddy
glasses.
Piper.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, them glasses. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said in one of the scenes by the year 2025, when he was having their underground clandestine meetings, that by the year 2025 they would have gained a certain amount of control of the world for the elites. So they had that date in the movie. Pull up that film and check it out. You'll be like, damn.
See what I'm telling you. Whatever we gonna go through, we gonna see it in this lifetime.
For sure.
We're gonna see it.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
So we all better get ready for it because it's coming.
Yeah.
It's already here.
Yeah, it really is already here.
I honestly think though that for people like ourselves who are actively, like, to me, like, to use this analogy, if we're in a dark room and I know I've been told that there's a possibility there's a light switch on the wall, I'm going to actively try to search for that light switch rather than stand there in darkness. You know, so for people that like ourselves who are actively searching for the light switch, metaphorically, we really need to formulate uh, supportive groups so that we can come and support each other, because ascension is not easy. It's not a cakewalk, and it comes with challenge. It comes with chaos. You know, when you make the decision to engage your evolution process, your life is going to be topsy turvy. You're going to have to switch up your diet. You're going to have to switch up your friends, and this is all going to happen
Yeah.
by consequence of your actions. You know,
Yeah. No, I
so
still
you
remember.
we need support, man, because who else we going to turn to?
Yeah.
Dude, this is a form of that support right here, right now,
Dig it.
especially for our children. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
you got a violation, user. So I'm gonna have to drop you and then get you back up here.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny because I've scrolled through this app, and there's a whole bunch of questionable things going on, and there's I don't see any violations, but it's somehow with melanated creators and the content that we're just talking, all of a sudden the algorithm is paying us this special attention and harassing us essentially.
Oh yeah, I just got off of being banned, and when I looked at the clip of the reason why I got banned, it didn't even make no sense. They said they always get me for bullying and harassment
Right.
when all I'm talking about is genetics. Like,
Yeah.
But it be them white tea people. You know what I'm saying? Flagging you.
Reporting. Yes.
Yeah, they
Yes.
reporting it. Yup.
Yes. That's
yeah,
what
they
they
be
do.
coming on here trolling all the time.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, so here we are, the world's most traumatized, disenfranchised, lied to, violence committed against people, and so now we are trying or striving to gain some knowledge, come together, find answers, have debates, with the intention of waking up, and they still got a problem with us. So we just supposed to be dead and dumb. or unalived and dumb.
I put it like this: as long as you do what you're supposed to do, the universe is looking at that.
I know that. I know
So,
that's
you
right.
know what I mean? As long as you
No
doing
question.
as long as you doing what your contract says to do, that's all you gotta worry about.
No question. Universal law is absolute.
Yeah.
So I ain't even tripping.
See, people don't understand that when you got an infinite soul, you know what I'm saying? Just like we got infinite souls, and whoever don't make it, they gonna have to get a new body. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, because they're gonna have to be retaught because they didn't want to learn anything while they was here. So yeah,
Yeah.
they gonna have to get a new.
Unfortunately,
They're gonna have to get a new avatar.
yeah. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to come through somebody's
Yeah.
between somebody's thighs again and start all over with their memory wiped and all that stuff.
Yep.
I don't want none of that action.
I
So
don't want none of that either. You know,
nah.
because
So I'd rather just
many of us gonna go. You know, when they said don't go. You know, when you grow up and you in church and it says when you pass, go to the light, right? Well, you ain't supposed to go to the light. You supposed to go to the darkness.
right.
You go to the light, that means you're gonna come back right back here
Yeah,
and
you're
do it
gonna hear the
all.
doctor tell your mom to push.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go ahead and slide out. Greetings, peace to everybody, divine blessings. I anticipate on having another discussion, a meaningful discussion, sometime in the near future. Everybody be safe. Peace.
Hey, peace,
Most
peace.
definitely abundance and gratitude, brother.
Abundance and
Indeed,
gratitude.
brother. Yes, sir.
Keith, you want to go ahead and say something, and then I'm gonna get to you, Rico.
Nah, man, you good. You know what I'm saying? I like to build. You know.
Hop off this.
I bet. Nah, to everybody on here, man. Please, if you eating animals, get off the animals. Like me and my brother said, y'all welcome to join this fruit fast. We going for 30 days. I'm telling y'all, man, I know a lot of people be stuck on mystical spirituality shit, but you really got to incorporate biology and genetics into this so you can really see your true power, because it's in there. And you can really see your divinity because it's in these books, and it shows the differences between us and them and why we should not be poisoning our body and eating animals. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of us, and then we passing this crap down to our children when they should not be doing none of the same things that we have done prior to becoming aware of how we fucked up. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, you can't just be nose in the books and thinking everybody going to pass just because they neuromelanated and black, because that is not the case at all. That's not the case at all. So I'm telling you, please pick up some genetics books. Know that you are the prokaryotic cell, and know that everybody else around you are eukaryotic cell species that are unnatural. They are unnatural. And you eating animals and drinking alcohol, partying, thinking that you're going somewhere is an unnatural act. Period. Feel me? Interracial mixing is an unnatural act. You feel what I'm saying? And if you're not teaching this to children, you're wasting time. And that's all I gotta say, bro. You already know what's up.
Absolutely, 100% facts. So abundance and gratitude, brother.
Abundance and gratitude to you, bro. You already know.
Well, definitely abundance and gratitude to everybody that's in the live. I hope y'all been doing your own research, and I hope y'all been getting right. You feel what I'm saying? I hope y'all been, those of us who have children and even those of us who don't got children, I hope that y'all been passing down correct and truthful information down to children. I hope that we all been just tapping into self. But abundance and gratitude to the chat. I appreciate all y'all. I'll catch y'all on the next live.